Chapter 138. Dowsett, Lu Piao and Bunch were overwhelmed with shock as they looked at the distant sky. They saw a huge shadow slowly pressing over, gradually becoming more distinct in the dusky sky. At this moment, a huge levitating demon beast was like a huge fortress in the sky. Even a netherlamp behemoth was insignificant when compared to its size. Seeing the levitating demon beast gradually getting closer, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch were extremely nervous. That demon beast might be an even more terrifying existence than the netherlamp behemoth. If they don't leave now, they won't have the chance anymore. But Nyeli is still inside. In the face of the impending threat of death, they did not move a single step. Even if I die, I will save Nyeli. Dowsett's eyes flashed with an unquestionable determination as he charged towards the center of the netherlamp behemoth. Lu Piao looked at Xiao Shui and paused for a moment. However, she still hugged Xiao Shui and followed behind Dowsett. Although he doesn't know if Xiao Shui will blame him, he recognized Nyeli as his brother. He will definitely not give up on Nyeli. Wei Nan and the other two followed closely behind, searching for Nyeli in all directions. Nyeli slightly gasped for breath. Fortunately, the netherlamp behemoth did not continue to attack him. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. It seems that the temporal demon spirit book has caused quite a bit of damage to the netherlamp behemoth. Hiss, hiss. The black shadow in the sky got closer and closer. What kind of colossus is this? In front of it, the netherlamp behemoth is like an unremarkable puppy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The colossus in the sky shot out a net that wrapped around the netherlamp behemoth. The netherlamp behemoth wailed as it struggled, but it was unable to break free from the net. The colossus in the sky slowly descended. It extended its forelimbs and pierced into the netherlamp behemoth's body. Then, it slowly flew up and lifted the netherlamp behemoth. The gigantic netherlamp behemoth that was slaughtering a group of scarlet ghosts a moment ago had now become prey, hunted by the terrifying behemoth. The netherlamp behemoth wailed as the lamp on its forehead slowly dimmed. Finally, it died. The netherlamp behemoth was killed just like that. The gigantic floating demonic beast didn't even look at Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the rest as it flew away. Perhaps in the eyes of the floating demonic beast, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the others were like dust, unable to attract its attention. Nyeli, Nyeli! Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the others kept shouting, looking for Nyeli. However, other than the mountain of broken tongues of the netherlamp behemoths, there was nothing else on the ground. Were the figures of Nyeli and Xiao Ninger? Could it be that Nyeli and Xiao Ninger have been eaten by the netherlamp behemoth? Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the rest tears flowed down. He will be fine. If you die just like that, I will never forgive you. Nyeli, come out. Lu Piao hugged Xiao Shui with one hand and used the other to pull out the broken tongues on the ground. Nyeli won't die. Dowsett and the rest were also frantically digging the ground, looking for traces of Nyeli. They searched every inch of the way until they pulled out a mountain of long tongues. Only then did they find Nyeli. They saw Nyeli still in a defensive state with the katana in his hand. He was gasping for breath, looking a little exhausted. As for Xiao Ninger, she was tightly hugging Nyeli in a weird posture. I knew it. You brat, you have a tough life and won't die. Lu Piao laughed crazily with tears in her eyes. Damn, you guys actually cursed me to die. It wasn't easy for me to come back. How can I die? Nyeli breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around to make sure that there wasn't any threat from the netherlamp behemoth. Only then did he relax. Although they didn't understand the second half of Nyeli's sentence, Dowsett and the rest were relaxed and laughed. Suddenly, they seemed to have discovered something. They looked at Nyeli with a weird gaze. They saw Nyeli half squatting there, while Xiao Ninger was tightly hugging on Nyeli. That posture was as ambiguous as it could be. I didn't see anything. Dowsett shrugged his shoulders. Lu Piao looked at Nyeli with disdain and shook her head. She had a look of shame on her face. Nyeli, quickly tell me. What did you do to Ninger? However, he forgot that he was still hugging Xiao Shui. Wei Nan and the rest also laughed and turned their heads. Nyeli bitterly smiled. The netherlamp behemoth's saliva contains hallucinogenic substances. Once you're sucked in, you will fall into a semi-conscious state for a short period of time. He doesn't know what Ning Er was dreaming about when she was in a semi-conscious state. She tightly hugged onto him without letting go. Even if he tried to break her off, he couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Wei Nan and the rest turn their heads, Nelly took out a piece of clothing from his universe ring and wrapped it around Ning Er. He quietly waited for her to wake up. A moment later, Xiao Shui woke up first. Lu Piao, you're taking advantage of me again. Xiao Shui still had a confused look on her face. When she saw Lu Piao, she glared at him and gave him a knock on his head before returning to her chili pepper form. With a bitter face, Lu Piao said, "Sure, I was the one who saved you just now, okay?" Only now did Xiao Shui slowly recall what happened earlier. She remembered that Lu Piao saved her. In the surroundings, Daozit and the rest were looking at her with their mouths wide open. Xiao Shui immediately returned to the appearance of a little girl. She held onto Lu Piao's arm and said, "Lu Piao, thank you for saving me. You're really too awesome. I really worship you." Hearing Xiao Shui's sweet voice, for some reason, Daozit and the rest shuddered. This woman changed too fast indeed. Women are terrifying creatures. They couldn't help but mourn for Lu Piao in their hearts. No need to thank me," Lu Piao said with a slightly trembling voice. He didn't know why, but Xiao Shui's sweet and gentle appearance made his hair stand on end. He would rather see the normal Xiao Shui. Everyone was on high alert. After experiencing such a huge battle, there weren't any demon beasts that dared to approach them. It was a rare opportunity for them to rest and reorganize themselves. Xiao Shui seemed to have discovered something. She stared at Nieli and Xiao Ninger, who were in a weird posture. She was stunned for a moment. So was Xiao Ninger and Nieli. And Xiao Ninger groaned and woke up. When she saw her posture with Nieli, her face instantly turned red. Nieli awkwardly smiled and said, "The situation just now was too dangerous. I understand." Xiao Ninger lowered her head and softly said, looking a little shy, "Thank you." "Yeah, you're welcome. It's what I should do." Nieli placed Xiao Ninger down. Xiao Ninger discovered that many parts of her clothes were torn. Just now, she had such intimate contact with Nieli. She couldn't help blushing again. She already understood what happened earlier. She should have been swept away by the netherlamp behemoth's tongue. When she was about to die, Nieli disregarded everything and rushed in to save her. Thinking about this, Xiao Ninger couldn't help feeling a little sweet in her heart. The clothes wrapped around her seemed to still have a trace of Nieli's aura. Xiao Ninger buttoned up her clothes. Although it was a little loose, it didn't affect her. Nieli stood up and stretched his body. He looked at Daozit and the rest and asked, "Just now, I felt that the netherlamp behemoth was attacked. However, it was too dark down there. I don't know what happened. What happened just now?" Daozit and Lu Piao looked at each other. Daozit calmed down the shock in his heart and said, "Just now, a huge flying demon beast appeared in the sky. It looks like a weird fish with wings. Furthermore, it has a lot of sharp claws. It spat out a silk-like substance that enveloped the netherlamp behemoth and captured it. I've never seen such a huge demon beast in my life. My God, it's practically half the size of Glory City," Lu Piao said with a little exaggeration. Hearing the words of Lu Piao and the rest, Xiao Shui and Xiao Ninga, who had fainted earlier, widened their eyes. This is a little too shocking. Daozit and Lu Piao aren't joking, right? That netherlamp behemoth is already terrifying, but there's a flying demon beast that's even bigger than the netherlamp behemoth that captured the netherlamp behemoth. In this empty space, the netherlamp behemoth that disappeared seems to be saying that Daozit and Lu Piao weren't lying. Just what kind of demon beast is it? Nieli slightly frowned his brows and stared at the dark space. A demon beast that could easily capture and kill the netherlamp behemoth. Nieli couldn't think of anything. Although Nieli is very knowledgeable, he's not omniscient. In this world, there are still too many unknowns, causing him to feel mysterious and unfathomable, including this mysterious space. Whether it's this mysterious space or the temporal demon spirit book, They both made him feel that these things don't originate from this world. After escaping a calamity, Dowsett and the rest calmed their emotions. Although they were a little fearful, at the same time, they were a little excited and stimulated. In Glory City, it's hard for them to even see a demon beast, not to mention encountering something like this. Whether it's Chi Gue, the Netherlamp behemoth, or that frightening flying demon beast, all of them gave them a novel feeling. "Nellie, where are we going next?" Dowsett asked. Looking at Nellie, "We'll continue to explore deeper. We need to find 23 stones of light before we can open the teleportation array and return." Nellie said, "They can't possibly be trapped here forever. Although they have brought enough food in their interspatial rings, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to stay here for a year or two, Nellie isn't willing to continue staying here. In his previous life, when Lord Yemo came in, he only spent half a month before returning. Therefore, he can be sure that he will definitely be able to find the 23 stones of light in this dimensional space." At this moment, everyone looked at the mountain far away. On the mountainside, there seemed to be dots of light flickering. "It can't be the Netherlamp behemoth again, right?" Lu Piao's face slightly changed. "It's not the Netherlamp behemoth," Nieli said, shaking his head. "The dots of light on a mountain far away are like the lights of a village. There can't be people living on a mountain, right?" Chapter 139. This is a strange wasteland world. There are some demon beasts at the top of the food chain that even Nieli doesn't know about, causing Nieli to be cautious. Those ancestors opened up this space and raised these demon beasts. Just what was their purpose? Nieli vaguely had a feeling that this place definitely hides a huge secret. He put away the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book, looked at Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch, and said, "Let's go in that direction." The direction that Nieli pointed to is the location of the scattered lights. Everyone started their journey. Although the lights looked very close in the darkness, they are actually very far away. Nieli and Xiaoning walked at the back of the group. The two of them did not speak, but the atmosphere between them was a little charming and awkward. "Ning, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. Because the situation was urgent," Nieli said apologetically. "I understand." Xiaoning, eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. She felt sour in her heart. Why did you have to apologize? If it wasn't for Nieli's apology, Xiaoning would still be immersed in joy. Although she knows that Nieli's heart belongs to someone else, she's not willing to give up, even if she dies. Nieli let out a long sigh. It's hard to bear a beauty's kindness. His heart was filled with disappointment and frustration. In his previous life, he owed Ziyun a love debt, which he is yet to repay. In this life, he owes Xiaoning another. Perhaps everything in the world is like this, especially when it comes to feelings. It's completely uncontrollable. The favor that he owes Xiaoning can only be repaid in his next life. Nieli looked at the surrounding wilderness. Ever since he came here, he's been chased and almost met with danger. He's too passive. If this goes on, who knows what kind of danger he'll meet again. Furthermore, in this wilderness, scarlet ghosts would appear from time to time. If he were to meet scarlet ghosts again, would he have to fight again? He had to think of something. Nieli suddenly thought of something called the blood explosion art. By storing fresh demon beast blood in a bottle and carving inscription patterns on the bottle, one could create a blood explosion magic bottle. When this blood explosion magic bottle was thrown out, it would instantly cause a large area to explode. This thing was only effective against demon beasts below the gold rank, and its lethality was extremely high. I almost forgot about this. Nieli stopped and slapped his forehead. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone turned around and looked at Nieli in confusion, asking, "What is it?" Dowsett, Lu Piao, there should still be a lot of potion-storing crystal bottles in your spatial rings, right? Nieli asked, looking at Dowsett and Lu Piao. Of course, these things are always on hand. Dowsett nodded. Go catch some scarlet ghosts and pour their blood into the potion bottles. What do you want this thing for? I have my own use for it, Nieli said with a mysterious smile. Okay, we'll go get it right now. Dowsett and Lu Piao nodded. They leaped up and went to look for scarlet ghosts that were left alone. After a while, Dowsett and Lu Piao brought back a few dozen bottles. Nieli took the bottles from their hands and dipped them in the scarlet ghost blood. He continuously drew inscription patterns on the bottles, and very quickly the inscription patterns were formed. Okay, each of us get 3 bottles. Leave the rest to Dowsett and Lu Piao. Nieli said, if you have time, continue to get some scarlet ghost blood. How do I use this thing? Lu Piao picked up a bottle, looked at it, and asked curiously. I'll give you a demonstration later. Remember to be careful. Don't fall on the ground. If you fall on the ground, even the gods won't be able to save you. Nieli said with a faint smile. Lu Piao jumped in fright. This thing is this scary? He loosened his hand, and the bottle containing scarlet ghost blood fell. Oh my God! Lu Piao quickly grabbed it, and her face turned pale from fright. Everyone looked at Lu Piao with a weird expression. Lu Piao awkwardly laughed. Sorry, I wasn't careful just now. Nieli and the rest continued to move deeper into the wasteland. After a while, many scarlet ghosts gathered over. There were about a few hundred of them, and more were gathering. These fellows still dared to come. Dowsett's expression was slightly heavy. This wasteland is their territory. If we move around here, they will be able to smell our scent and gather more and more, Nieli said, and suddenly threw one of the bottles containing scarlet ghost blood towards the direction where the scarlet ghosts are most concentrated. The bottle drew a straight line in the air. The scarlet ghosts jumped up and down. One of the scarlet ghosts suddenly jumped up and grabbed the bottle. However, Nieli's strength was too great, and the bottle smashed the scarlet ghost towards the ground. Boom! The bottle suddenly exploded, and a terrifying impact swept across a radius of tens of meters. Wherever it swept, flames rose, and all the scarlet ghosts were turned into charcoal. This blood-burst magic bottle swept away hundreds of scarlet ghosts in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They never imagined that the small blood-burst magic bottle in Nieli's hand would actually have such a terrifying power. They looked at each other in shock. Lu Piao was so scared that she almost fainted. What the hell if that blood-burst magic bottle fell on the ground? Wouldn't that be terrible? All right, let's go. Nieli lightly smiled. Even if there were more scarlet ghosts, they wouldn't be able to threaten them. The moment the scarlet ghosts gather, they would be able to use the blood-burst magic bottle to get rid of them. If their numbers were small, then these 1-star silver rank things wouldn't be able to pose any threat to them. At this moment, Wei Nan seemed to have discovered something. He leapt towards the corpses of the scarlet ghosts. A small pea-sized thing attracted his attention, because this thing was quietly emitting a faint radiance in the darkness. Nieli, I discovered something. What is this? Wei Nan asked curiously as he held onto the thing. Nieli was a little puzzled as he received the thing from Wei Nan's hand. After examining it for a moment, he was shocked in his heart. Why would there be such a thing here? What is that? Dowsett and the rest were also a little curious. This is a blood crystal. Nieli took a deep breath and said, the blood crystal is a very strange, or, after being swallowed and refined by a demon beast, it can produce boundless energy. There's even a chance that it can allow the demon beast to level up. Furthermore, the blood crystal has another use. It can be sealed into the body of a low-level demon beast, forcefully allowing it to grow. However, the demon beast that is born from this will become extremely violent. No wonder the scarlet ghosts here are so violent. Normally, although scarlet ghosts like to form groups to hunt, they are also very timid. When encountering a group of people, they would usually follow the other party until they are exhausted or unprepared before attacking. However, the scarlet ghosts here would simply call for friends when they see a person pouncing on them and biting. You're saying that all the scarlet ghosts here have blood crystals sealed within them? But why do we only find one blood crystal? Du Zhe, who was at the side, asked curiously. The person who set up this space only captured a portion of the scarlet ghosts and sealed the blood crystals. The rest of the scarlet ghosts should have been reproduced later. Nieli said, however, because the first generation of scarlet ghosts had already gone berserk, the descendants that they gave birth to will also be extremely berserk. So that's the case. No wonder we only found one blood crystal among so many scarlet ghosts. Dowsett and Bunch suddenly understood. Among the hundreds of scarlet ghosts, only one or two are the first-generation scarlet ghosts. Who knows how long these scarlet ghosts have been reproducing here? They never thought that they would be able to find such a good item like the blood crystal. This is something that even legend rank demon spiritualists would find rare. It seems that the other party should be a very powerful and wealthy existence to actually use the blood crystal on some small scarlet ghosts. Aside from the above effects, the blood crystal also has a special refining method to remove the impurities within it. It's a good item for cultivation. It can greatly increase one's soul force. Even for a legend rank demon spiritualist, the effect would be very strong. In his previous life, Lord Yemo should have gotten quite a lot of blood crystals from this place. Let's get more blood burst magic bottles. Since Nieli is able to get his hands on the blood crystals, they will naturally not be courteous. Luckily, he also has a lot of crystal bottles in his interspatial ring. Lu Piao caught a scarlet ghost, tied its hands and feet, and held it in her hand. This scarlet ghost started to scream. Its voice pierced through the night sky. Very quickly, a group of scarlet ghosts rushed towards them. Boom! 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 The blood burst magic bottles continued to explode, wiping out group after group of scarlet ghosts. Nieli and Bunch found one blood crystal after another on the ground. Among the hundreds of scarlet ghosts, there would be one or two scarlet ghosts that have a blood crystal. After obtaining 10 blood crystals, Nieli did not delay and immediately started the process of removing the impurities. In any case, he has all the ingredients in his interspatial ring, so he directly started to refine them. The blood crystals slowly melted in Nieli's concoction, and the black impurities settled at the bottom of the bottle. Nieli added another concoction, and very quickly, the blood crystals condensed into even purer crystals. One for each of you. Nieli passed one blood crystal to Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the rest. According to Nieli's instructions, they hid the blood crystals on their bodies, and from time to time, they would absorb a trace of soul force from the blood crystal to refine. The pure soul force of the blood crystal caused their cultivation to increase significantly. As they hunted scarlet ghosts, they walked towards the direction of the mountain. At this moment, on the mountainside, 2 light dots soared into the sky, flying towards the endless night sky. What is that? Everyone was slightly startled. They thought that these light dots were the fires in the village, but they did not expect 2 light dots to fly into the sky. What was going on? Nieli, are we still going to continue? Dowsett walked to Nieli's side and asked Nieli. He felt a trace of danger. Those lights, could it be some kind of monster? Xiaoning also could not help raising her head to look at Nieli. We still have to go there. Nieli nodded and said firmly. Chapter 140. Not knowing what Nieli is thinking, they didn't say anything and continued to move forward. From time to time, there would be flocks of birds flying past in the dark gray sky. Their sharp cries added a strange atmosphere to the night. However, these birds are only the size of a palm. Compared to the huge flying demon beast, they are of course a lot smaller. Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch followed closely, being extremely careful. This wasteland is full of hidden dangers. They have no choice but to be careful. What's that? Dowsett frowned his brows for a moment, pointing at the distant wilderness. Nieli followed Dowsett's gaze and could vaguely see a towering monument quietly standing in the distant wilderness. With a thought, Nieli said, "Let's go take a look." The group of people walked towards the giant monument. When they were only a few hundred meters away from it, they felt a pressure coming towards them, making it hard for them to breathe. What is that thing? Lu Piao was very curious. Although the pressure is strong, they can still move forward. Behind Nieli and Bunch, there were a few scarlet ghosts. After feeling the pressure, they immediately scattered. The deterrence of the giant monument to the scarlet ghosts is obviously stronger. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look, Nieli said. In order to be careful, he merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and slowly approached the giant monument. Be careful. Xiaoning, and Bunch nodded their heads and stopped in their tracks. When they were only a few meters away, Nieli raised his head and saw the full appearance of the giant monument. This giant monument is over 10 meters tall. It's made from material that even Nieli doesn't know about, giving it a dark gray hue. On the giant monument, there are 6 ancient words engraved. Nieli can vaguely recognize one of them. Those who follow me will be honored. Those who go against me will be destroyed. Yu Yisheng, outstanding talent. At the age of 10, he comprehended the realm of toughness, able to split mountains and break rocks. At the age of 13, he comprehended the realm of softness. At the age of 16, he comprehended the profoundness of demon spirits and broke through to the legend rank. At the age of 30, no one could take 3 moves from me. He fought all the experts in the world and never tasted defeat. At the age of 40, he comprehended the path of man, opened his mind, and knew his past and present life. At the age of 50, he sensed the arrival of a calamity. He abandoned the throne and floated away, leaving behind the cross chant to be passed on to the later generations. Looking at the words on the giant monument, Niel Li's heart shivered. He never thought that this ancient monument was left behind by Kongming the Great. From the words, Nieli could feel that this Kongming the Great was an outstanding person. What shocked Nieli the most is that Kongming the Great was at the path of man at the Ming the Great. How should he understand the phrase past and present life? Nieli could vaguely feel that this Kongming the Great definitely has a close relationship with the temporal demon spirit book. This Kongming the Great might be the key to unraveling all the secrets. Kongming the Great left behind the cross chant. Nieli's gaze fell on the bottom of the ancient monument. He saw that the ancient monument had traces of being scraped by a sharp weapon. It's already blurred to the point that he couldn't recognize it. Just what kind of chant did this Kongming the Great leave behind? Why was it scraped? Nieli frowned his brows. Could it be that someone else came here before him? After that person saw the cross chant, in order to prevent it from being obtained by others, he scraped it off? Nieli pondered for a long time. In the ancient Orchid City ruins, in these ruins, there are things left behind by Kongming the Great. Just what is Kongming the Great's intention? Nieli could sense that behind this series of clues, there's an extremely shocking secret hidden within. What exactly is all of this? After searching around the ancient monument for a long time, he didn't find anything else. With a thought, Nieli touched the scratches with his finger. On the ancient monument, a mysterious ripple slowly spread out. I never thought that when this Kongming the Great set up this monument, he had already surpassed legend rank. When he carved his words, he had already left behind his intent on the monument. Although there were people who scraped off the words on the monument, they were unable to remove the intent left behind by Kongming the Great. Images flashed through Nieli's mind. He seemed to be able to see a middle-aged man in white standing quietly in the distant sky. Who am I? Just where did I come from? And where am I going? As far as my eyes can see, countless lives are dying and countless lives are being born. Every living being is struggling in the cycle of reincarnation, but the blood of our ancestors is passed down in our bodies. Humans are constantly pursuing the path of the strong, but where is the end of the path? The middle-aged man in white sighed. What is the Tao? What is the Tao? Nieli smiled in his heart. This was the question that countless people had when they were breaking through the legend rank and reaching a higher realm. Existence is the Tao. Countless experts have been searching for it, but they didn't find it. The Tao is in the heart. Kongming the Great should have comprehended the true meaning of Tao at this place, and then left behind a trace of intent on the monument. But what made Nieli feel strange was that for tens of thousands of years, there wasn't a Kongming the Great who surpassed the legend rank in the historical records. Could it be that after Kongming the Great had an epiphany, he went somewhere else and didn't stay on this continent? A mysterious person who surpassed the legend rank before me and then disappeared. Nieli murmured, "Infinity has no beginning, and there is no end without beginning." Kongming the Great sighed. Nieli sensed the 10-word chant left behind by Kongming the Great, and his heart trembled. Back then, he had seen this 10-word chant in the Temporal Demon Spirit book. The 10-word chant was written on a piece of paper, and it was extremely profound. He never thought that it would be comprehended by Kongming the Great. At that time, Nieli thought that it was left behind by a peerless expert. At that time, Nieli had already reached a realm that even legend rank experts couldn't imagine. However, he still couldn't comprehend this 10-word chant. Nieli never imagined that this 10-word chant was left behind by Kong Ming the Great when he broke through to the legend rank. Thinking back to his previous life, Nieli suddenly had a deeper understanding of Kong Ming the Great's words. This 10-word chant talks about the true meaning of life. The inheritance of life is endless. Although Nieli understood a little, he still didn't fully understand the whole sentence. At this moment, Nieli suddenly felt that his soul realm was surging. His soul force crazily expanded, filling the Shadow Devil and Fang Panda. The Shadow Devil and Fang Panda underwent their first evolution and mutation. Although he only comprehended a little bit, Nieli could feel the power of this 10-word chant. He's only in the legend rank, and his understanding of martial Dao has already reached such a level. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Why didn't I meet such a peerless expert in my previous life? Nieli went silent for a moment. However, there are tens of thousands of worlds that are all-encompassing. The places that I've been to are just a corner of this vast world. There's a wider world out there. Perhaps Kong Ming the Great has gone to an even more distant world. Nieli focused his mind. He could only see the gradually blurring figure of Kong Ming the Great. With the Great Change Heaven Divination technique, I have calculated that there will be 5 people who can obtain my 10-word chant. Every one of them is a peerless expert, and every one of them has a unique understanding of this 10-word chant. These 5 people will kill each other. In the end, there will be one person who will devour the other 4 people's understanding of this 10-word chant and meet me. At that time, it will be the day that I preach. Kong Ming the Great's leisurely voice floated in the air, disappearing without a trace. Nieli was shocked. So he's also within Kong Ming the Great's divination technique. This Kong Ming the Great, just what kind of person is he? Kong Ming the Great calculated that there will be 5 people who will obtain the 10-word chant. These 5 people will kill each other and obtain the other person's understanding of the 10-word chant. As for the other 4 people, just where are they? Nieli suddenly felt a strong sense of urgency. Perhaps the other 4 people are also looking for him. In a daze, Nieli seemed to have seen a scene flashing by. A person flew over and stopped in front of the stone tablet. He muttered to himself, "I never thought that there would be such a place in Glory City. This trip is not in vain. Those who follow me will be honored, and those who go against me will be destroyed." What big words. I wonder who this Kong Ming the Great is, to actually dare to speak such arrogant words. That person looked at the stone tablet for a long time, his brows locked together. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. What the hell is this? Just 10 words. What kind of peerless cultivation technique can it contain? This guy called Kong Ming the Great really doesn't know what he's talking about. That person seemed to have lost interest in the stone tablet. He turned his head and was about to leave. However, a moment later, he turned back. Since I, the Demon Lord, can't comprehend it, then no one else can. The person who called himself the Demon Lord took out a dagger and continuously scratched the stone tablet, scraping the 10 words clean. Haha, it's clean. At this moment, the Demon Lord suddenly frowned his brows. What were those 10 words? Why can't I remember a single word? The Demon Lord scratched his head, but still couldn't remember what those 10 words were. He suddenly had a feeling that those 10 words must be something extraordinary, but he scraped them off. He was filled with regret as he looked at the stone tablet with deep fear. The person who left behind the ancient tablet must have been an extraordinary super expert. The Demon Lord looked at the stone tablet, pondered for a brief moment, then left. He understood that the 10 words that were scraped off were no longer fated with him. Nieli was suddenly awakened. How could there be anyone else in front of the stone tablet? It seems that the Demon Lord's actions were recorded in the stone tablet, and I saw it. I wonder who this Demon Lord is. He actually arrived here before me. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. Nieli silently chanted, memorizing the 10 words in his heart. Chapter 141. After the Demon Lord erased the 10-word chant, he didn't have any memories of the 10-word chant at all. This shows how powerful Kong Ming the Great's concept is. To be able to remember the 10-word chant, he must be the inheritor that Kong Ming the Great is looking for. Out of 5 inheritors, only one will emerge victorious in the end. Nieli calmed his state of mind and thought to himself that no matter who he meets in the future, he must not let the other party know that he has comprehended the 10-word chant. Even if it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ning, he can't reveal it. If Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ning were to leak it out, it might attract a disaster. Right now, Nieli is still not strong enough. He doesn't know what kind of existences the other 4 inheritors are. Every time he chanted the 10-word chant, Nieli could feel his soul force rapidly growing. Within his soul realm, there's a mysterious bud growing. It's like a seed, slowly growing as Nieli's soul realm grows. Nieli could feel that this thing has always been hidden in the depths of his soul realm. Only when he comprehended the 10-word chant did this bud start to grow. Just what is this thing? Douse it. Lu Piao and Bunch waited for a long time before Nieli returned. Did you discover anything on the ancient monument? Dowsett asked as he looked at Nieli. He noticed that Nieli had been standing in front of the monument for a long time. I found something, but the clues haven't been connected yet. Let's continue searching for the stones of light. Nieli said, "Oh," although Dowsett was a little doubtful. He didn't ask any further. The group continued to walk towards the direction of the mountain. Wei Nan, merge with your demon spirit and check if there's any similar ancient monument nearby. However, be careful and don't stay too long," Nieli said as he looked at Wei Nan. Wei Nan merged with a divine movement demon spirit, a wind spiritual beast. After merging with a demon spirit, its size is small, making it hard to notice. At the same time, its movement speed is extremely fast. Ordinary demon beasts wouldn't be able to catch up. "All right, I understand," Wei Nan said, nodding his head. He quickly merged with his demon spirit. His limbs became exceptionally strong, and he ran like the wind. Wei Nan and Nieli's group maintained a distance of about 1 kilometer. They searched the periphery, but they didn't find anything else. Gradually, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The specks of starlight halfway up the mountain were already within reach. "I'll go check it out," Nieli said. He quickly merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and flew towards the waist of the mountain. His figure was completely hidden in the darkness. Just like what Nieli had imagined, this was a continuous stretch of villages. However, the difference between this village and other places was that the houses here were built on top of towering trees. Some places were open platforms, and a huge thunderbirds were quietly resting on these platforms. On top of the thunderbird's head, there was a crown-like object that quietly glowed in the night. The specks of light that were flying in the night sky earlier were emitted by the thunderbirds. This place was estimated to have at least tens of thousands of residents living in this huge village. Looking from where they were standing, there were some gorgeous specks of light in the depths of the mountain. Looks like there's more than one settlement here. There were some guards wearing gray leather armor, holding sharp spears, standing on the branches of some huge trees, guarding. Not far away, halfway up the mountain, a group of people were digging into the mountain, as if they were excavating something. "You dare to be lazy? You're simply courting death," a guard said in the language of the Ulan Empire. He waved his whip and ruthlessly lashed at the miners. Some of the miners couldn't bear the burden and fell to the ground. However, those guards didn't have the slightest bit of pity in their hearts. They continued to whip until one of the miners was no longer breathing. Only then did the guard coldly bark, "Move him out and bury him." There they were excavating was the blood crystal's raw stone. There's no need to doubt the effects of the blood crystal. Although a few hundred kilograms of, or can only be refined into a small piece of blood crystal, it's still very considerable. Nieli never thought that there would be a blood crystal or deposit here. Just when Nieli was about to continue investigating this place, Nieli suddenly felt a trace of killing intent. He immediately held the Thunder God's meteorite sword in his hand and vigilantly looked at the bushes beside him. The bushes moved a little, and a figure slowly appeared. "Who are you?" A girl of a different race, holding a long sword, appeared from the bushes. She vigilantly looked at Nieli, her eyes filled with hostility. Nieli sized up the other party. Her appearance is different from ordinary humans. She has a pair of silver wings on her back. These wings weren't formed after merging with a demon spirit, but grew on her body. She's wearing a set of silver armor. Her emerald green eyes emitted a faint light in the darkness. Nieli instantly remembered. This is the Silver-Winged clan for the Ulan Empire era. The first-generation patriarch of the Silver-Winged clan implanted the wings of the Silver-Winged Thunderbird into his body. Furthermore, it was passed down through the bloodline and has been passed down ever since. In the Silver-Winged clan, only the noblest bloodline is worthy of possessing silver wings. The other party is at least a 5-star gold rank expert. Nieli immediately straightened his body, slightly bowed, and said in the standard Ulan Empire language, "Respected Highness, nice to meet you. We're just some travelers that were passing by and unintentionally barged into this place. If we've offended you, please forgive us." Hearing Nieli's pure Ulan Empire language, the girl's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. She solemnly asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Nieli guessed that these experts of the Silver-Winged clan should have moved here during the Age of Darkness, because the Ulan Empire was already submerged in the endless demon beast tide during the Age of Darkness. My ancestors are from the Silverlit family. Later on, during the long Age of Darkness, they constantly escaped and luckily survived. I unintentionally barged into this place. Nieli quickly thought of an excuse. Silverlit family? The girl from the Silver-Winged family was slightly stunned for a moment, then revealed an excited expression. Back then, when the Ulan Empire was at its peak, the Silverlit family was one of the families in the alliance with the Silver-Winged family. Both parties had a very close relationship and had many marriages. It could be said that they're related by blood. The girl from the Silver-Winged family went silent for a moment, then said, "Ever since our ancestors came here, it's been thousands of years since we've had any contact with the outside world. We're unable to return to the original continent and can only live in this world of darkness forever. Welcome to this place. I'll immediately report this to my father. Follow me." Nieli pondered for a moment, then nodded his head and said, "Okay." Nieli followed behind the girl and walked inside. The girl looked at Nieli and asked, "My name is Hongyue. What's your name?" She looked at Nieli and asked, sizing him up, "My name is Lei Zhua." Nieli replied. The girl slightly nodded. She has always been suspicious of Nieli's identity. But now, she's basically certain that the Silverlit family surname is Lei. In the long Age of Darkness, the Silverlit family's glory is long gone. At most, only 1 or 2 branches of the family managed to escape. After such a long time, there aren't many people who can remember that the Silverlit family's surname is Lei. "Your Highness Hongyue, may I ask if you're from the Silver-Winged family?" Nieli pretended to be cautious and probed. "Yes." Hongyue nodded her head. "Isn't the Silver-Winged family surnamed Sikong?" Nieli asked. "That's right. My name is Sikong Hongyue." Hongyue said, nodding her head. Her suspicions towards Nieli has lessened by a lot. It seems that Nieli already knows that they're from the Silver-Winged family. Sikong Hongyue was wearing a silver armor. Her whole body was filled with capability and vigor. Her slender legs were filled with strength. Nieli can feel that although she's a girl, her physical strength is definitely very strong. Fortunately, you've come to the territory of our Silver-Winged family. In this stretch of mountains, there are 13 families. These 13 families came from the Age of Darkness, from the various empires that were destroyed. 5 of them are enemies of our Silver-Winged family. If they knew that you're from the Silverlit family, you'd be dead." Sikong Hongyue said, jumping vigorously in the forest. "So that's the case," Nieli said, nodding his head. He never thought that there would be so many survivors from the Age of Darkness here. However, if Nieli had intruded into the territory of other races, he'd naturally have a different story. A moment later, a magnificent palace attracted Nieli's attention. This palace was supported by dozens of huge trees. The palace's walls were dozens of meters tall, standing tall and towering, giving people a heavy pressure. Nieli followed behind Sikong Hongyue and entered the palace. After passing through several corridors, They finally entered a spacious hall. Pa, pa, pa. Crisp sounds of whips were heard. After entering the hall, the first thing that Nyeli saw were two huge stone pillars. One of the stone pillars had a muscular youth tied to it. His upper body was naked. His body was covered with blood scars from the whips. There wasn't a single piece of skin on his body that was intact. This youth also had a pair of wings. However, it's a dark gold hue, different from the other members of the Silver Wing family. Two guards wearing leather armor were constantly waving their whips at this youth. Although the pain caused his face to distort, the youth clenched his teeth and did not let out a single groan of pain. His eyes were filled with unyieldingness. Nyeli looked at Sikong Hongyue and curiously asked, "Your Highness Hongyu, he is?" "Faloli bastard." Sikong Hongyue coldly snorted and said, "His mother is a member of my Silver Wing family, but she secretly had a relationship with our enemy, the Black Dragon family, and gave birth to him. After he was discovered by us, his parents committed suicide while being chased by us. Only this bastard was left. What's funny is that before he died, he actually begged us to let him go. He simply doesn't know what he's talking about. We'll slowly torture him to death." Sikong Hongyue's voice was as cold as frost. In her view, this kind of scum of the family should be killed without mercy. Chapter 142. Nyeli glanced at the youth that was tied to the pillar. Although he's been tortured to the point that it's ridiculous, he can still vaguely feel that under his long hair, his unyielding gaze, his determined expression, and his pair of black eyes were filled with hatred. That pair of black wings of his are actually dragon wings that have evolved with some black dragon's bloodline. It's much stronger than the silver wings. It's just that his current cultivation is only 3-star gold rank. In Nyeli's view, there's no right or wrong when it comes to the hatred between families. However, the Silver Wing family's actions of torturing this youth is too inhumane. Nyeli exchanged a glance with the youth, then retracted his gaze and followed behind Sikong Hongyue, walking towards the front of the main hall. In the main hall, a fat middle-aged man was sitting on a high throne with his eyes closed. His face was gloomy and filled with coldness. His luxurious robe made him look more noble. Beside him, 3 beautiful girls were massaging his legs and back. These 3 girls were wearing sexy silk clothes. Their curvaceous figures could be vaguely seen. With a glance, Nyeli saw the middle-aged man's sunken eyes. His eyes were a little dark. Feeling the aura coming from the other party, Nyeli's heart trembled. The other party should be a legend rank expert. However, it seems that he doesn't have much time left and is using something to prolong his life. This person is the patriarch of the Silver Wing family, Sikong Yi. Hearing the footsteps of Sikong Hongyue and Nyeli, he opened his eyes and looked at Nyeli and Sikong Hongyue. "Hongyue, who is this person?" Sikong Yi said in a solemn voice. His gaze was filled with faint killing intent as it swept across Nyeli's body. Sikong Hongyue bowed and reported, replying to father, "His name is Leijua, a descendant of the Silverlit family. He accidentally came here." "Silverlit family?" Sikong Yi stared blankly for a moment before laughing wildly. "The Silverlit family has long been annihilated in the demon beast tide. How could there be any descendants?" Sikong Yi's eyes suddenly turned murderous and fell on Nyeli. "Who the hell are you? Are they spies sent by other families?" When Sikong Hongyue heard this, she frowned and looked at Nyeli coldly. Replying to Lord Patriarch, "I am indeed a descendant of the Silverlit family. Although the Silverlit family no longer exists, there's still 1 or 2 branches that managed to survive." Nyeli was neither servile nor overbearing as he faced Sikong Yi's murderous aura. "Nonsense." Sikong Yi coldly snorted. "This person is definitely a spy from another family. Drag him out and behead him." A few gold rank guards by the side immediately waved their robes and pointed at Nyeli. As long as Sikong Yi gives the order, Nyeli's head would immediately be separated from his body. Nyeli can naturally see that this is Sikong Yi probing him. He proudly said, "Lord Patriarch, if you don't listen to what I have to say and want to execute me, I won't accept it. This kid has some guts. If you don't say something, don't blame me for being impolite." Sikong Yi coldly snorted. "Firstly, I'm not someone from here. I'm from the outside world. I believe this can prove a thing or two. Nieli quickly merged with the shadow devil demon spirit, and his body rapidly changed. Seeing the changes in Nieli's form, Sikong Yi's expression slightly changed. The shadow devil demon spirit that Nieli merged with isn't a demon beast from this world. An ordinary demon beast demon spirit can only be preserved for 600 years. The demon spirits that were stored in this world have already been used up or destroyed. Nieli merged with a demon spirit that they've never seen before. It's highly possible that it was brought in from the outside world. Even if this demon spirit was brought in from the outside world, we can't be sure that you're not sent by another family. Sikong Yi still remained unmoved. His expression was gloomy, making others unable to see what he's thinking. Nieli lightly smiled and said, "Then it seems that I have no way of proving it. However, Lord Patriarch, the Silver Wing family has a very big secret. When a member of the Silver Wing family obtains the wings of a silver-winged thunderbird, as they grow older, their body's rejection will get stronger and stronger. Generally, a member of the silver-winged family won't live past 60 years old. Is that true?" Hearing Nieli's words, Sikong Yi's eyes suddenly blossomed with a cold light. He stared at Nieli and asked, "Who exactly are you? Brat, do you understand what you're saying?" "I'm indeed a descendant of the Silverlet family. This matter is something that I've heard from my elders. I don't know if it's true or not. I know that if I say this, Lord Patriarch will not let me leave. However, if I say that I have a solution, I wonder what Lord Patriarch will think about it." Nieli usually looks at Sikong Yi with a calm expression. Thinking about it, Sikong Yi will definitely not ignore such a temptation. "Solution? Haha, what a joke." Sikong Yi madly laughed. However, his voice was slightly trembling. It can be seen that he doesn't completely ignore death. The problem of our Silver Wing family is something that no one can solve. Who says that no one can solve it? Ever since my Silverlet family found out that the Silver Wing family has this problem, we've been looking for a solution. When we found the solution, we didn't have the time to tell the Silver Wing family. When the Age of Darkness came, the demon beast tide erupted and the Silverlet family was annihilated. However, the solution has been passed down until now. We're only waiting for someone from the Silver Wing family to fulfill our ancestors' wish." Nieli said. Although it's a fabrication, it sounded like it's true. With the knowledge from his previous life, Nieli can easily find the opponent's weakness and break it. From Sikong Yi's reaction, Nieli knows that victory is already in his grasp. "Since that's the case, why aren't you handing the solution to me?" Sikong Yi was still calmly sitting on his chair. His hawk-like eyes were staring at Nieli. "Originally, I was respectful towards Lord Patriarch and wanted to hand the solution to the problem to you. However, Patriarch has treated me so well that I have no choice but to consider my own safety. I hope that Patriarch can forgive me," Nieli said, cupping his hands. Sikong Hongyue, who was sitting beside him, had her brows tightly knitted. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint it. "Flowery words. Do you think that I'll believe you just because you said that?" Sikong said, coldly laughing. "I know that Patriarch Sikong might not believe me, but I have a way to prove it. The problem of the silver-winged family requires 76 herbs to be mixed together. Only by taking it for 49 days will it take effect. The body's rejection is extremely painful, but I have a way to alleviate it. Patriarch Sikong, you can give it a try." Nieli's right hand moved and took out a bunch of herbs from his interspatial ring. "This is Tianfang grass. I believe that Patriarch Sikong knows about it. It doesn't have any poison and can alleviate Lord Patriarch's pain. Patriarch Sikong, take it and give it a try." After speaking, Nieli threw the herb over. Sikong Yi grabbed the herb with his right hand and caught it. He lowered his head and looked at it. It's indeed Tianfang grass. Although Tianfang grass doesn't grow in this dimension, when a silver-winged family came to this dimension, they brought a lot of medical books with them. There are still records of Tianfang grass in them. If what Nieli took out was a herb that he doesn't know about, he definitely wouldn't try it. However, this is the Tianfang grass that he's familiar with. It doesn't have any poison. Seeing Sikong Yi's hesitation, Nieli continued to add fuel to the fire and said, "From Patriarch Sikong's expression, Patriarch Sikong's body is already nearing the end of its life. Even if you have the cultivation of legend rank, so what? After death, you'll only be a skeleton. Sikong coldly snorted, waved his hand, and ordered the servants to brew the medicine and said, "If you can't cure my illness, then don't blame me for being impolite." A moment later, the servants came up with a bowl of medicine. After he received it, he raised his head and drank it. Suddenly, Sikong Yi's face turned extremely ugly. "Father!" Sikong Honyue cried out anxiously. Her body suddenly released an awe-inspiring killing intent, and a long sword in her hand was placed on Nye Li's neck. "If anything happens to my father, I'll bury you with him." After a brief moment, Sikong Yi breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. He felt that all the pores on his body had relaxed. The pain that he had been suffering from for a long time had also lessened by a lot. He never thought that this unremarkable Tianfeng grass would have such an effect. Sikong Yi waved his hand and said to Sikong Honyue, "Honyue, step down." Sikong Honyue looked at Sikong Yi, kept her long sword, and retreated to the side. Sikong Yi coldly said, "Since you have the solution, why aren't you handing it over? I can spare your life." Hearing Sikong Yi's words, Nye Li laughed and said, "Since Lord Clan Leader knows the benefits of the Tianfeng grass, then you should believe it. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Lord Clan Leader, do you think that I will just hand over the prescription? If Lord Clan Leader goes back on his words, wouldn't I be dead? What's more, many of the herbs in the prescription can only be gathered in the outside world. Young man, are you sure you want to go against me to the end?" Sikong Yi looked at Nye Li coldly. "I have thousands of ways to torture you to make you tell me the prescription." "Ha ha," Nye Li laughed. "Lord Clan Leader, you're old and muddled. At most, I'll just die. If you insist on forcing me, if I change one of the herbs, do you think you can still live?" Nye Li and Sikong Yi coldly stared at each other, their eyes revealing sharpness. After a brief moment, Sikong Yi suddenly laughed and said, "Nephew Leijua has guts. I was only testing Nephew earlier. Nephew is indeed a descendant of a Silverlit family. I feel gratified that the Silverlit family has a descendant." Hearing Sikong Yi's words, Nye Li inwardly scolded him as an old fox. His face revealed a smile and said, "Uncle must be joking. The reason why my Silverlit family researched this prescription, isn't it to present it to the Silverwing family? In order to cure Uncle's illness, this junior is willing to risk his life. This is all of the Tianfeng grass that I have. It can alleviate Uncle's illness for a few months." Nye Li waved his right hand, and, through the Tianfeng grass, Sikong Yi received the Tianfeng grass and kept it without anyone noticing. He nodded his head and said, "Nephew is considerate. From now on, the territory of the Silver-Winged family will be Nephew's home. Nephew can go wherever you want. No one will care about you. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask." Chapter 143. "Thank you, Uncle." Nye Li nodded his head, but the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. This old fox must feel that he's profited after obtaining so much Tianfeng grass. Although the Tianfeng grass isn't poisonous, after using it, it will form a dependence. In other words, once the Tianfeng grass is used up, Sikong Yi will disregard everything to search for more Tianfeng grass. Nye Li indeed has a method to treat Sikong Yi. However, Nye Li understands that a tyrannical person like Sikong Yi would still be afraid of Nye Li before he recovers. But once he recovers, Nye Li would lose the means to control him. "Servants, prepare a banquet. I want to prepare a banquet to welcome Nephew Leijua." Sikong Yi shouted. Nye Li's heart slightly moved. "Ninger, Lu Piao, and the rest are still outside. How should I contact them? If Ninger and the rest see that he hasn't returned and come up the mountain, they might meet with misfortune." Although he knows that it's not good to have too many people here, Nye Li still decided to bring them over. At most, he'll find a way to deal with Sikong Yi in the future. "Lord Patriarch, I still have to make a trip down the mountain. My friends are still waiting for me there." Nye Li said to Sikong Yi. "Oh, friends?" Sikong Yi's brows twitched. With a thought, he smiled. "Nephew's friends are also our friends. I'll immediately send someone to receive them. Although personally, If my friends were to clash with Uncle's men, it would be troublesome. Nieli said. Sure, then let Hongyue accompany you. Sikong said. With Sikong Hongyue's strength, she can completely suppress the 5-star silver rank Nieli. Accompanied by Sikong Hongyue, Nieli went down the mountain and met up with Xiao Ninger and the others. Nieli, you're finally back. You haven't come back for so long. We were worried to death. We were ready to go up the mountain to look for you. Lu Piao said with a sigh of relief. Nieli and Xiao Ning looked at each other. Nieli said, After I went up the mountain, I didn't expect to meet an uncle. Before the Age of Darkness, the Silver Wing family and our Silverlet family were friends. When did Nieli become a member of the Silverlet family? Dowsett and the others glanced at the girl behind Nieli and immediately understood something. Xiao Ninger and the others quickly understood. After all, they were a group of smart people. How could they not know that Nieli was reminding them? The one that everyone was most worried about was Lu Piao. Sikong Hongyue's faint eyes were observing the reactions of Dowsett and the others. Her gaze fell onto Lu Piao's body. Lu Piao's reaction was a little strange. Lu Piao was obviously stunned for a moment. She stared at Sikong Hongyue. Xiao Shui used her arm to nudge Lu Piao. Lu Piao suddenly woke up. Her eyes lit up and said, Nieli, who's this girl? That figure, she's hot. So it turns out that he was just looking at me lecherously. Sikong Hongyue furrowed her brows. Lu Piao, you better restrain yourself. This is my big sister, Nieli hurriedly said. He felt slightly relieved in his heart. Lu Piao, this brat is still meticulous. I'm sorry, I forgot myself. Sister, what's your name? Lu Piao lecherously looked at Sikong Hongyue and said with a thick face, letting him act as a lecherous ghost is also his own performance. No one could see any flaws. Sikong Hongyue said with a cold expression. If it wasn't for the Silver Wing family needing Nieli's help, she wouldn't even bother to look at him. Lu Piao, you dare to flirt in front of me? You're courting death. Xiao Shui gave Lu Piao a knock on her head. Lu Piao instantly wailed, held her head, and squatted down. Sikong Hongyue completely ignored their actions. She turned her head and walked away, saying, Let's go. Everyone followed behind Sikong Hongyue. Nieli purposely slowed down and communicated with everyone with his eyes. If they were to whisper, they wouldn't be able to hide it from a 5-star gold rank expert like Sikong Hongyue. Silver Wing family. On top of the huge trees palace, there were hundreds of people sitting in the hall. The banquet was filled with people drinking wine. Nephew, come. I'll give you another toast. Sikong raised his wine cup and loudly said, This is Nephew Lei Zhua of the Silverlet family. In the future, he will be a VIP in my Silver Wing family's territory. No matter where he goes, no one is to stop him. If he has any requests, do your best to satisfy them. Hearing Sikong Yi's words, the people of the Silver Wing family looked at each other. They were sizing up Nieli. They have no idea who Nieli is, to be able to receive such attention from the patriarch. Sikong Yi's gaze swept across Dowsett and the rest. Dowsett and the rest couldn't help feeling a trace of pressure. After arriving here, they have already found out everything from Nieli. In their hearts, they have a deep fear for Sikong Yi. Furthermore, Sikong Yi is a legend rank expert. Everyone here is a good friend of Nephew Lei Zhua. Naturally, you're also a VIP in my Silver Wing family. Treat this place as your own home. No need to be so courteous. Sikong Yi said, laughing. Thank you, Patriarch. Dowsett and the rest immediately raised their cups. The only one that can remain calm under Sikong Yi's gaze is probably Nieli. Even Xiao Ninger has a slightly nervous appearance. Nieli secretly pinched Xiao Ninger's palm, hinting for her to relax a little. Suddenly, another burst of whipping sounds resounded. Everyone's gaze was attracted by the youth tied to the pillar in the corner of the hall. That youth has been tortured until now, and the rest of the people in the hall seemed to be used to it. They laughed in a low voice and didn't care about it all. Who is he? Xiao Ninger couldn't bear it, and asked Nieli in a low voice. He's from the Silver Wing family. Nieli told Xiao Ninger about the youth's background in a low voice. His parents are dead? He's being tortured and whipped. How pitiful. Xiao Ninger lowered her head and said in a low voice. Nieli looked into the distance. The youth's eyes were filled with unyielding and hatred. The black wings on his back were bound by iron chains. This youth's talent should be pretty good. However, if Nieli wants to save him, he'll have to take a huge risk. After all, that youth is a thorn in Sikong Yi's side. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Nieli's mind. Got it. After a few cups of wine, Nieli said to the slightly tipsy Sikong, Uncle, I have a request. I wonder if Uncle can agree to it. What's the matter? Nephew, feel free to speak. Sikong Yi laughed. I want that person, Nieli said, pointing at the youth that was tied up. A ray of light shot out from Sikong Yi's eyes as he stared at Nieli. What do you want that person for? That youth is a traitor of the silver-winged family. Nieli and Sikong Yi looked at each other without any fear. He lightly smiled and said, I know that this person is a thorn in Uncle's side, a traitor of the silver-winged family. Uncle wants to get rid of him as soon as possible, but Uncle has been tying him up here and constantly whipping him. This is to warn the other members of the family. However, I've thought of a better use. What use? Sikong Yi calmly drank a cup of wine. To test the medicine, Nieli said, although I have a certain amount of confidence in curing Uncle's illness, I don't have enough ingredients. Many of the ingredients can only be found outside. If I make 1 or 2 wrong ingredients and fail to cure Uncle's illness, I'm afraid that I won't be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, I need someone to test the medicine and let him make a final contribution to the silver-winged family. Sikong Yi stared at Nieli as if he was trying to see through Nieli. Nieli calmly drank a cup of wine, looking as if he didn't care about it. Sure, then let him test the medicine for nephew. Sikong Yi lightly said. In the territory of the silver-winged family, he doesn't believe that Nieli can run anywhere. There's one more thing. Nieli lightly smiled and said, speaking of which, I have some selfish motives. I discovered that Uncle's territory is rich in blood crystals. Can you give me some? It's just blood crystals. I have a lot of them here. Nephew can take them. Sikong Yi's right hand knocked on the table. If nephew is unable to concoct the medicine in 1 or 2 months, it's impossible to concoct the antidote in 1 or 2 months, but I can concoct some medicine that can alleviate Uncle's illness. Nieli immediately said, it can allow Uncle's cultivation to recover and ease the pain. Hearing Nieli's words, Sikong Yi was a little angry in his heart. However, he could only agree. It's not realistic to expect Nieli to hand over the antidote. If it can alleviate the pain, then it's still acceptable. After all, Sikong Yi's cultivation is the silver-winged family's biggest reliance. Recently, Sikong Yi's illness has worsened, causing several hostile families to make their moves. All right, then I'll have to trouble nephew. Sikong Yi said, nodding his head. The corner of Nieli's mouth slightly smiled. It's impossible for Sikong Yi to make him hand over the antidote. Sikong Yi probably won't let him leave safely. However, now that he has the means to keep Sikong Yi in check, he doesn't have to worry. Nieli continued to say, Uncle, if we want to concoct the antidote, I'm afraid that we'll have to leave this dimension and head to the outside world. The outside world? At this moment, even Sikong Yi had a trace of hesitation in his heart. Nieli said, we don't necessarily have to move the entire family. We only need to send a few people to gather herbs. But we don't know how to leave this dimension. Ever since our ancestors came here, they have never left, said Sikong Yi. In a wilderness far away, there's a teleportation array. However, to activate it, we need 23 stones of light. As long as we can find the stones of light, we'll be able to leave, said Nieli. He handed the matter of finding the stones of light to Sikong Yi. For the sake of curing the illness, Sikong Yi probably won't back down. Hearing Nieli's words, Sikong Yi pondered a while. Even if the teleportation array is activated, they can destroy it at any time. Sikong Yi nodded his head and said, all right, leave this matter to me. Chapter 144. Nieli and Bunch were placed in a yard. Outside the yard, there are many guards. Although they say that it's to protect Nieli and Bunch's safety, it's actually to monitor them. Nieli, now that we're in here, I'm afraid that it'll be hard for us to get out. Dowsett looked at Nieli with worry in his eyes. Since I can come in, I also have a way to get out. Nieli lightly smiled. It'd be weird if such a small territory of the silver-winged family could trap him. Nieli has at least a dozen ways to escape without anyone noticing. However, the silver-winged family still has a certain value. Sikong Yi is also helping them search for the Stones of Light. Before he squeezes out all the value of the silver-winged family, Nieli isn't willing to leave. Xiaoninger and Bunch are very confident in Nieli. After hearing Nieli's words, they felt relieved. Nieli and Bunch are concentrating on their training in the yard. Xiaoninger and Bunch have already started a breakthrough to gold rank. After experiencing the danger earlier, they urgently want to increase their strength. Go in. Several guards escorted the young man into the yard. Young Master Lei, we've sent this traitor over. The leader of the guard said. The young man's upper body was naked. His entire body was tied up in chains. His cultivation was also suppressed by the seal on his stomach. You've worked hard. These are some high-grade elixirs. Don't stand on ceremony. Nieli's right hand moved and passed a few elixirs to the leader of the guards. The leader of the guards took the elixirs and smelled them. Instantly, he revealed an ecstatic expression and respectfully said, Young Master Lei is too polite. Please be careful. This traitor has the strength of a 3-star gold rank. Nieli laughed and said, You guys tied him up so tightly and even used a seal to suppress his strength. Don't worry. Then we'll go back first. The guards respectfully retreated. Although the young man's entire body was tied up, he still had a proud and unyielding expression on his face. He only glanced at Nieli before turning his head away and remaining silent. Before he came, he had already heard that Nieli was going to use him to test the medicine. Nieli looked into the eyes of this youth. His eyes were filled with hatred. If he had the slightest chance, he wouldn't hesitate to destroy the entire silver-winged family. What's your name? Nieli asked the young man. The young man looked at Nieli with some doubt and said proudly, Duan Jian. Nieli sat on the chair and said after a long silence, If I gave you a chance to take revenge, what would you do? Duan Jian blankly looked at Nieli. He couldn't understand why Nieli would suddenly say such words. I'm not a member of the silver-winged family, nor do I have any good impression of the silver-winged family. Nieli shrugged. A cold light flashed through Duan Jian's dim eyes, and then he said, If I'm given such a chance, I'm willing to swear on my dead parents that I'll be loyal to you for my entire life, and I'll never betray you. You're the one who said it. Nieli's brows twitched. He could feel that the pair of black wings on Duan Jian's back contained endless power. In the future, follow me. I promise you that I'll take revenge for your parents. Duan Jian knelt down. His eyes were filled with unyielding hatred, like a volcano that was about to erupt. He took a deep breath and said, As long as you give me 10 years, I'll definitely take the head of that old bastard, Sikong Yi. If you can help me, I, Duan Jian, swear that I'll serve you as my master and be loyal to you for my entire life and never betray you. If I go against this oath, I'm willing to suffer the wrath of the heavens. On Duan Jian's body, he carried a blood feud. There were countless times when he thought of death, but he endured it. He was like an injured beast, waiting for the silver-winged family's counterattack at any time. Nieli looked at Duan Jian, passed an elixir to Duan Jian, and said, Eat this. Duan Jian did not hesitate and swallowed the elixir. You're not afraid that I'll use this elixir to poison you to death. Nieli calmly looked at Duan Jian. Duan Jian proudly raised his head and said, If you want me to die, I definitely won't be able to live. From today onwards, this life of mine, Duan Jian, is yours. If you want it, take it. Even if he's a prisoner, Duan Jian still has his pride. If it wasn't for Nieli saying that he'll give him a chance to take revenge, he definitely wouldn't submit to anyone. Nieli still remembers the fearless and arrogant expression in his eyes when he was being whipped. Such a person, if he's sincere, would definitely not betray him. Nieli lowered his head, looked at Duan Jian, and said, I have a method that can let you become a super expert, or even an existence that surpasses legend rank. However, you'll have to suffer a lot of torture and pain. Are you willing to do it? Haven't I, Duan Jian, suffered enough torture and pain in my life? That old fox, Sikong want me to submit, but that's absolutely impossible. Pain and torture will only make me stronger. Even though Duan Jian was bound by chains and his cultivation base was sealed, his body still exuded an indomitable aura. Nieli moved his right hand, and a few thin needles appeared in his hand. He said, "Your body contains the Black Dragon's bloodline. I can stimulate the Black Dragon's bloodline in your body. As a descendant of the Dragon Clan, once the bloodline is stimulated, you will at least reach the legend rank." "You're saying that you can make me a legend rank powerhouse?" Duan Jian's body trembled, and he looked at Nieli with a little disbelief. "That's right. The power of the dragon's bloodline isn't that simple. Even the weakest member of the Dragon Clan can match a legend rank powerhouse. However, you'll have to endure 10 days of inhuman torture. After enduring this inhuman torture, your physical strength will reach the legend rank. However, it will still be far from a true legend rank. Before your strength reaches a sufficient level, you'll have to endure it," said Nieli. "Don't say 10 days. I can even endure 10 years. Duan Jian said resolutely. "Don't make your decision too early." Nieli looked at Duan Jian and said. In the end, he still decided to help Duan Jian. Duan Jian was a person who valued friendship and righteousness, while Sikong, he wasn't a good person. Duan Jian knelt in front of Nieli, raised his head, and puffed out his chest. "Come on, take these elixirs first. These elixirs will help you recover your strength. Once you've recovered, we'll start," said Nieli as he handed some elixirs to Duan Jian. Duan Jian opened his mouth and swallowed them. Then, he closed his eyes and began to refine them. Soon, he felt a lot more energetic. Nieli began to perform acupuncture on Duan Jian. Soon, fine needles were inserted into Duan Jian's body. More than 30 acupuncture points on his body were all inserted with fine needles. Although it was painful at first, Duan Jian only frowned. However, when Nieli inserted the 36th needle, Duan Jian's entire face was distorted. Duan Jian let out a miserable scream that was filled with endless pain. At this moment, his entire body looked like it was on fire, emitting surging heat waves. The dragon blood in his body had started to be stimulated. That pained voice spread out from the courtyard. The guards outside the courtyard couldn't help looking at each other in dismay. Duan Jian's painful voice caused them to feel a chill down their spines. They all knew about Duan Jian. Although he was a traitor and was spurned by the entire family, when did they ever hear Duan Jian groan when he was being whipped day and night? In fact, they admired Duan Jian in their hearts. Who could be fearless under such torture and not lower their head? But now, Duan Jian only went in for a few minutes and already let out such a miserable scream. One could imagine what kind of pain Duan Jian was experiencing. "I never expected that young Master Leijua, who's cultured and refined, would be so terrifying when he tortures others." The guards felt their scalps going numb. Their hearts were slightly trembling. They didn't even dare to think about the process of testing medicine. Silver-winged family's patriarch's courtyard, Lord Patriarch, that young Master Leijua has started to test the medicine. "I heard that Duan Jian was tortured miserably. We've been whipping that kid for so long, and he didn't even groan." But when he entered young Master Lei's courtyard, his miserable scream could be heard from miles away. Sikong Yi's brows slightly twitched. He never thought that Leijua would have such a method. If this method was used to extort a confession, it would definitely be very effective. Sikong Hanyua looked at Sikong Yi and said, "Father, I've thought about it when I returned. I feel that Leijua's identity is a little suspicious." Sikong Yi shook his head and said, "This is no longer important. It doesn't matter if he's from the Silverlet family or not. Since he can cure our Silver-winged family's illness, we have to keep him alive. At the very least, we have to get the complete prescription from his mouth before we kill him." Sikong Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. Sikong Hanyue nodded her head. Inside the courtyard, "Nieli, what did you do to him? You couldn't have really used him to test the medicine, right?" Daozit said with a little pity as he looked at Duan Jian, who was rolling on the ground and struggling under the chains. Xiao Ninger didn't believe that Nieli would really use such inhuman methods to deal with Duan Jian. I've given him an opportunity. As for how far he can go, that will depend on his own luck. Nieli said, let's not blame him and continue to train. Give him an opportunity? Douse it. Xiao Ninger and Bunch understood a little. Although they sympathized with Duan Jian, they didn't say anything. Everyone returned to their own rooms and began to concentrate on training. Very quickly, Sikong Yi sent people over to deliver a large amount of blood crystals. After Nieli refined the blood crystals, he distributed them to everyone. Everyone began to frantically absorb the soul force contained within the blood crystals, concentrating on training. The soul force contained within the blood crystals constantly rose and was absorbed into their soul realm. Time quickly passed. On the third day, Xiao Ninger, who trained in the lightning dragon technique, was the first to step into gold rank. In the following days, the rest also began to advance. The effect of the blood crystals is quite obvious. Chapter 145. In Nieli's view, bronze and silver rank are easy to break through. Although the difficulty of breaking through to gold rank is slightly higher, it's not an insurmountable threshold. With the cultivation technique practiced by Ning, and the rest, breaking through to gold rank is a piece of cake. As long as they accumulate enough soul force, they can easily break through. As for Nieli himself, because he practices the heavenly god cultivation technique, the difficulty of breaking through is several times higher than others. However, although it's several times harder, it's still not that difficult. Constantly absorbing the blood crystal's soul force and refining it into his own, his soul realm continued to expand, and his soul force felt like it was full. However, Nieli did not immediately attempt to break through to gold rank. Instead, he continued to compress the soul force in his soul realm into a small area and continued to absorb the soul force from the blood crystals. 1 fold of soul force, 2 folds of soul force, 3 folds of soul force after consuming more than 10 blood crystals. His soul realm was able to contain 7 folds of soul force. Finally, Nieli's soul realm reached its limit. Done. Nieli suddenly opened his eyes. The soul force in his soul realm violently surged and madly surged towards every part of Nieli's body. Boom, boom, boom. Like a surging tide, it's out of control. The aura on Nieli's body suddenly increased by several folds, reaching 1-star gold rank. Although it's only 1-star gold rank, with Nieli's experience from his previous life, an ordinary gold rank expert might not be Nieli's opponent. Nieli felt the soul force in his body. In the depths of his soul realm, the sprout slowly grew and turned into a long vine. It split into 2 branches, one connected to the Fang Panda and the other to the Shadow Devil. The Fang Panda and the Shadow Devil slowly curled up like 2 fruits on the vine, constantly absorbing nutrients from the vine. Nieli can feel that the Fang Panda and the Shadow Devil are undergoing some sort of bizarre transformation. This bizarre change caused even Nieli to click his tongue in wonder. This was the first time he discovered that the soul force in his soul realm could take on such a substantial form. Looks like my understanding of soul force is still not good enough. Nieli quickly concealed the aura on his body. Although he has reached 1-star gold rank, the aura on his body is still silver rank. With Nieli's ability to conceal his strength, even Sikong, he might not be able to sense Nieli's true strength. By the time Nieli had finished adjusting his breathing, 10 days had already passed. Duan Jian's screams had finally subsided. In the end, there was no more sound. Nieli and the others appeared one after another, looking at Duan Jian, who was lying quietly on the ground. Dowsit and the rest could feel that Duan Jian's aura was getting weaker and weaker, gradually disappearing. Xiao Ning, Lu Piao and the rest were a little flustered. Duan Jian wouldn't have died just like that, right? Only Nieli was quietly looking at Duan Jian, who was lying quietly on the ground. If Duan Jian can pull through, then he'll have the chance to become a peerless expert. If he can't, then after a long time, Duan Jian's aura was getting weaker and weaker, almost disappearing. However, suddenly, thump thump, thump thump muffled sounds came from Duan Jian's body. This muffled sound was his heartbeat. That strong and powerful voice seemed to be able to collapse the walls next to them. Immediately after, a majestic aura spread out with Duan Jin's body as the center. This aura made Xiaoning, and the rest feel a trace of pressure. What a strong power! Nieli could feel the majestic power flowing in Duan Jin's body, and the wings on his back became stronger. With a bang, the black gold chains binding Duan Jin's body shattered. Roar! Duan Jin let out a furious roar, like a dragon's roar. What kind of terrifying monster is this? Lu Piao looked at Duan Jin in fear. She didn't expect that Duan Jin, who was about to die, would suddenly become so strong. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of aura were released from Duan Jin's body. His body slowly floated up, shrouded in a faint black light. His expression was arrogant, as if he was looking down on the common people. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing Nieli and the others, he slowly floated down. The power of the black dragon's blood was indeed strong, causing Duan Jin's physical strength to reach a very shocking level. Experts below the legend rank could not even cause any damage to his physical body. Duan Jin's figure was slightly taller than Nieli and the others. His expression was firm, and his eyebrows were sharp like swords. Although his hair was a little messy, it could not conceal his outstanding temperament. Duan Jin's originally chaotic eyes gradually became clear and spirited. At this moment, he seemed to have just understood the changes in his body. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes as he stared at Nieli in front of him. Daozit and Lu Piao frowned slightly. Duan Jin's strength was far stronger than theirs, which made them feel a little threatened. Therefore, they subconsciously walked to Nieli's side, ready to deal with Duan Jin's attack at any time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Duan Jin, who was standing in front of Nieli, suddenly knelt on one knee and solemnly said, "I thank Master for giving Duan Jin a new life. From today onwards, Duan Jin's life is Master's. If Master wants me to live, I'll live. If Master wants me to die, I'll die." Duan Jin's voice was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. In fact, with Duan Jin's current strength, he could go back on his words. It wouldn't be difficult for him to escape from the Silver Wing family. However, Duan Jin did not choose to escape. Instead, he chose to lower his prideful head. When his parents died, Duan Jin had been living in pain. He was tortured by the Silver Wing family. It was Nieli that made him an expert, saved him from the sea of bitterness, and, at the same time, gave him a trace of hope to take revenge for his parents. Nieli's kindness to him was the same as giving him a new life. I really didn't misjudge him, thought Nieli in his heart. Duan Jin is indeed a sentimental person. From this moment onwards, Nieli knows that Duan Jin has truly given his heart. The strength of your physical body isn't inferior to a legend rank expert. However, you're still not a match for a real legend rank expert. Therefore, you can't reveal your strength. Nieli looked at Duan Jin and said, "Tie the black gold chains back." "Yes, Master." Duan Jin nodded his head. His eyes flashed with the flames of hatred. In his lifetime, he must personally take the head of that old bastard Sikong Yi. However, he also understands that he still has to endure. He has already endured for a long time. This isn't the time. Nieli looked at Duan Jin's abdomen. The seal on Duan Jin's abdomen has completely shattered. Nieli gathered a trace of soul force in his hands and pointed at Duan Jin's abdomen, leaving a mark on Duan Jin's abdomen. He then tied a new set of black gold chains on him. Although he was tied up tightly, Duan Jin could easily break free from the chains if he were to encounter any situation. There's no doubt about Duan Jin's loyalty. With a fierce general like Duan Jin under him, Nieli is also very happy. Aside from the strength of his physical body, Duan Jin's strength should be close to a black gold rank expert under the stimulation of the dragon's blood. While Nieli, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest were chatting, Duan Jin quietly sat by the side, quietly training. "Nieli, after refining so many blood crystals, we've already reached gold rank." Daozit said to Nieli. The process of breaking through was much easier than they imagined. Yeah, you guys continue to train and consolidate your cultivation. I'll go out for a walk and observe the silver-winged family. Once we get the stones of light, we'll leave this place," said Nyeli. Now that everything is ready, they're only waiting for Sikong Yi's stones of light. Okay. Dowsett nodded his head. Nyeli, do you want me to go with you? Xiao Ning looked at Nyeli and asked. Nyeli shook his head and said, "No need, you stay here. It'll be inconvenient if there are too many people." Okay. Xiao Ning nodded her head. Although she's a little worried, she still chose to listen to Nyeli. Duan Jin sent Nyeli off with his eyes. He understands Nyeli's position in the silver-winged family. As long as he's in the silver-winged family's territory, Nyeli doesn't have to worry about encountering any danger. All of the silver-winged family's buildings are hidden in the huge trees. Furthermore, they're rearing many thunderbirds. The security is very tight. Occasionally, there would be some flying demon beasts attacking the territory, but they were all chased away by the dense crossbow bolts. It can be seen that the silver-winged family isn't living comfortably in this dimension. They're living under the threat of demon beasts every day. When Nyeli was walking in the silver-winged family's territory, several gold rank guards of the silver-winged family were monitoring him from afar. Although Nyeli was a little unhappy, he could only endure it. After all, this is their territory. Gradually, Nyeli arrived at the blood crystals mining area. Everywhere there were slaves in chains. They wore tattered clothes and were arduously collecting the blood crystals. If there's a slight delay in their movements, the guards would immediately swing their whips and ruthlessly whip them. With a pa sound, their skin would be split open. On a rock, Sikong Hongyue, who was wearing tight leather armor and had a voluptuous figure, stood there with a whip in her hand. Her eyes were filled with indifference. She's already used to the scene in front of her. Not far away, there was a tall youth wearing golden armor. He would occasionally look at Sikong Hongyue. Just at this moment, an old man fell in front of the tall young man due to exhaustion. The tall young man's expression immediately turned gloomy. "Trash, you can't even do such a simple thing." The tall youth waved his whip and ruthlessly lashed it towards the old man. With a pa sound, a bloody mark appeared on the old man's body. The old man painfully groaned and tried his best to get up. However, when he was halfway up, due to his weakness, he staggered and fell on the ground again. "Useless old thing." The young man lashed out with his whip again. Chapter 146. Stop hitting my grandfather. A 15 to 16-year-old youth wearing tattered clothes pounced on the old man. "Little bastard, you're courting death." The youth coldly snorted as he swung his whip down. With a pa sound, the youth's back was drenched in blood. Although he had been whipped, the young man was unusually determined and only let out a muffled groan. "Child, don't bother about me." The old man's voice was hoarse. His turbid eyes were filled with tears as he tried to push the youth away. "No." The youth firmly shook his head. "Your bones are pretty tough." A trace of malevolence flashed across the youth's eyes as he sneered and swung his whip again. Sikong Hongyue only glanced at the youth and ignored him. Nyeli frowned. These people from the Silver-Wing family are really inhumane. They even beat an old man and a 15 to 16-year-old child. Seeing that the young man's whip was about to strike again, Nyeli suddenly dashed forward and grabbed the young man's whip with a pa sound. The youth pulled the whip, but it didn't budge. He coldly glanced at Nyeli and said, "Who are you? Let go." Nyeli's attire is still pretty good. Before he can confirm Nyeli's identity, he doesn't dare to act rashly. "I'm Lei Zhua, a guest of the Silver-Wing family. They're just an old man and a child. Why are you so angry?" Nyeli glanced at the grandfather and grandson duo on the ground and slightly frowned. Lei Zhua, he suddenly had an impression of him. The youth glanced at Sikong Hongyue and saw Sikong Hongyue walking over. Both parties exchanged glances. Sikong Shou coldly snorted and said, "Young Master Lei, I'm Sikong Shou from the Silver-Wing family's branch family. I hope that young Master Lei won't interfere in this matter." Sikong Hongyue solemnly said, "Sikong Shou, don't be rude. Young Master Lei is an important guest of our Silver-Wing family." "Yes." Sikong Shou slightly bowed and retreated to the side. "Greetings, Miss Hongyue." Nyeli greeted her. In his heart, he did not have any good impression of this young girl, only disgust. Sikong Hongwe glanced at Nieli and said, "Mr. Lei, this blood crystal mine is an important area of my silver-winged family. If you delay the harvest here, I'm afraid it won't be good for you. These people are just some lowly slaves. Why does Mr. Lei have to stand up for them?" When Sikong Hongwe spoke, there was not a trace of emotion. "This woman is simply inhumane, but I didn't see it before. Miss Hongwe, may I take this young man away?" Nieli looked at Sikong Hongwe and asked. Sikong Hongwe frowned and shook her head. "Everyone in this mine is marked as a slave. As long as they run a kilometer away from the mine, their bodies will explode and they will die. These people are from opposing families. How can my silver-winged family not be on guard?" Bloodmark? Li's heart trembled. He never thought that the silver-winged family's methods would be so vicious. Once the bloodmark is marked, unless one's cultivation breaks through to gold rank, they will never be able to remove it. Every night, they will be tortured. Once they are a kilometer away from the caster, they will definitely die. Looking at the grandfather and grandson lying on the ground, Nieli sighed in his heart. "Child, I'm afraid I can't save you." Sikong Hongye's lips slightly curled. She seemed to be disdainful towards Nieli's compassion. Nieli walked towards the grandfather and grandson and squatted down in front of them. The young man raised his head. Although his clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dirt, he still had a pretty face. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. "What's your name?" Nieli looked at him and asked. Seeing Nieli's luxurious clothes, he snorted and turned his head away. Although Nieli stopped the youth that whipped them, in the young man's eyes, Nieli is also in cahoots with the silver-winged family. Looking at the stubborn face of the young man, Nieli condensed a trace of soul force in his right hand and quickly pointed it at the center of the young man's brows. He sighed in his heart. "I have no way to save you. Everything depends on you. I hope that these sufferings will be able to make you successful." After injecting his soul force into the young man's forehead, Nieli stood up. Although Sikong Hongye and the rest saw Nieli's actions, they didn't understand what Nieli was doing. In that instant, Nieli injected a cultivation technique with a trace of soul force into the young man's forehead. As for the future of the young man, it's no longer something that Nieli can control. Nieli stood up, looked at Sikong Sho and said, "Earlier on, I have offended you. I hope that brother can forgive me. These are few elixirs for brother. I hope that brother will not make things difficult for this grandfather and grandson pair in the future." Sikong Sho never thought that Nieli would take the initiative to apologize. He took the elixirs from Nieli and smelled them. His eyes lit up and said, "What is young Master Lei saying? Since young Master Lei has already said so, then I won't make things difficult for them. Then I'll take my leave first." Nieli slightly cupped his hands. There are too many injustices in this world, and Nieli can't handle them all by himself. He could only sigh and turn around to leave. After a while, the young man finally understood what Nieli gave him. When he saw Nieli apologizing to Sikong Sho and giving him elixirs, he finally understood. However, when he raised his head, he only saw Nieli's back as he left. He carefully recalled how Nieli looked like when he looked at him and deeply imprinted Nieli's face in his mind. It wasn't until they were far away that Nieli punched the trunk of a nearby tree. His heart was filled with an indescribable resentment. Although he really wants to do something, the current him doesn't have the ability to do so. I'm afraid that there's no need for the silver-winged family to continue existing. Nieli's eyes flashed with killing intent. Nieli walked in front of a tree and took out a bottle of demon blood from his interspatial ring. He quickly drew a complicated inscription pattern. After the inscription pattern was formed, it quickly disappeared into the tree trunk. Even if some powerful experts were to come, they wouldn't be able to find out that Nieli has done something to the tree trunk. Wandering around the silver-winged family's territory, Nieli would quickly leave inscription patterns on the tree trunk whenever there's no one around. For more than 10 days, the tree trunks in the silver-winged family's territory were filled with inscription patterns left behind by Nieli. On this day, in the courtyard's garden, Nieli, I've cultivated the lightning-winged dragon technique to this point. How should I interpret the phrase dragon's roar? Xiao Ning, asked with a serious expression. She's sitting cross-legged on a rock with several blood crystals floating around her. She's constantly absorbing soul force from them. She's wearing tight training clothes, looking very lovely. Dragon's Roar's roar refers to the 6 acupoints of the human body. These 6 acupoints are hidden under the normal acupoints of the human body, making them extremely hard to detect. Nellie explained in detail. Where are the 6 hidden acupoints? Xiaoning, Er's face was filled with doubt. Why has she never heard of these 6 acupoints before? Even if I tell you the 6 acupoints, I'm afraid that it'll be extremely hard to find them. Let me help you point them out. Nellie walked in front of Xiaoning condensed a trace of soul force, and pointed it at Xiaoning Er's forehead. That trace of soul force entered Xiaoning Er's body. Ling Ting is hidden about an inch below the shunting acupoint of the human body. Nieli slowly explained. Xiaoning raised her head to look at Nieli. She felt the trace of soul force move through her body, and she suddenly became a bit absent-minded. Just like that, she listened to Nieli slowly explain. It's really good. Xiaoning Er's face was already flushed red, making her even more alluring. Shun Fu is an inch beside the Shun Fu acupoint. Nieli's gaze fell on Xiaoning Er's chest, and he immediately became a bit embarrassed. Where's that? Xiaoning Er's face was red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. It's just a little bit below where I used the Daoyin technique on you before. Nieli scratched his head and said. Xiaoning didn't say anything, and the atmosphere between the two of them became a bit charming. The two of them couldn't help but recall the scene from before. At this moment, Lu Piao hurriedly ran in. Nieli, seeing this scene, Lu Piao stared blankly for a moment before quickly saying, If there's nothing else, I'll go out first. You guys continue. Nieli hurriedly called out, Lu Piao, what happened? He inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Sikong, he sent someone over to pass on a message that the stones of light have been found. Lu Piao laughed mischievously. Although she didn't know what Nieli and Xiaoning were doing just now, seeing Xiaoning shy appearance, she guessed that Nieli was being a hoodlum to Xiaoning Amazing! Lu Piao secretly gave him a thumbs up. Lu Piao must have misunderstood. Nieli pretended that he didn't see anything and said, You guys stay here first. I'll go take a look. With the stones of light, they can leave this place anytime. In the palace Sikong, Yi's hearty laughter rang out. Nephew, I've already found the stones of light for you. Furthermore, there are over 60 of them. Help me? You should be helping yourself, right? Nieli inwardly thought in his heart. He smiled and said, Uncle has worked hard. With these stones of light, we can go to the outside world. As long as we find the rest of the herbs, we'll be able to make the antidote for Uncle. Sikongi rolled his eyes and said, Why don't you tell me what herbs you need to find? I'll send someone to find them. After you treat my injuries, I'll send you off. How about it? Or else, it's not bad for nephew to stay in my silver wing family. Although my Hong Yu is older than you by 3 years, her appearance is outstanding. She's gentle and dignified. Her talent is also pretty good. If Hong Yu is married to you, it can be considered as resolving one of this old man's worries. Outstanding appearance, not bad. Gentle and dignified? Nieli coldly laughed in his heart. Even if such a woman was given to him, he wouldn't want her. He knows that Sikong this old fox, won't let him leave so easily. Sikong definitely knows that once he leaves this dimension, he can forget about keeping Nieli in check. Chapter 147. The previous chapter was updated incorrectly and has been corrected. Everyone read according to the order. Sikong Ju and the rest frowned for a moment. They still didn't understand what Nieli's words meant. Only a series of banging sounds could be heard. Roar! The muscles on Duan Jin's body bulged, and the black gold chains that bound him broke one by one. Seeing this scene, the faces of Sikong Ju and the rest changed. Just what kind of strength is needed to break free from the black gold chains? Just what is going on here? Sikong Ju suddenly understood something and said in a deep voice, Quickly kill him. The 3 gold rank experts at the side instantly rushed forward, waving the sharp swords in their hands and slashing towards Duan Jian. The sharp swords cut through the air, emitting a series of whistling sounds. Kill. The three gold rank experts all emitted a piercingly cold, murderous aura. Ding, ding, ding. The three swords simultaneously slashed onto Duan Jin's body, but only produced the sound of metal clashing. Unexpectedly, they didn't cause any damage to Duan Jin, not even leaving a trace of blood. How is this possible? How can this little bastard's body be so strong? Sikong-ju and the rest couldn't help but cry out. However, Nelly only faintly smiled. Duan Jin's body contains the dragon's blood. The dragon race is the race with the strongest physical body. It's countless times harder than tempered steel. It's simply impossible for a few gold rank experts to injure Duan Jin's body. Duan Jin's eyes suddenly emitted a ray of unswerving determination. His right hand grabbed onto the sword of one of the gold rank experts, pulled it over, and punched out. Boom! A powerful force, with Duan Jin's fist as the center, exploded in all directions. That gold rank expert's abdomen was hit, causing his entire face to distort. With a bang, he flew back a few hundred meters and heavily landed on the ground. From the looks of it, he won't be able to survive. Originally, in Sikong-ju's eyes, he was just a rabbit waiting to be slaughtered. However, in the blink of an eye, he became a ferocious tiger. All of this must be related to Nyeli. Mr. Lei, what is the meaning of this? Sikong-ju glared at Nyeli. Nyeli shrugged and said, "What's the point of asking me? Right now, it's the Duan Jin who's looking for revenge. What does that have to do with me?" Sikong-ju unsheathed his greatsword. He felt an intense sense of crisis. The strength that Duan Jin displayed was too frightening. Pung pung pung. Duan Jin was engaged in a chaotic battle with two gold rank experts. When the gold rank experts' attacks landed on his body, they couldn't cause any harm to him. However, his fists and kicks, even if he only used 30% of his strength, were enough to cause a gold rank expert to suffer. Boom! Duan Jin punched out again, sending one of the gold rank experts flying. There's still three left. Duan Jin's gaze coldly stared at the remaining three, especially Sikong-ju. Earlier, Sikong-ju stepped on his face and cursed his mother. In his heart, his mother is his reverse scale. All of you must die. He recalled the days when his parents brought him to hide from place to place. Those days, although they were in danger every day, they were so nostalgic. Until the arrival of the Silver-Winged family. He had to watch his parents commit suicide in front of him, begging them to let him go. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was something that others couldn't understand. In his heart, his parents will always be the most noble existences. After experiencing so much pain and torture, being spurned by the Silver-Winged family, enduring the ridicule of everyone, he still endured and continued to live an ignoble life, all for the sake of taking revenge on them one day. Duan Jin's eyes were crimson red, like a ferocious beast. Looking at Duan Jin's eyes, Sikong-ju felt fear. He never imagined that Duan Jin, who was chained up, would suddenly break free and turn into a man-eating beast. He could imagine how terrifying Duan Jin, who had been tortured and humiliated for so long, would be when he takes revenge. "Let's kill him together," Sikong-ju furiously roared. When Sikong-ju's voice fell, the two gold rank experts beside him suddenly leaped up and pounced towards Duan Jin. Just as the two gold rank experts soared into the air, Sikong-ju immediately broke into a run. Boom, boom, boom. Duan Jin and the two gold rank experts clashed. Just when Sikong-ju ran a few hundred meters away, he saw Nyeli blocking his path. Sikong-ju coldly stared at Nyeli, waving his sword and slashing towards Nyeli. "Lejua, you're courting death. I don't want to fight with you. I only want to get justice for Duan Jin." Nyeli's body quickly changed, turning into a fang panda. He opened his mouth and spat out black and white balls of light. The black and white balls of light intertwined in the sky, flying towards Sikong-ju. Sikong-ju was shocked. It has been many years since they last fought with a demon spiritualist. The energy contained within the black and white balls of light caused him to feel fear. Ju hurriedly dodged. Boom! The black and white balls of light collided with each other, creating a powerful shockwave. Ju was sent flying, only stopping a few dozen meters away, looking a little miserable. He never thought that Nieli would be so powerful. Ju was shocked. He has always been tricked by Nieli. How could Nieli be a silver rank? He's obviously a gold rank demon spiritualist. At this moment, two muffled sounds came, followed by the sound of bones shattering. The two gold rank experts were sent flying by Duan Jian. They won't be able to survive. After killing the two gold rank experts, Duan Jian landed in front of Ju. Ju looked at Duan Jian, who was calmly walking towards him. His heart was filled with despair. Duan Jian is simply like a monster. His strength is too frightening. It's not something that he can withstand. Although Duan Jian's footsteps were calm, every step he took would cause cracks to appear on the ground. The current him is like a volcano that's about to erupt, filled with frightening strength. You shouldn't have insulted my mother. Duan Jian's voice was so cold. It's as if it came from hell. So sorry. Let me go, Ju said in horror as he retreated. Do you think that I'll let you go? Duan Jian coldly stared at Ju and continued to walk forward. All the strength in his body was gathered on his arms. Both of his arms were emitting explosive sounds. Seeing that Duan Jian was only a few dozen meters away from him, Ju's expression suddenly became ferocious. He picked up 6 unpurified blood crystals and swallowed them. Roar! Ju's body continued to expand. Under the power of the blood crystals, the muscles on his body continued to expand. His height also increased by several times. Puff! Puff! The clothes on his body were torn apart. The power of 6 unpurified blood crystals. Even if it's given to a legend rank expert, they wouldn't be able to refine it in a short period of time. Not to mention, Ju is only a 5-star gold rank expert. Ju's body was filled with raging power. He threw a punch towards Duan Jian. Although he's facing Ju, who's several times bigger than him, Duan Jian didn't have the slightest fear. He waved his fist and punched towards Ju. Boom! The fists collided with each other. A majestic power swept out from the point of collision. Boom! The ground within a radius of several hundred meters exploded. How can this be? Ju was incomparably terrified. Even if he swallowed 6 blood crystals, causing his strength to reach the pinnacle, even if his meridians were about to explode from the terrifying power, he still couldn't suppress Duan Jian's power. Boom! 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 Duan Jian suddenly soared into the sky and violently beat up Ju. The huge Ju was like a rubber ball being kicked in the sky. He was knocked here and there before fiercely crashing into the ground. Boom! A large crater was smashed into the ground by Ju's body. Seeing Duan Jian falling like a meteor, Ju condensed all of his power into his right fist and fiercely punched out, smashing into Duan Jian's abdomen. Duan Jian was sent flying, tumbling a few times in the air before landing on the ground. This is the first time that Ju has caused harm to Duan Jian. Boom! Duan Jian, who just landed on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He leaped up, raised his right leg, and fiercely smashed it towards Ju. Ju was so frightened that he immediately rolled to the side. Boom! Duan Jian's right leg landed on the ground, instantly creating a crater with a radius of several tens of meters. What kind of terrifying power is this? Ju was so frightened that his face turned pale. Duan Jian is simply not human. His physical strength is comparable to a legend rank expert. The power of the 6 blood crystals has already gone out of control and heavily injured his meridians. If he doesn't leave now, it will be too late. Ju jumped up and madly ran away. He clutched his chest. His injuries are extremely serious, making him look like a stray dog. Want to run? It's not that easy. Duan Jian stared at Ju's back. That is the enemy that forced his parents to their deaths. How can he let him run away? Under the stimulation of his anger, The dragon blood hidden within his body began to stir. Raging black dragon flame. Duan Jin opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of black flames that turned into an incomparably large black dragon and smashed down toward Sikong-ju. Ah! Sikong-ju miserably screamed as he was annihilated by the black flames. Boom! 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 The black flames continued to explode. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was smashed into pieces, forming a large crater on the ground. Raging black dragon flame? Nieli did not expect that Duan Jin would be able to comprehend a dragon's battle technique in this kind of situation. The might of the raging black dragon flame is several times stronger than his Yin-Yang blast. Seeing his enemy being annihilated by the raging black dragon flame, Duan Jin knelt on the ground in exhaustion. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he cried like a child. The humiliation that he had endured for so long was finally released at this moment. Through his tears, he could vaguely see his kind mother and gentle father. They stretched out their hands and pulled him as they ran through the wilderness. Father, mother, Duan Jin sobbed as he reached out his hands to grab them. However, his father and mother's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 148. There was an error in the previous chapter, but it has been corrected. Everyone read it in order. Sikong-ju and the rest frowned their brows. They still didn't understand what Niel Li's words meant. All they could hear was a series of banging sounds. Roar! The muscles on Duan Jin's body bulged, and the black gold chains binding him broke one by one. Seeing this scene, the faces of Sikong-ju and the rest changed. Just what kind of strength is needed to break free from the black gold chains? Just what is going on here? Sikong-ju suddenly understood something and shouted, "Quickly kill him!" The 3 gold rank experts by his side instantly rushed forward, waving the sharp swords in their hands and slashing towards Duan Jin. The sharp swords sliced through the air, emitting a whistling sound. Kill! The 3 gold rank experts exuded a biting, cold, murderous aura. Ding! 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 The 3 sharp swords slashed onto Duan Jin's body at the same time, but only produced the sound of metal clashing. They didn't cause any damage to Duan Jin at all, not even leaving a trace of blood. How is this possible? How can this little bastard's body be so strong? Sikong-ju and the rest couldn't help but cry out. Nieli faintly smiled. Duan Jin's body contains the dragon's blood. The dragon race is the race with the strongest physical body. It's several times harder than tempered steel. It's impossible for a few gold rank experts to injure Duan Jin's body. Duan Jin's eyes suddenly shot out a ray of unswerving determination. His right hand grabbed onto the sword of one of the gold rank experts, pulled it over, and punched out. Boom! With Duan Jin's fist as the center, a powerful force exploded out in all directions. That gold rank expert's abdomen suffered a punch, causing his face to distort. With a bang, he flew back a few hundred meters and heavily fell on the ground. From the looks of it, he won't be able to survive. Originally, in Sikong-ju's eyes, he was just a rabbit waiting to be slaughtered. However, in a blink of an eye, he became a ferocious tiger. All of this must be related to Nieli. Mr. Lei, what is the meaning of this? Sikong-ju glared at Nieli. Nieli shrugged and said, "What's the point of asking me? Right now, it's Duan Jin who's looking for you for revenge. What does that have to do with me?" Sikong-ju unsheathed his greatsword. He felt an intense sense of crisis. The strength that Duan Jin displayed was too frightening. Pung! Pung! Duan Jin was in a chaotic battle with 2 gold rank experts. When the gold rank experts' attacks landed on his body, they couldn't do any damage to him. However, his punches and kicks, even if he only used 30% of his strength, were enough to make a gold rank expert suffer. Boom! Duan Jin punched out again, sending one of the gold rank masters flying. There's still 3 left. Duan Jin's gaze coldly stared at the remaining 3, especially Sikong-ju. Just a moment ago, Sikong-ju stepped on his face and cursed his mother. In his heart, his mother is his reverse scale. All of you must die. He recalled the days when his parents brought him to hide. Although those days were filled with danger every day, he still cherished those days. Until the arrival of the Silver-Winged family. He had to watch his parents commit suicide in front of him, begging them to let him go. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was something that others couldn't understand. In his heart, his parents will always be the most noble existences. After experiencing so much pain and torture, being spurned by the Silver-Winged family, enduring the ridicule of everyone, he still endured and continued to live an ignoble life, all for the sake of taking revenge on them one day. Duan Jian's eyes were crimson red, like a ferocious beast. Looking at Duan Jian's eyes, Sikong Ju felt fear. He never imagined that Duan Jian, who was chained up, would suddenly break free and turn into a man-eating beast. He could imagine how terrifying Duan Jian, who had been tortured for so long, would be when he takes revenge. Let's kill him together. Sikong Ju furiously roared. When Sikong Ju's voice fell, the two gold rank experts beside him suddenly leaped up and pounced towards Duan Jian. Just as the two gold rank experts soared into the air, Sikong Ju immediately started to run outside. Boom, boom, boom. Duan Jian and the two gold rank experts clashed. Just when Sikong Ju ran a few hundred meters away, he saw Nyeli blocking in front of him. Sikong Ju coldly stared at Nyeli, waving his sword and slashing towards Nyeli. Lejua, you're courting death. I don't want to fight with you. I only want to seek justice for Duan Jian. Nyeli's body quickly changed, turning into a fang panda. He opened his mouth and spat out black and white balls of light. The black and white balls of light intertwined in the sky, flying towards Sikong Ju. Sikong Ju was shocked. It has been many years since they last fought with a demon spiritualist. The energy contained within the black and white balls of light made him feel fear. Sikong Ju hurriedly dodged. Boom! The black and white balls of light collided with each other, creating a powerful shockwave. Sikong Ju was sent flying, only stopping a few dozen meters away, looking a little miserable. He never thought that Nyeli would be so powerful. Sikong Ju was shocked. He has always been tricked by Nyeli. How could Nyeli be a silver rank? He's obviously a gold rank demon spiritualist. At this moment, two muffled sounds could be heard, followed by the sound of bones breaking. The two gold rank experts were sent flying by Duan Jian. They won't be able to survive. After killing the two gold rank experts, Duan Jian landed in front of Sikong Ju. Sikong Ju looked at Duan Jian, who was calmly walking towards him. His heart was filled with despair. Duan Jian is simply like a monster. His strength is too frightening. It's not something that he can withstand. Although Duan Jian's footsteps were calm, every step he took would cause cracks to appear on the ground. The current him is like a volcano that's about to erupt, filled with frightening strength. You shouldn't have insulted my mother. Duan Jian's voice was so cold. It's as if it came from hell. So sorry. Let me go, Sikong Ju said in horror as he retreated. Do you think that I'll let you go? Duan Jian coldly stared at Sikong Ju and continued to walk forward. All the strength in his body was gathered on his arms. Both of his arms were emitting explosive sounds. Seeing that Duan Jian was only a few dozen meters away from him, Sikong Ju's expression suddenly became ferocious. He picked up 6 unpurified blood crystals and swallowed them. Roar! Sikong Ju's body continued to expand. Under the power of the blood crystals, the muscles in his body continued to expand. His height also increased by several times. Puff! Puff! The clothes on his body were torn apart. The power of 6 unpurified blood crystals, even if it's given to a legend rank expert, they wouldn't be able to refine it in a short period of time. Not to mention Sikong Ju, who's only a 5-star gold rank expert. Sikong Ju's body was filled with raging power. He threw a punch towards Duan Jian. Although he's facing Sikong Ju, who's several times bigger than him, Duan Jian didn't have the slightest fear. He waved his fist and punched towards Sikong Ju. Boom! The fists collided with each other. A boundless power swept out from the point of collision. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the ground within a radius of several hundred meters exploded. How can this be? Ju was incomparably terrified. Even if he swallowed 6 blood crystals, causing his strength to reach the pinnacle, even if his meridians were about to explode from the terrifying power, he still couldn't suppress Duan Jian's power. Boom! 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 Duan Jian suddenly soared into the sky and violently beat up Ju. The huge Ju was like a rubber ball being kicked in the sky. He was knocked here and there before fiercely crashing into the ground. Boom! A large crater was smashed into the ground by Ju's body. Seeing Duan Jian falling like a meteor, Ju gathered all his power into his right fist and fiercely punched out, smashing into Duan Jian's abdomen. Duan Jian was sent flying, tumbling a few times in the air before landing on the ground. This is the first time Ju has caused harm to Duan Jian. Boom! Duan Jian, who had just landed on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He leaped up, raised his right leg, and fiercely smashed it towards Ju. Ju was so frightened that he immediately rolled to the side. Boom! Duan Jian's right leg landed on the ground, instantly creating a crater with a radius of several dozen meters. What kind of terrifying power is this? Ju was so frightened that his face turned pale. Duan Jian is simply not human. His physical strength is comparable to a legend rank expert. The power of the 6 blood crystals has already gone out of control and heavily injured his meridians. If he doesn't leave now, it will be too late. Ju jumped up and madly ran away. He clutched his chest. His injuries are extremely serious, making him look like a stray dog. Want to run? It's not that easy. Duan Jian stared at Ju's back. That is the enemy that forced his parents to their deaths. How can he let him run away? Under the stimulation of his anger, the dragon blood hidden within his body began to stir. Raging black dragon flame. Duan Jian opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of black flames that turned into an incomparably large black dragon and smashed down toward Ju. Ju miserably screamed as he was annihilated by the black flames. Boom! 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 The black flames continued to explode. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was smashed into pieces, forming a large crater in the ground. Raging black dragon flame? Nieli did not expect that Duan Jian would be able to comprehend a dragon's battle technique in this kind of situation. The might of this raging black dragon flame is several times stronger than his Yin-Yang blast. Seeing his enemy being annihilated by the raging black dragon flame, Duan Jian knelt on the ground in exhaustion. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he cried like a child. The humiliation that he had endured for so long was finally released at this moment. Through his tears, he could vaguely see his kind mother and gentle father. They stretched out their hands and pulled him as they ran through the wilderness. "Father, mother," Duan Jian sobbed as he reached out his hands to grab them. However, his father and mother's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 149. The contents of the first 147 chapters were sent wrongly, and Qijian website has corrected it. The rest of the content is too slow to be corrected. Nieli stood there silently. In his previous life, he had also experienced the grief of losing his parents, so he could empathize with Duan Jian's feelings. Duan Jian was still very strong. After a moment, he wiped away his tears and stood up. He knelt in front of Nieli on one knee and looked firmly at Nieli. Duan Jian is at master's command at all times. His thoughts were very simple. Nieli gave him hope for revenge. From now on, Nieli was his god. No matter what Nieli asked him to do, he would not back down even half a step. Nieli searched the nearby ground and found a lost interspatial ring. He swept his gaze over the interspatial ring. Aside from the 50 stones of light, there were also various weapons, armors, herbs, ores, and so on. It was a dazzling array. What made Nieli feel a little surprised was that there was also several years' worth of food inside. With the Stone of Light, they could leave this place at any time. He also took out the interspatial rings of the remaining 4 gold rank experts. Although they weren't as plentiful as Ju's interspatial ring, they still weren't lacking. 10 days later, we'll wreak havoc in the silver-winged family and bring back Nanger, Lu Piao, and the rest. Nieli looked at the distant mountains at the end of the wasteland and asked, Duan Jian, do you know the situation of the families in the mountains? Reporting to Master, there are a total of 13 aristocratic families here, and their relationships are intricate and complicated. There were alliances between the various aristocratic families, but there were also deep grudges between them. Among them, the three strongest families are the Silver-Winged family, Divine Flames family, and Ashwolf family. These three families all have a legend rank expert overseeing them. As for the remaining families, most of them only have black gold rank experts. However, for them to be able to establish themselves in the mountains, they more or less have some methods. Aside from these 13 families, there are also many villages deep in the mountains. The strongest people in these villages are usually only at the gold rank. The residents of these villages often have to pay tribute, otherwise they will be taken away and become slaves of the 13 families, Duan Jian said. 3 legend rank experts and a large number of black gold rank experts. He never thought that there would be so many experts in this dimensional space. However, due to the lack of demon spirits, it's hard for the legend rank experts here to find a suitable demon spirit to integrate with. Therefore, most of them are legend rank fighters and not legend rank demon spiritualists. Their strength is definitely inferior to Yemo. These clans had occupied the mountains and declared themselves kings. Without anyone to restrain them, they would definitely run amok. Nieli looked at Duan Jian and asked, Among the 13 families, which one is the most righteous? Reporting to Master, among the 13 families, the Divine Flames family is the most righteous. The Divine Flames family's strength is only second to the Silver-Winged family. The Silver-Winged family has always wanted to annex the other families. The Divine Flames family gathered the other 4 families to fight against them, causing the Silver-Winged family to not dare to act rashly. As for the other 13 families, they have a trading town. Originally, there was no one managing it, and it was extremely chaotic. The big shots of the various families gathered together to discuss. That old bastard Sikong, he wanted to obtain the jurisdiction of this town. But unexpectedly, the other 11 families all agreed to hand over the jurisdiction to the Divine Flames family. That's because these 11 families all believe that only the Divine Flames family can be impartial, Duan Jian continued. Town? Nieli's brows twitched and said, There's still 9 days before the agreed time. Why don't you go take a look? Who knows, we might find something. Duan Jian hurriedly said, Absolutely not. There are many eyes and ears of the various families there. There will definitely be a lot of people from the Silver-Winged family there. If we appear there, in a few hours, the news will reach the ears of that old thief Sikongi. You don't have to worry about this. Nieli smiled. He took out something and smeared it on his face. Soon, his face completely changed into another person. Duan Jian looked at Nieli in shock. He was stunned for a long time. You tried too. Nieli threw the cloud mud that he specially made to Duan Jian. Duan Jian also tried using it, and soon he turned into an ugly, burly man. Ha! Seeing Duan Jian's appearance, Nieli couldn't help finding it funny. This is the first time Duan Jian used the cloud mud. He's still not very familiar with it, but it's barely enough. Duan Jian looked a little awkward. He quickly disposed of the corpses of the Silver-Winged family members. Whoosh, 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 the 2 of them flew up. Under Duan Jian's lead, Nieli went straight to the town where the 13 families were trading. It's hard to imagine that in this forest where demon beasts wreak havoc, there's actually such a bustling market. This market stretches for a few miles. There are many buildings built with thick wooden sticks, as well as guard towers and so on. Many people dressed in plain clothes set up stalls in the open space, trading various items. Sounds of hawking and bargaining could be heard. Aside from the 13 families, there are also residents from various villages. The people in the town are all skinny and malnourished. From Duan Jian's words, there's a shortage of food here. The 13 families are still fine. They can barely maintain their family's necessities. However, the residents of the villages outside are more depressed. Most of the meat of the demon beasts in this dimension is filled with a sour smell and can't be eaten. The few demon beasts that can be eaten have been hunted to a very small number. The source of food is mostly from the wild fruits and fungi in the mountains. Food is the most valuable thing here. With regards to food, Nelly has no interest at all. Although Glory City is surrounded by demon beasts, the amount of demon beasts that are hunted every day can't be finished. Not to mention, there's still a large area of land that can be used for farming. Before coming to this dimension, Nelly already brought 2 years' worth of rations in his interspatial ring. Adding the interspatial rings of the 5 gold rank experts that he just obtained, just the amount of rations he has is unimaginable. Aside from food, there are some other things that made Nieli's heart move. An unrefined blood crystal can be exchanged for a small piece of meat. A dragon's soul stone can be exchanged for a small bag of food. Do they know how precious these things are? Needless to say about the blood crystal, if the dragon's soul stone is embedded into a weapon, it can increase the weapon's strength by several folds. This kind of thing is extremely rare outside, but here it's everywhere. There are already several stalls that are trading this kind of thing. When Duan Jian saw Nieli excitedly holding onto a piece of dragon's soul stone, he said, "In this mountain range, there are many mines that produce all kinds of ores. Ores like this are all very common." This kind of ore is very common? Nieli held onto a piece of dragon's soul stone and asked, "Do you know what this ore is used for? If you refine this ore and make it into an arrowhead, it's extremely lethal to demon beasts. The arrows of various aristocratic families are all made with this kind of ore." Duan Jian said, "However, this arrowhead melts the moment it enters the demon beast's body, so the consumption is very large. Make it into an arrowhead as a one-time use item? Nieli simply doesn't know how to describe it. This is simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Duan Jian, give me 1,000 pieces of blood crystal, 1,000 pieces of dragon soul stone, and these kinds of ores." Nieli didn't hesitate to take out an interspatial ring filled with food and handed it to Duan Jian for Duan Jian to exchange. Nieli continued to search these stalls with a curious mentality. Finally, his gaze fell on an item in one of the stalls. This is a strange item. It's a ball-shaped object, similar to a soul puppet, with a complex metal structure. It can be seen that it was made by a master, but as for what this thing is used for, even Nieli can't tell. The seller of this item is an old man wearing tattered clothes. He looks haggard and thin, and his turbid eyes don't have a trace of spirit. There are only a few items in the stall. Nieli reached out and picked up the ball-shaped object. Inside the metal structure, there is a sparkling and translucent crystal. Within the crystal, there are strands of ice and snow that are constantly changing into various shapes. When Nieli saw this scene, he was immediately shocked. This should be the legendary ice snow spirit pearl. "Young master, this is my family's ancestral treasure. It has been passed down for more than 500 years. If it weren't for the fact that my family has declined, I wouldn't be willing to sell it," the old man said with a hoarse and weak voice. "How much is this item?" Nieli asked. The old man thought for a moment and said, 5 bags of rations, and I'll sell it to you." "What? 5 bags of rations?" Nieli's voice suddenly went a few octaves higher. "What kind of joke is this? 5 bags of rations to buy a blizzard spirit pearl? This is one of the 9 great spiritual pearls, the blizzard spirit pearl. With the blizzard spirit pearl, a snow wind demon spiritualist will have soul force that is several times stronger than their own. Furthermore, all snow wind combat skills will be increased by several folds. This is simply a godly item. 5 bags of rations is too expensive? How about 3 bags of rations?" The old man looked at Nieli in fear. Obviously, he was frightened by Nieli's expression. Cough, cough. Nieli dryly coughed. After thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. After the Age of Darkness, many of the uses of treasures have been completely lost. Although this item is passed down from their ancestors, this old man probably doesn't even know what this blizzard spirit pearl is used for, let alone its value. If one can't even eat their fill, what's the use of guarding the ancestors' item? The old man looked at Nieli a little helplessly and said, "Then 2 bags of rations, no less. Nieli looked at the old man. Things that are too expensive are probably useless to the old man. What they need the most is still rations. 20 bags of rations and 5 pounds of meat. I'll give them all to you. Nieli moved his right hand and took out the items. There's too much for the old man to carry back. After seeing these items, the old man went into a daze for a moment. Both of his eyes flashed with tears. He faced Nieli and kowtowed several times. Chapter 150. The old man's family has already reached the end of the line. However, there's nothing left in the house that can be sold. He has no idea what this blizzard spiritual pearl is used for. It has been placed here for dozens of days, but no one has bought it. There are still 2 grandsons waiting to be fed at home. The old man doesn't know what to do. He originally thought that if this pearl could be sold for 2 or 3 bags of food, it would be pretty good. He never thought that Nieli would give him so many things. Old man, I'm taking advantage of you by using so many things to exchange for this pearl. If you have any requests, you can tell me. Nieli also wants to give a few precious things. However, Nieli understands that if he gives something too precious, it will bring disaster to the old man. I don't know what this is. To be able to exchange for so much food, it is already a gift from the heavens. We don't have any more requests. The old man kowtowed a few more times. 2 skinny youths walked to the old man's side. Dainu, Erniu, quickly kowtowed to our benefactor. The old man hurriedly said to the 2 youths behind him. The 2 youths didn't say anything and directly kowtowed a few times. Nieli sighed in his heart. He took out 5 bags of food and a few pieces of meat from his interspatial ring and placed them on the stall. Only then did he store the blizzard spiritual pearl into his interspatial ring and left. Seeing the pile of food on the stall, the old man's tears fell like rain. He trembled and said, "May the heavens bless this benefactor with fairness and health." When some of the stall owners saw this scene, they all had envious expressions on their faces. Although they're envious of those old men's rations, they don't dare to do anything. After all, this town is managed by the Divine Flames family. They don't dare to cause trouble here. After strolling around the town a few times, Duan Jian quickly exchanged for a lot of blood crystals and dragon soul stones. These dragon's soul stones are for you. Nieli picked up a few dragon soul stones, passed them to Duan Jian, and said, "The dragon's soul stone is extremely beneficial for those with a dragon's bloodline body. It can greatly refine your soul force. When the time comes, I'll help you find a dragon clan's demon spirit, and you can become a demon spiritualist." Demon spirits of the dragon clan are hard to find. However, there's nothing that can be done about it. Because of Duan Jian's physique, he can only adapt to demon spirits of the dragon clan. "Thank you, Master," Duan Jian said respectfully. Nieli plundered quite a few good things along the way. Gradually, he arrived in front of a huge shop. The 2 big words "Divine Flame" were written on the top of the shop. It was quite imposing. There were all kinds of customers coming and going at the door. Nieli's heart stirred. "Let's go in and take a look." Nieli was a little curious about the Divine Flames family. If the Divine Flames family is really like what Duan Jian said, he might be able to establish a connection with the Divine Flames family. This shop has a total of 7 floors. The first floor sells all kinds of ordinary herbs, ores, weapons, and other miscellaneous items. Nieli has no interest in any of them. He brought Duan Jian to the second floor. The second floor sells all kinds of martial arts, cultivation techniques, and books. Along the way, the items on the first 5 floors were only SOSO in Nieli's eyes. Although he found some things, he didn't really care about them. On the 6th floor, Nieli stopped in front of a huge sword. This huge sword is completely black. Occasionally, it would burst out with black flames. A blazing aura blew towards him. Seeing Nieli stopping in front of the huge sword, a slightly fat, middle-aged man walked over. He had a smile on his face and said, "Forged from black flame gold, extremely sharp, able to cut through iron like mud. At the same time, embedded with a flame crystal containing the power of fire. When the sword slashes out, it will have a flame effect that can burn the opponent. You have a good eye. What's the price of this sword? We only accept bartering. It depends on what you are willing to exchange." The fat, middle-aged man lightly smiled. Nieli pondered for a moment. What he has the most in his hands is elixirs. Therefore, he took out a soul-concentrating pill and threw it to the fat man. How about this? Previously, Nearly only casually gave out soul-nurturing pills. But now, in order to exchange for this huge sword, Nearly took out a soul-concentrating pill that's one level higher than the soul-concentrating pill. The fat middle-aged man took the pill and sniffed it. His eyes lit up and said, "Good stuff, it's actually a soul-concentrating pill." In the Age of Darkness, alchemists suffered heavy casualties. There aren't many of them left. Alchemists that can refine soul-concentrating pills are extremely rare. This fat middle-aged man only took a sniff, and he already knows that it's a soul-concentrating pill. He's indeed an expert. The fat middle-aged man went silent for a moment and said, "If you want to exchange for this black flame sword, just this alone isn't enough. You need at least 200 soul-concentrating pills to match the value of the black flame sword." Nieli doesn't think that one soul-concentrating pill is enough to exchange for the black flame sword. 200 pills is also lower than Nieli's estimation. In Nieli's heart, it's 1,000 pills. Here are 200 soul-concentrating pills. Nieli took out 2 bottles of soul-concentrating pills from his interspatial ring and threw it to the fat middle-aged man. He never thought that Nieli wouldn't even bargain and casually threw out 200 soul-concentrating pills. These 200 soul-concentrating pills are enough to create a few experts for the Divine Flames family. Many 5-star silver and 5-star gold rank experts would have a higher chance of breaking through with the soul-concentrating pills. Elixirs can, at most, be preserved for 100 years before they become unusable. Furthermore, the number of alchemists is very little. Therefore, every family in the Abyss prison is in desperate need of elixirs, especially high-quality elixirs like the soul-concentrating pill. As for the Black Flame Sword, almost everyone who escaped into the Abyss prison during the Age of Darkness brought many interspatial rings with them. There are countless treasures inside, many of which were passed down. The Black Flame Sword is just an ordinary item. Nieli took down the Black Flame Sword, threw it to Duan Jian, and said, "This sword is for you." The Black Flame Sword is just right for Duan Jian, who possesses the Black Dragon's blood. Otherwise, Nieli wouldn't have chosen it out of all the treasures. After receiving the sword, Duan Jian was stunned for a moment. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he deeply looked at Nieli's back figure as he turned around. From his interactions with Duan Jian, Nieli can feel that Duan Jian is a person who knows how to repay kindness. Therefore, he wasn't stingy towards Duan Jian. After the fat middle-aged man kept the elixirs, he followed beside Nieli with a flattering smile on his face and said, "Excuse me, are you an alchemist?" Nieli took a glance at the fat middle-aged man, slightly nodded his head and said, "That's right." The fat middle-aged man's eyes instantly lit up. He became even more humble and said, "My name is Li Fu. May I know your name? Which family are you working for?" "I don't belong to any family. As for my name, I don't think there's a need for you to know." Nieli lightly glanced at Li Fu and said. Li Fu didn't mind Nieli's attitude at all. The value of an alchemist is unimaginable. It's normal for Nieli to be a little arrogant. Li Fu slightly bowed beside Nieli and said, "Lord Alchemist, our Divine Flames family has been wanting to hire an alchemist. If you are willing to join our Divine Flames family, I can pass on any request you have to our patriarch. Forget about joining your family. I'm not willing to be restricted. However, cooperation is not impossible." Nieli naturally wouldn't say anything. The reason why he used the soul-concentrating elixir to exchange for the Black Flame Sword was because he had some intentions. He never thought that Li Fu would take the bait so quickly. "Cooperation? That's fine. I wonder how you are going to cooperate. We can provide you with a large amount of alchemy ingredients." From Li Fu's point of view, what an alchemist lacks the most is alchemy ingredients. Nieli glanced at Li Fu and said, "I don't lack alchemy ingredients. As for how to cooperate, I haven't thought of it yet. Today, I'm only here to take a look and buy a few things that I like." Hearing Nieli's words, a trace of disappointment flashed across Li Fu's eyes. Nieli doesn't lack alchemy ingredients. He hasn't even thought of a way to cooperate yet. He's probably just being perfunctory. Nieli walked straight ahead. Along the way, all sorts of treasures couldn't attract Nieli's attention anymore. Continuing up, Nieli reached the 7th floor. The 7th floor was heavily guarded. In front of every item, there were fully armed guards. Generally, people without status weren't allowed to go up to the 7th floor. Since Nieli is an alchemist, when Nieli came up, Li Fu didn't stop him. Nieli strolled around the 7th floor for a while. There were many things on this floor that were more precious than the 6th floor. Basically, they were all rare treasures passed down from before the Age of Darkness. Many of them made Nieli's heart palpitate. While Nieli was looking at the treasures, Li Fu quietly retreated. Of course, Nieli noticed Li Fu's action. However, he didn't say anything and continued to look around. Since he's here, he must buy 1 or 2 things before leaving. Otherwise, it would be too depressing if he entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed. Nieli's gaze fell on a pile of inscription scrolls. They're actually inscription scrolls that contain legendary, forbidden techniques. Counting them, there's a total of 7. Brother, are you interested in these scrolls? A well-dressed youngster walked to the side of Nieli. He looks to be around 16 to 17 years old, wearing embroidered clothes, and has an imposing appearance. This well-dressed youngster should be called over by Li Fu, someone from the Divine Flames family. Not bad. I'm indeed a little interested. Nieli nodded his head, not avoiding the topic. These scrolls are indeed good stuff. However, they're all passed down from before the Age of Darkness. The demon beast blood on them is already very blurry. There are people who tried to use them before, but they're no longer usable. These scrolls have become tasteless, but it's a pity to throw them away. The well-dressed youngster lightly sighed and shook his head. The inscription scrolls passed down from the Age of Darkness, after going through the baptism of time, naturally can't be used anymore. However, one thing to note is that these scrolls contain the blood of legend-rank demon beasts. It won't fade so easily. As long as it's processed, these inscription patterns will once again shine with brilliance. Since they're useless, why don't you sell them to me and let me study them? Nieli smiled. Others can't use them, but that doesn't mean that he can't. Chapter 151. The well-dressed youth looked at Nieli in astonishment. Is Nieli going to buy for research? Inscriptionists nowadays are extremely rare. Not to mention inscriptionists who understand legend-rank inscriptions are even rarer. The well-dressed youth lightly smiled and straightforwardly said, "Since you like it, I'll give it to you." Nieli took a glance at the other party. This youth is indeed someone that grew up in an aristocratic family. His methods are much higher than Li Fu's. If he really accepts these inscription patterns, it'll be hard for him to reject if the well-dressed youth raises any other requests. Nieli shook his head and said, "I don't deserve it. I want it, but I can't just take it for free." Nieli's right hand moved and took out a bottle of elixirs from his interspatial ring. It's a higher grade than the soul concentrating pill, the soul tempering pill. He placed it on the table. "I'll use this bottle of elixirs to exchange with you. How about it?" Nieli calmly looked at the well-dressed youth. The well-dressed youth picked up the bottle and sniffed it. His face slightly changed. He originally thought that no matter what Nieli takes out, he'll reject it. This way, Nieli will owe him a favor and ask for something from Nieli. However, he never imagined that Nieli would take out such a bottle of elixirs. This bottle of elixirs is much more precious than the 2 bottles that Li Fu just received. The significance of this bottle to the family is too great. He can't reject it. The well-dressed youth slightly pondered and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll accept it." He then kept the elixirs. Nieli calmly kept the 7 legend-rank inscription scrolls, lightly smiled and said, "In the future, if I find any treasure that I like, I'll use elixirs to exchange for it. The Divine Flames family won't reject me, right?" "Of course not. You can choose any of the treasures here." The well-dressed youth nodded his head. If he were to reject, then he'd be a fool. After interacting with Nieli, he understood that Nieli isn't someone that can be easily controlled. For an alchemist to be able to be so calm in this abyss prison, he definitely has some means. It's definitely not wrong for the Divine Flames family to have a good relationship with Nieli. Elixirs were consumables. Naturally, the more the better. For the time being, Nearly doesn't want to have too much contact with the Divine Flames family. After all, he doesn't have the qualifications to talk to a family that has a legend rank expert. Establishing a preliminary relationship with them is enough. After collecting these legendary taboo scrolls, Nearly continued to browse through other treasures. Another item caught Nearly's attention. Among so many treasures, there's finally a non-attribute item. Nearly thought to himself, chaos and non-attribute items were the hardest to find. Finally, he found one. It was 3 crystal clear flying daggers. Nearly doesn't know who forged them. There were complex inscription patterns carved on them. These flying daggers should be made from sky crystal. Sky crystal is a non-attribute item. Its killing power is extremely high and can easily break through the opponent's defense. This item can only be activated by non-attribute soul force. Once soul force is injected into it, the flying dagger will become invisible. It's very hard to be detected by soul force. Even a legend rank expert would be killed if they're not careful. It's definitely a good item for killing people when they least expect it. Nearly is almost certain that he must obtain these 3 flying daggers. What's the price of these 3 flying daggers? Nearly looked at the well-dressed youth and asked. A look of hesitation appeared on the well-dressed youth's face as he said, "These 3 flying daggers were passed down from ancient times. They are extremely powerful. Although no one has been able to use them until now, our Divine Flames family does not intend to casually sell them. It's normal for non-attribute items to not be able to be activated by soul force. Treasures also depend on the person." The well-dressed youth said that he's not willing to sell them, so he's probably waiting for the right price. How about 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills? Nearly looked at the well-dressed youth and said, since he has a lot of elixirs, not to mention 10 bottles, even if it's 100 bottles, Nearly wouldn't feel heartache. The well-dressed youth smiled, shook his head, and said, "I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint brother." Nearly frowned his brows. Could it be that the Divine Flames family really isn't going to sell them? 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills should be a huge temptation. To be honest, these 3 flying daggers are made from sky crystal. As for whether or not they're from ancient times, I can't say for sure. However, sky crystal has a special characteristic. It requires non-attribute people to be able to resonate with it. Furthermore, the inscription patterns on these 3 flying daggers are extremely complex. Only those who are familiar with these complex inscription patterns can activate the flying daggers. Non-attribute people are 1 in 1,000, and those who understand such profound inscription patterns are 1 in 10,000. Therefore, keeping these 3 flying daggers for yourself is completely useless. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find a suitable owner even after a few hundred years. Nearly lightly smiled, shook his head, and said. Hearing Nearly's words, the well-dressed youth was slightly stunned. He never thought that Nearly would be so knowledgeable. With just a glance, he was able to identify the material of the flying daggers and the requirements for the user. Sky crystal? The well-dressed youth slightly frowned. He has also heard of the sky crystal before. It's indeed the same as what Nearly described. He only heard from a few of his clansmen that these 3 flying daggers were passed down from ancient times. As for whether it's true or not, no one can say for sure. If it's really the same as what Nearly said, then these 3 flying daggers really don't have any value in their hands. Seeing the hesitation of the well-dressed youth, Nearly lightly smiled and said, "This abyss prison realm is filled with danger. Even if it's the Divine Flames family, they can still encounter unimaginable dangers at any time. Rather than holding a weapon that can't be used, it's more practical to have these soul-tempering pills." The well-dressed youth lightly smiled and said, "Even if I want to sell these 3 flying daggers, 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills are far from enough. It's completely incomparable to their value." Nearly couldn't help but admit that 10 bottles of soul-tempering pills can't be compared to the value of these 3 flying daggers. Just the sky crystal used to forge one of the flying daggers is equivalent to the value of 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills. However, this isn't the case. The Divine Flames family doesn't know the true value of these 3 flying daggers, but the soul-tempering pills are what the Divine Flames family needs. Nieli lightly smiled and said, I wonder how the Divine Flames family intends to exchange for them. The well-dressed youth pondered for a moment and said, How about 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills? 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills. Nieli pretended to be in a difficult position. In reality, Nieli doesn't even need to think about this amount and can directly exchange for it. However, if he's too straightforward, the Divine Flames family might think that the soul-tempering pills are ordinary goods. 100 bottles of soul-tempering pills is too difficult. I don't have that many soul-tempering pills with me anymore. Don't have that many? The well-dressed youth inwardly thought in his heart. It's normal for him to not have that many soul-tempering pills. After all, the ingredients to make the soul-tempering pills are extremely precious. Even in the entire Abyss prison realm, there aren't many of them. Then, how many soul-tempering pills are you willing to offer? The well-dressed youth calmly asked. At most, I can offer 50 bottles. Nieli lightly smiled. 50 bottles is too little. The well-dressed youth shook his head. Since he has already decided to do this business, he naturally has to fight for a good price. I only have a total of 50 bottles of soul-tempering pills with me, Nieli said as he spread his hands. Then we'll use other elixirs to make up for it. We need at least 80 bottles of soul-tempering pills before we're willing to sell these 3 flying knives. The well-dressed youth firmly said. Out of so many treasures, Nieli only chose this attributeless flying knife. This proves that Nieli's soul realm is attributeless. Since that's the case, don't blame him for ripping it off. From the well-dressed youth's point of view, he's ripping off Nieli. However, from Nieli's point of view, this transaction is too worthwhile. I have a type of elixir here, the Scarlet Body Tempering Pill. 2 Scarlet Body Tempering Pills for 1 Soul Tempering Pill. How about it? Nieli said again. Scarlet Body Tempering Pill? The well-dressed youth's eyes lit up. This Scarlet Body Tempering Pill is also a precious elixir. It can greatly increase the physical strength of a martial artist. It's very helpful in increasing a martial artist's cultivation. This body tempering pill is far from being as good as the soul tempering pill. At least 3 body tempering pills for 1 soul tempering pill. The well-dressed youth said. Nieli frowned and pretended to be extremely unwilling. He looked at the 3 flying knives and said, Then let's use 3 body tempering pills to exchange for 1 soul tempering pill. Who asked me to fancy these 3 flying knives? Nieli moved his right hand and took out 50 bottles of soul tempering pills and 90 bottles of scarlet body tempering pills from his interspatial ring and gave them to the well-dressed youth. These are 3 flying knives. Please keep them well. The well-dressed youth passed the 3 flying knives to Nieli. Nieli nodded slightly and put the 3 flying knives into his interspatial ring. The well-dressed youth was secretly overjoyed. He'd made a huge profit from this transaction. These elixirs could definitely greatly increase the strength of the clan. His status in the clan would also rise because of this transaction. Plus, he was already a direct descendant. He should be the best candidate to inherit the clan. The well-dressed youth thought that he had struck it rich, that he had encountered an alchemy master with a lot of money. However, the one who had struck it rich the most was still Nieli. He had only used a few elixirs to exchange for 3 flying daggers forged with divine crystals. My name is Li Hong. How should I address you, brother? If you want to buy anything in the future, you can come here and have Li Fu inform me. The well-dressed youth smiled. Brother Li Hong can call me Nieli. Nieli faintly smiled. Nieli? Li Hong looked at Nieli. He didn't know if the name Nieli was his real name or a pseudonym. I'll come again. Nieli smiled and cupped his hands. I'll take my leave today. All right. Li Hong nodded. Nieli should still be vigilant towards them. If Li Hong forcefully asked him to stay, it would instead make Nieli suspicious. Li Hong sent Nieli and Duan Jian to the door before returning. Master, we use so many precious elixirs to exchange for these things. Will it be a loss? Duan Jian said to Nieli. After all, in the Abyss prison realm, elixirs were very precious. Many treasures could be bought, but elixirs couldn't. Moreover, elixirs were used to increase one's strength. Alas? Nieli laughed. He threw an interspatial ring to Duan Jian and said, "There are 1,000 bottles of various elixirs inside. You can use them as you wish. You can ask me for more when you're done." Chapter 152. 1,000 bottles? Duan Jian was dumbfounded. How can Nieli have so many precious elixirs? Nieli looked at the dumbfounded Duan Jian and couldn't help smiling as he walked forward. They found a hotel in the city and paid for 8 days, a total of 6 bags of food, and stayed there. Now, they just have to wait for the appointed time to wreak havoc in the silver-winged family's territory. Nieli stayed in his room and took out the 2 items that he just bought. 7 legend rank forbidden spell scrolls and the 3 flying knives. He opened one of the legend rank forbidden spell scrolls. The demon blood inscription pattern on it is already blurred, but it still emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. The inscription pattern on the scroll is very complicated. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand it. However, this isn't a problem for Nieli. It's actually a summoning type legend rank forbidden spell. Nieli was startled in his heart. He doesn't know what kind of creature it will summon. In fact, most people don't know that the world that they're in is vast and boundless. The continent that Nieli and Bunch are in is called the Divine Continent. It's one of the 6 continents and belongs to the main world. In the main world, there are many subsidiary worlds, just like the Abyss Prison Realm. The Abyss Prison Realm should be a relatively small world. Some of the worlds are extremely huge and filled with danger. The Abyss demon that attacked the City Lord's mansion was summoned from the Abyss world. The Abyss world is one of the most terrifying and dangerous worlds. Aside from the Abyss world, there's also the Snow Wind world, Lightning world, Lava world, and many more. The main world is filled with dimensional gates that can be used to enter and exit the main world and other worlds. As for summoning type forbidden spells, they summon powerful creatures from these worlds. Most of the creatures will listen to the summoner's command, but there are also some that won't listen to the summoner's command. This will cause a huge disaster, like the Abyss Demon that day. Nieli carefully wiped away the dust on the legend rank forbidden spell scroll. He then found a few herbs, mixed a potion, and slowly smeared it on the inscription patterns on the scroll. What Nieli used was called the cleansing medicine. It could once again stimulate the demonic blood in the legendary forbidden spell scrolls, allowing the demonic blood to once again release great power. A moment later, this legendary forbidden spell scroll was once again renewed, filled with surging power. Nieli continued to deal with the other legendary forbidden skill scrolls. There was only one legendary summoning forbidden skill scroll, and the rest were elemental or functional legendary forbidden skill scrolls. After dealing with these legendary forbidden skill scrolls, Nieli smiled. Even if it was a legendary powerhouse, if he did not have his guard up against Nieli, Nieli could also make the other party suffer. After putting away the legendary forbidden spell scrolls, Nieli continued to observe the 3 flying daggers. The inscription patterns on it are indeed very old, at least 10,000 years ago. Nieli thought to himself. He injected a trace of soul force into the flying dagger. Soon, the patterns on the flying dagger lit up bit by bit. The flying dagger was constantly circulating with power, bringing with it a blazing flame. The power contained in the flying dagger was already stimulated by him. 2 ancient words slowly appeared on the flying dagger. Scarlet Flame. Nieli was still able to recognize these 2 ancient words. After all, the Divine Continent's language had been passed down for a long time. Even if there were some words that Nieli had not seen before, he could still recognize the general meaning. These 3 flying daggers are called Scarlet Flame flying daggers. Nieli injected his soul force into the remaining 2 flying daggers. Scarlet Frost, Scarlet Void. Nieli knew the names of the remaining 2 flying daggers. It turned out that each of the flying daggers had a different name. The Scarlet Flame flying dagger contained a very hot fire attribute energy. The Scarlet Frost flying dagger was filled with a cold frost energy. As for the Scarlet Void, it was the most mysterious. After it was stimulated, its entire body was shrouded in a faintly discernible black smoke. These 3 flying daggers have different attributes. I wonder which master forged them. Nieli inwardly thought to himself. Within the legend rank realm, these 3 flying daggers can definitely be considered as treasures. They were different from the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword didn't belong to this world. As for these 3 flying daggers, they should be forged by the experts of this world. Currently, Nieli could only display less than a 10,000th of the Thunder God's meteorite sword's power. However, Nieli could display at least 60% of the power of these 3 flying daggers. Finally, I have something to rely on. Nieli inwardly thought to himself. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the heavenly god cultivation technique. The 3 flying daggers floated around Nieli. The aura they emitted was getting closer and closer to Nieli's aura. Time passed day by day. Nieli's cultivation had already stabilized at 1-star gold rank. He continued to absorb the soul force from the blood crystal and continued to refine it, slowly charging towards 2-star gold rank. As for Duan Jian, he lived next door to Nieli. He was also concentrating on his cultivation. Every time he finished cultivating, he would open his eyes. After sensing Nieli's aura, he would close his eyes and continue cultivating. With the stimulation from the dragon blood, the blood crystal, and the soul-tempering pellet, his cultivation speed has greatly increased. He's about to reach black gold rank soon. With the strength of Duan Jian's physique, even a legend rank expert would have to spend some effort to kill him. If his cultivation reached black gold rank, he would be able to threaten a legend rank expert. All of this was given to him by Nieli. In Duan Jian's life, there are only 2 things. The first is to take revenge, and the second is to repay Nieli's kindness. With his sharp soul force, Nieli could sense Duan Jian's every move. To Nieli, if Duan Jian sincerely followed him, he would give Duan Jian a great opportunity. If Duan Jian left, Nieli wouldn't say anything. In his previous life, when he fought against the Holy Emperor and 6 deity-rank demon beasts by himself, he died of exhaustion. This made Nieli understand a principle. Many times, even if you're strong, you won't be able to turn the tide in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, after his rebirth, Nieli understood one thing. That was to nurture his own team. Lu Piao and Daozit were his brothers from his previous life. Therefore, Nieli was very clear about their character. Therefore, Nieli trusted them. However, Duan Jian was, after all, a stranger that he had just saved. Therefore, Nieli still had his guard up. But from the looks of it, Duan Jian's loyalty wasn't a problem. If Duan Jian was willing to follow him wholeheartedly, then Nieli would naturally nurture him well. If Duan Jian wanted to leave, Nieli wouldn't ask him to stay. Nieli's vision was profound. After experiencing 2 lives, Nieli gradually understood that the world that he knew in his previous life was only a small part of the huge world. The things that Kongming the Great had left behind made him guess what kind of existence Kongming the Great was. With a kind of reverence in his heart, he worked hard to raise his cultivation and strength. Time passed day by day. The people of the Abyss prison realm were still the same as before, struggling for survival every day. After meditating and cultivating for a few days, Nieli slowly opened his eyes. Tonight was the appointed time with Ning'er and the others. It's time to pick up Ning'er and the others. Nieli smiled and stood up. Nieli and Duan Jian walked out of the hotel together. As usual, the bustling streets were filled with people. Nieli and Duan Jian shuttled back and forth. After changing their appearances, they didn't attract anyone's attention. At this moment, the noisy scene in the distance attracted Nieli and Duan Jian's attention. "Old thing, how dare you take my things? I'll beat you to death." An angry roar sounded. A well-built man waved his fan-like palm towards an old man. Nieli fixed his eyes on the old man and saw that the old man's clothes were tattered. His hair was disheveled, and he staggered as he walked. His eyes were lifeless and filled with confusion. The well-built man stretched out his hand to grab the old man's body. However, the old man moved sideways, and the well-built man tripped. His whole body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. When the old man lifted his leg, he stomped on the well-built man's face again. "Ouch!" The well-built man screamed in pain. Old thing, I'm going to kill you. However, after stepping on the well-built man, the old man continued to stagger forward. The well-built man crawled up and prepared to pounce on the old man. Immediately, a few young men supported the well-built man. Boss, this old man is not simple. He might be an expert. Let's ignore him. The well-built man also seemed to have some doubts. He slightly nodded and spat out a mouthful of blood-stained muddy water. He could only admit that he was unlucky. The old man staggered past Nyeli. Nyeli keenly sensed a terrifying aura. That murderous aura seemed to have pierced through all the pores in his body, causing Nyeli's heart to tremble. Such a strong, murderous aura. Nyeli's heart trembled slightly. Perhaps one must kill at least 1,000,000 living beings to be able to condense such a terrifying, murderous aura. This old man's strength is probably at least legend rank or even higher. Even Sikong is not on the same level as this old man. As if sensing something, the old man glanced at Nyeli. With just one glance, all the hair on Nyeli's body stood up. He secretly complained at his heart. With his current strength, if this old man made a move, he would definitely die. Nyeli can only try his best to restrain his aura to avoid attracting the old man's attention. The old man only glanced at Nyeli before withdrawing his gaze. He staggered forward while muttering to himself. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. Ha ha ha. After saying that, the old man laughed crazily and gradually disappeared into the crowd. Hearing the old man's words, Nyeli's heart trembled with fear. However, his face did not show any expression as he calmly walked. This old man, could it be that he is one of the inheritors of Kong Ming the Great? If the other party knew that he is also one of the inheritors, he is dead meat. Chapter 153. Uncle, you must be joking. Uncle must be joking. How could I be worthy of Sister Honghua? Nyeli said with a faint smile. His mind was thinking quickly. Now that the Stone of Light was in the hands of that old fox, Sikong would definitely not hand it over easily. How could he make Sikong lower his guard? Nephew, you don't have to be so modest. Although your cultivation is not as good as Hongyue's, just based on your alchemy skills, you are worthy of Hongyue. Sikong said with a laugh. This old thing was not done yet. Nyeli couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, he still smiled and said, Uncle, you can indeed send people to gather the herbs. However, the outside world is filled with demon beasts. It's very dangerous. I'm afraid that they won't know where to gather the herbs. If they don't return, Sikong frowned his brows and said, How about this? Nephew, follow my men to gather herbs. This trip is filled with danger, so I'll send some experts to accompany you. As for your friends, they'll stay here for now. How about this? Sikong, this old fella, is really ruthless. He wants to keep Ninger and the others here as hostages. Nyeli smiled and said, That's fine. May I know who Senior is going to send to escort me out? In my territory, I'm the only one who has reached legend rank. There are also 2 black gold rank elders. However, their duties are very important and they can't leave. How is the outside world? Is it enough to send 5 gold rank to accompany you? Sikong, he was obviously afraid of the outside world. Uncle, you're worrying too much. 2 gold rank is enough. The outside world isn't as dangerous as Uncle imagined. Nyeli laughed. If it's only 2, I won't be at ease. I'll send 5 gold rank to accompany you. Sikong, he shook his head. How can he be at ease if it's only 2 gold rank? That's fine. However, I have a request. Nyeli said after a moment of silence. What's your request? Nephew, feel free to tell me. Sikong, he smiled. That's because many herbs are difficult to control. I'll bring Duan Jian with me to test the medicine, said Nyeli as he observed Sikong's reaction. Sikong, he slightly frowned his brows for a moment. He couldn't understand why Nyeli would be so interested in Duan Jian, causing him to have his guard up in his heart. However, in the recent period of time, Duan Jian's miserable shrieks made him believe that Nyeli was indeed testing medicine. Furthermore, a Duan Jian is only a 3-star gold rank. It's impossible for him to create any waves. Sure, then you could take Duan Jian with you. Sikong, smiled faintly. Get ready and leave tomorrow. I'll ask my men to bring the stones of light and go with you. In order to avoid trouble, Sikong decided to act as soon as possible. Okay. Nyali nodded his head. He already had a clear idea in his heart. He can leave any time. Sikong narrowed his eyes. Putting all of Nyali's friends here, especially when there's a beautiful lady among them, he doesn't believe that Nyali won't return. Nyali and Sikong chatted, wanting to obtain the stones of light from Sikong just in case. However, every time Sikong talked about the stones of light, he would change the topic and had no intention of giving the stones of light to Nyali. Nyali? You, Iwa Huang Jade Brand. Looking for Lu Wa to snatch the oxen? Hongwe, do you think that Leisure will play any tricks? Sikong Yi's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Even if Leisure will play some tricks, he's a soft-hearted person. As long as we detain his friends here, we won't have to worry about him not returning. Sikong Hongwe said, thinking back to Niel Li's actions in the blood crystal mine. She couldn't help sneering in disdain. Towards a strange youth, he's already like this. Not to mention a friend that he's been with day and night. That's good. Sikong felt relieved and laughed. If our silver-winged family's illness can be cured, why would the other families be afraid? Wait until I've unified all the families here. Then I'll go to the outside world to take a look. Although Sikong is afraid of the outside world, this world is forever shrouded in darkness. Food is scarce, and they're being attacked by demon beasts every day. If he can go to the outside world, he still wants to give it a try. Courtyard. You guys stay here. We've agreed to make our move 10 days from now. Once I make my move, you guys will run along this route. Nelly spread out a map and said to Xiao Ninger, Dowsit, and Bunch. This map was drawn by Nelly after he returned. He has already figured out the situation of the Silverwing family. Xiao Ninger, Dowsit, and Bunch drew a map each and silently read it in their hearts. This time, the Silver-Winged family will definitely be turned upside down. Nelly said, smiling. Everything has been arranged properly. Hearing Nieli's words, Duan Jian, who was quietly cultivating in the corner, had a trace of strange light emitted from his eyes. He has been waiting for this day of revenge for a long time. A night without words. The next morning, 5 gold rank experts arrived at the courtyard of Nieli and Bunch. Young Master Lei, it's time for us to leave. The leader, a 5-star gold rank expert, said in a slightly humble tone. His gaze swept at Duan Jian, who was paralyzed in the corner from the corner of his eyes. His eyes flashed with a trace of disdain, and he smiled. My name is Sikong Ju. I'm responsible for young Master Lei's safety. Nieli looked at Sikong Ju and asked, Did you guys bring the stones of light? I did. Young Master Lei, please have a look. Sikong Ju took out the stones of light, spread his hand and smiled. I brought a total of 50 of them. They're all in my interspatial ring. Nieli took a glance at the stones in Sikong Ju's hand. They are indeed the stones of light. Nieli stretched his hand out, wanting to take it. However, Sikong Ju's right hand clenched and took it back, smiling, Young Master Lei, let's go. Sikong that old bastard, must have instructed Sikong Ju not to give the stones of light to Nieli. Nieli didn't mind and said, Since it's like this, let's go. Nieli, be careful. Dowsit, Lu Piao, and Bunch said. Xiao Ning silently looked at Nieli, her eyes filled with worry. You guys don't have to worry about me. Just stay here and cultivate. Wait for me to return. Nieli laughed. Sikong Ju walked to Duan Jian's side, ruthlessly kicked Duan Jian, and coldly snorted, Little bastard, get up. Duan Jian raised his head and stared at Sikong Ju with hatred in his eyes. If he were to suddenly make a move now, with his current physical strength, Sikong Ju would undoubtedly die. Little bastard, you still dare to glare at me? Sikong Ju stepped on Duan Jian's face, ruthlessly stomping Duan Jian's head on the ground. Then he used all his strength to grind it. Your mother, that slut, has no sense of shame. She actually seduced someone from another clan and gave birth to a little bastard like you. You're lucky to be able to live until now. Duan Jian clenched his teeth as flames of fury burst out from his eyes. Nieli secretly cursed in his heart. If Duan Jian were to make a move now, then all his previous arrangements would be for naught. Nieli took a step forward and said, "Brother, why are you so angry? For such a person, there's no need. I still want to use him to test medicine. If brother injures him, I still have to use medicinal pills to treat his injuries." Nieli stuffed a few medicinal pills into Sikong-ju's hands. Sikong-ju lowered his head and took a glance, then quietly kept them. He coldly snorted and said, "You better behave yourself along the way. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll skin you alive." Sikong-ju spat a mouthful of saliva at Duan Jian, then retracted his foot. Duan Jian quietly sat up and did not say anything. Nieli couldn't help admiring Duan Jian in his heart. He never thought that Duan Jian would be able to endure this. As long as he can get past the hurdle of the Silver Wing family, Duan Jian's future will be limitless. After bidding farewell to Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest, Nieli followed behind Sikong-ju and walked out of the courtyard. Duan Jian, who was tied up by the black gold chains, walked quietly. Two gold-ranked powerhouses followed behind him, one on the left and one on the right. On the treetop palace far away, Sikong-yi and Sikong-hongyue quietly stood, watching Nieli and the rest leave the Silver Wing family's territory, disappearing into the dark wilderness. If Leisure returns with the antidote, I'll immediately kill Duan Jian. If Duan Jian isn't killed, I won't be able to rest in peace. Sikong-yi retracted his gaze and sighed. As a legend rank expert, he actually has his guard up against a gold rank. This caused Sikong-hongyue, who was beside him, to be a little surprised. When Leisure returns, I'll personally help Father get rid of this person. Sikong-hongyue's eyes flashed with a ray of chilling light. In the endless wilderness, a group of 6 people walked. 2 gold rank experts were responsible for killing the scarlet ghosts that they encountered along the way, while the other 4 unhurriedly walked into the depths of the wilderness. The dark wilderness was terrifyingly quiet. Even Sikong-ju didn't dare to have the slightest bit of relaxation. He clearly knows that this place is filled with dangers. They can encounter unimaginable dangers at any time. Creak! The sharp cries of the scarlet ghosts echoed in the wilderness. Although they were constantly being killed, the number of scarlet ghosts was still increasing. These damn things are really hateful. Sikong-ju coldly snorted, feeling a little annoyed. Originally, he could have stayed in his safe territory and rolled the sheets with the beautiful girls in his family. But now he has to come to this damn place. This really makes him angry. It's all Leisure's fault. If we don't think a way to get rid of them, there will still be more and more of them, said a 3-star gold rank expert. Nieli and Duan Jian looked at each other. Since the 2 of them don't need to take action, they're happy to be idle at the side. Damn it, an intense battle broke out. Boom, boom, boom. Sikong-ju and the rest unleashed their soul force to the limit, constantly killing the scarlet ghosts. Several hours later, the ground was already in a mess. The corpses of the scarlet ghosts were everywhere. Sikong-ju and the rest were also panting from exhaustion. Nieli leaned on a huge rock at the side, appearing to be at ease. That expression made Sikong-ju and the rest extremely angry. Chapter 154. Father, are we just going to let it go? Sikong-hongyue asked, frowning her brows. Let go. Sooner or later, I'll settle this score with that brat. He must have escaped towards the wilderness. I'll bring some men to chase after him. You find the other elders and guard the territory. My Silver Wing family has suddenly suffered a heavy blow. Those hostile families will definitely make a move. If I can't catch up to that brat in 3 hours, I'll immediately rush back. Sikong-yi solemnly said. Yes, father. Sikong-hongyue nodded her head. Sikong-yi turned into a shooting star as he flew towards the direction of the wilderness. Sikong-hongyue went to look for the other elders. At this moment, at the edge of the Silver Wing family's territory, in a hidden tree hole, Nieli, why aren't we leaving? Lu Piao curiously looked at Nieli and asked. Sikong-yi, that old bastard, must have thought that we ran towards the wilderness. The wilderness is flat. There's no way to hide. It's too easy to be caught. Therefore, we'll do the opposite and hide in the forest. Today's matter is enough to make the Silver-Winged family busy. The Silverwing family has suffered such heavy losses. Those hostile families will definitely not wait for the Silverwing family to slowly recover and will definitely take action. At that time, the Silverwing family won't be able to take care of themselves. It won't be too late for us to leave. Nieli said, smiling. That old bastard, Sikong Yi, is unlucky to have provoked you. Dowsett said, smiling. Xiaoning looked at Nieli's side profile. The corner of her mouth slightly pursed into a smile. Compared to others, Nieli is always so different. In such a huge Silverwing family, Nieli can simply come and go as he pleases. Nieli seemed to have sensed something and looked towards Xiaoning's direction. When their eyes met, Xiaoning immediately lowered her head. Her cheeks were slightly hot and a smear of red rose. Nieli rubbed his nose awkwardly. Suddenly, Nieli thought of something and said, You guys stay here first. I'll go out for a while. Nieli, what are you going to do? Xiaoning immediately asked with concern. Nieli looked in the direction of the mine in the distance. Although it was indeed a little dangerous to go out now, Nieli still decided to lend a hand when he thought of the child's tearful and determined eyes. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. You must be careful. Do not leave any traces, Nieli said with a smile. Then, he leaped into the darkness in the distance. Duan Jian glanced at Nieli's back figure and couldn't help frowning his brows. Nieli didn't say what he was going to do, but Duan Jian felt a little uneasy in his heart. The Silverwing family's mine is usually heavily guarded, with many people coming and going. In addition, the miners in the mine are all innocent people. Therefore, Nieli did not place any flame explosion inscription patterns around the mine. When the Silverwing family was being ravaged by the flame explosion inscription patterns, this place was still safe and sound. However, the situation that happened in the Silverwing family caused this place to be in chaos. The slaves that were mining here were stirred up and wanted to attack the guards of the Silverwing family. Whoever dares to move will be killed without mercy. Sikong Sho raised his sword and slashed down. The sword aura that was slashed out swept towards 6 miners. Blood splattered everywhere as the 6 miners unwillingly fell onto the ground. The rest of the miners that were about to riot had fear flashing across their eyes as they retreated. Sikong Sho is a gold rank expert. They're not his opponent. Sikong Sho coldly snorted. A bunch of trash. You still dare to rebel? Sikong Sho's eyes were filled with bloodlust and killing intent. The guards raised their swords, ready to take action at any time. After intimidating the miners, Sikong Sho raised his head and looked towards the direction of the treetop palace. His eyes flashed with a trace of panic. He has no idea what's going on. Could it be that a powerful enemy has arrived in the family's territory? If it's a powerful enemy, then the enemy is too powerful. Even the treetop palace was destroyed. If the Silverwing family is really defeated, then the rest of them won't have an easy time in the future. The miners' emotions surged. Many of their eyes that were originally filled with despair were now filled with a trace of light. If the Silverwing family is destroyed, then they might be able to regain their freedom. At this moment, Nieli has already reached the edge of the mine. He's hiding on top of a tree, investigating the situation in the mine. There's a total of over 200 people. Among them, there are over 10 gold rank and the rest are silver rank. There's also a sentry tower over there. It should be the core area. Nieli thought in his heart. All the miners here have been marked with the slave imprint. The caster should be an inscriptionist. Generally, an inscriptionist can't be more than a few miles away from a slave imprint. Otherwise, the slave imprint will explode and die. Therefore, the inscriptionist that cast the spell is most likely in this sentry tower. If he wants to release the miners from the slave imprint, then he has to kill the inscriptionist that cast the spell. After thinking for a while, Nieli merged with the shadow devil demon spirit and headed towards the sentry tower far away. The towering sentry tower is over 10 meters tall. There are many guards standing around it. It's heavily guarded. At this moment, the guards were discussing among themselves. After all, the Silverwing family's territory being attacked is a huge matter. It's impossible for their state of mind to not be affected. Just when their attention was diverted, Nieli activated his void form combat skill and slowly sneaked in. The leading gold rank expert raised his sword and coldly barked, "Who's there?" The other silver rank guards also raised their swords and looked ahead, ready to fight at any time. However, the area in front of them was empty. There was no one there. Could it be my misconception? The gold rank expert muttered to himself. Maybe he's being too paranoid. After the silver-winged family's territory was attacked, his mind was in a completely tense state. At this moment, Nelly has already brushed past him and slipped into the sentry tower. If Nelly were to make a move, he'd probably be dead by now. Inside the sentry tower, there's a spiral staircase that leads to the top. There are many guards standing on the staircase, but they're only silver rank. Hiding beside one of the guards, the moment he appeared, Nelly's sickle-like forelimb quietly slashed across the guard's neck. The guard let out a groan and leaned against the wall, motionless. Nelly concealed his tracks and dealt with the guards one by one. Following the spiral staircase, he arrived at the entrance of the pavilion at the top. Slightly stretching his head out, he saw 3 gold rank experts sitting cross-legged, discussing something. The Silverwing family has suffered such a huge attack. I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Big brother, what we plan to do next? As inscriptionists, no matter which family we go to, we won't be starving. Just wait and see. If the Silverwing family is defeated, we'll find another employer. The leading middle-aged man snorted. The remaining 2 gold rank experts also slightly nodded their heads. They never thought that the other party would have 3 inscriptionists, and all of them are gold rank experts. This pavilion is filled with all sorts of mysterious inscription patterns. Surges of bizarre energy are circulating on top of them. Protection inscription patterns? These 3 fellows really lack a sense of security. They made this pavilion look like a tortoise shell. With these inscription patterns, even if it's a black gold rank expert, they wouldn't be able to easily attack the sentry tower from the outside. Furthermore, these 3 inscription masters have also carved some scouting inscription patterns. They're able to know everything that's happening outside. Once the outside is attacked, the 3 inscriptionists can immediately seal the entrance. As long as it's not a legend rank expert, the 3 of them will definitely be safe. Nelly sneaked up, therefore, the 3 inscriptionists weren't prepared. If I didn't sneak up, even I wouldn't be able to do anything to you guys in a short period of time. Nelly thought to himself. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. He revealed a smile. You guys carved slave imprints on so many miners. As inscriptionists, you guys are simply devoid of conscience. You guys shouldn't have met me. If it's someone else, facing a tortoise shell-like pavilion that's easy to defend and 3 gold rank experts, they probably wouldn't be able to come up with a good idea in a short period of time. However, Nelly is different. Even if these 3 inscriptionists laid down so many defensive inscription patterns, Nelly can still break them. Nelly used demon beast blood to write at the bottom of the pavilion. He laid down dozens of flame explosion inscription patterns at the bottom of the pavilion. These dozens of flame explosion inscription patterns aren't enough to break through this tortoise shell. However, the biggest weakness of this tortoise shell is that it can't withstand attacks from the inside. Nelly lightly smiled and stored the shadow devil demon spirit. He let out a low roar and merged with the Fang Panda demon spirit. The 3 inscriptionists suddenly sensed something and coldly barked. Who? They've been discovered, but it's too late. The corner of Niali's mouth slightly smiled. The Fang Panda demon spirit opened its mouth and spat out a black and a white light ball towards the pavilion. Quickly seal the entrance. Seal the entrance. The 3 inscriptionists hurriedly activated the protection inscription patterns, wanting to seal the entrance of the pavilion as well. At the entrance of the pavilion, a faint light screen rose up. Seeing that the entrance was about to be sealed, the black and white light balls flew into the narrow entrance. Seeing this scene, Niali's mouth revealed a trace of a smile and lightly said, "Goodbye." After saying that, Niali jumped down from the window of the sentry tower. When the 3 inscriptionists saw the black and white light balls flying in, they immediately revealed a frightened expression. Quickly use the sealing inscription patterns. Seal them. The three inscription masters were instantly flustered. The black and white balls of light collided with each other and exploded with a bang, causing the entire pavilion to shake. Shrill screams came from within the pavilion. Before the sound stopped, dozens of explosions could be heard from the bottom of the pavilion. The entire pavilion was blasted into the sky, flying thousands of meters into the sky. Like a huge firework, it exploded into pieces with a bang. Chapter 155. What a huge firework! Nearly looked up at the sky and sighed in his heart. He first used a yin-yang blast to create a crack on the sealed protection inscription patterns, then used dozens of flame explosion inscription patterns to send the entire pavilion into the sky. At this time, the guards around a sentry tower were all stunned. When they looked back, they saw that only half of the sentry tower was left standing alone in the darkness. When they looked up again, they saw that the pavilion was like a cannonball that flew into the sky. The tail was still spewing blazing flames, and then it exploded into pieces in the sky. Countless fragments fell down like a rain of petals. What's going on? Before they could even react, the pavilion at the top of the sentry tower flew into the sky. At this moment, many of the guards of the silver-winged family showed panic on their faces. They have no idea what to do. Sikong Shou, who was leading the group, was also dumbfounded. When the miners saw this scene, they were slightly stunned for a moment before bursting into cheers. The three inscription masters were killed, which means that the seals on their bodies have all been removed. Many of these people that were captured as slaves have the cultivation of silver rank or even gold rank. In addition to the blood crystal ores that they were harvesting, many of them have been using the blood crystal ores to secretly train, trying to break the seal. The seals of the three inscription masters suppressed their cultivation, causing them to be at the mercy of others. But now that the seals have been removed, their cultivation has suddenly recovered. Our seals have been removed. Kill! The miners let out furious roars, like wild beasts that were released from their cages. They have been suppressed for too long, without freedom, without dignity. Every day, they had to constantly mine. Whenever they have a break, Sikong Shou's whip would swing and fall, ruthlessly lashing on their bodies. They've been enduring for so long, until this moment when they finally burst out. Not good. The faces of Sikong Shou and the rest changed. Without the suppression of the three inscription masters, these sheep that were at the mercy of others instantly turned into ferocious tigers. There are tens of thousands of miners here, and many of them are silver rank and gold rank fighters. The miners were like a surging tide as they charged towards the guards of the silver-winged family. The miners didn't have any sharp weapons, so they waved their pickaxes and looked at the guards with anger and hatred. Pu. The guards killed a group of miners, but very quickly, even more miners charged up. They were not afraid of death and madly attacked the guards of the silver-winged family. A miner was slashed on the shoulder by a greatsword. He forcefully withstood the attack and pounced on the miner like a beast, biting the miner's neck. The guard let out a mournful scream. Although these guards of the silver-winged family often fight with demon beasts, they're all extremely afraid of death. They're sent to guard the mine and aren't elites. When they saw the ferocious miners, their hearts trembled and many of them turned around to escape. Kill! Shouts of killing shook the sky. Sikong Shou continuously killed dozens of miners, but the surging tide of miners had already surrounded him. Usually, he's the most ferocious and has killed the most people. Many of them were filled with hatred towards him and swarmed him, causing him to be flustered. He hurriedly wanted to look for help, but saw the guards behind him throwing away their armors and running away, hating their parents for not giving them an extra pair of legs. He had never thought that karma would come so quickly, that he would actually fall into such a plight and be besieged by this group of lowly slaves. At this moment, he fell into deep fear. However, he can only wave his sword and fight. He knows that if he stops, these miners will pounce on him and tear him into pieces. Many experts among the miners gathered towards Sikong Shou, swearing to kill him. Sikong Shou's two fists couldn't fight against four hands. He was surrounded by the angry miners and fell to the ground, drowning in the torrent of anger. As the instigator, Nieli quickly disappeared into the darkness. No one noticed the existence of Nieli. Nieli searched the mine for a long time, but he couldn't find any traces of the child. All of the miners started to rebel. There were fights everywhere. The scene was in chaos. He's afraid that he won't be able to find the child. Nieli can only wish the child good luck. Just when the miners were wantonly attacking the guards, a group of experts clad in silver armor arrived. The one leading them was Sikong Hongyue. She was clad in silver armor and brandished the huge sword in her hand. Her eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. A bunch of lowly slaves dare to be impudent in my silver-winged family's territory? You're simply courting death. Sikong Hongyue slashed down with her sword. Puff, puff, blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, dozens of people fell to the ground, forming a river of blood. Sikong Hongyue's cultivation is too strong. Occasionally, 1 or 2 gold rank experts would appear among the miners. However, they were quickly killed by Sikong Hongyue, a woman like a wolf and a tiger. Nieli, who was preparing to leave, paused his steps. The hands of Sikong Hongyue had been stained with too much blood. This woman deserves to die. Nieli sat on a tree branch, looking at Sikong Hongyue with a trace of a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Miss Hongyue, long time no see. It's you. When Sikong Hongyue saw Nieli, her gaze suddenly turned cold. She never thought that Nieli would still be in the silver-winged family's territory. It seems that all the chaos was caused by Nieli. Since Miss Hongyue is so busy, then I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Nieli smiled, leaped up, and ran towards the forest. Sikong Hongyue looked at Nieli's back figure, then looked at the rioting miners. She gritted her teeth and chased after Nieli. She'll first capture the culprit, Nieli. If she lets Nieli escape this time, then she won't have the chance to do so again. However, Sikong Hongyue also understood that Nieli purposely lured her over. Therefore, she was extra careful. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 2 figures flew through the forest, turning into afterimages. Very quickly, they reached the edge of the silver-winged family's territory. If they go any further, they'll be in the territory of another family. Stop right there. Sikong Hongyue furiously barked. The wings on her back suddenly flapped, and her speed increased by several folds. She turned into a bolt of lightning. The heavy sword in her hand suddenly turned into blazing flames, slashing down towards Nieli. Seeing that the sharp sword in Sikong Hongyue's hand was about to slash down, Nieli suddenly turned around. The Thunder God's meteorite sword was already in his hand. Boom! Lightning and flames collided. A powerful shockwave shot out in all directions. Borrowing the force of the collision, Nieli flew dozens of meters back and stood on a tree trunk. Sikong Hongyue's speed slowed down and landed on an empty space under the tree. What's going on? Why is this kid's strength so strong? Sikong Hongyue was shocked in her heart. The move that Nieli used to exchange with her earlier was at least close to her strength. She always thought that Nieli was only a silver rank. She never thought that he would actually reach gold rank. Why is Miss Hongyue being so fierce? You're just a lady, yet you're shouting about killing for no reason. Be careful that you won't be able to get married. Nieli leaned on the tree trunk. He suddenly felt another aura coming towards him. The corner of his mouth couldn't help smiling. You kid, I've indeed misjudged you. I never thought that your cultivation would actually reach gold rank. However, since you've met me, you'll still die here today. Sikong Hongyue's right hand condensed. Her fingers slowly stroked the body of the sword. Her entire body was enveloped in blazing flames, and her cultivation instantly increased by 2 to 3 folds. Low-rank scarlet flame body, refining technique. It's indeed not bad to be able to cultivate to this level. Nieli smiled faintly. However, I'm not your opponent. Hearing Nieli's words, Sikong Hongyue's eyebrows twitched. With a loud bang, a figure landed in front of Sikong Hongyue. This person was the same as Sikong Hongyue, with a pair of wings. However, the difference between this person and Sikong Hongyue was that this pair of wings was much larger and had a black gold luster. Seeing this person in front of her, Sikong Hongyue's pupils contracted. She said coldly, "It's you, Duan Jian." "That's right, it's me." Duan Jian's voice was hoarse, but it was filled with cold, killing intent. He would never forget this woman in front of him. This woman was one of the culprits who forced his parents to their deaths. Sikong Hongyue could feel a terrifying aura coming from Duan Jian. This aura had completely suppressed her, causing her to involuntarily feel a trace of fear in her heart. This feeling was unprecedented. It was only then that she understood that Duan Jian was probably no longer the same as before. Sikong Hongyue pointed at Nieli, who was on the tree branch, and scolded. "That day, we shouldn't have listened to you, you ungrateful person. My father and daughter trusted you so much, and this is how you repay us?" Hearing Sikong Hongyue's words, Nieli sneered. "Sikong Hongyue, let me ask you, what kind of gratitude did you and your daughter have for me? You and your daughter merely wanted to obtain the prescription to cure your family's illness from me. Trust? If you trusted me, then you wouldn't have detained my friend. I have no grudges with your silver-winged family, but you should look for the victim's family to talk to." Duan Jian's eyes emitted a red glow, like a wild beast that was about to go berserk. "Sikong Hongyue, you and your daughter forced my parents to their deaths and imprisoned me, causing me to suffer humiliation. Today, I will take my revenge. After killing you, I will look for that old bastard, Sikong Yi, to settle the debt." Duan Jian waved the black flame sword in his hand and slashed towards Sikong Hongyue. "Umph, Duan Jian, your mother doesn't know shame. She seduced someone from another clan. Her death is letting her off lightly. A woman like her should be stripped naked and paraded through the streets." Sikong Hongyue viciously said as she dodged. "Humiliating my mother. I want you dead." Duan Jian was even more furious. The black flame sword continued to slash towards Sikong Hongyue. However, when Duan Jian was slashing, he didn't have any technique. Sikong Hongyue couldn't help sneering in her heart. "You want to kill me with just this little bit of ability?" The reason why she constantly used words to provoke Duan Jian is to disturb Duan Jian's state of mind. Boom! Taking advantage of the flaw in Duan Jian's swordplay, Sikong Hongyue's heavy sword slashed towards Duan Jian's chest. Chapter 156. Just when Sikong Hongyue's heavy sword slashed down on Duan Jian's body, Duan Jian's eyes emitted a trace of chilling light. For so many years, no matter how much humiliation he suffered, he had endured silently. He had waited for so long just for this moment of revenge. So how could he allow Sikong Hongyue to disturb his state of mind? Although his cultivation is stronger than Sikong Hongyue's, if he wants to deal with Sikong Hongyue, he'll probably have to fight for a long time. This is the territory of the silver-winged family. Once the silver-winged family's reinforcements arrive, they'll be in trouble. He has to end this battle quickly. Therefore, Duan Jian purposely revealed a flaw to Sikong Hongyue. When Sikong Hongyue's heavy sword slashed down on his body, Duan Jian suddenly grabbed onto Sikong Hongyue's heavy sword with his left hand and slashed towards Sikong Hongyue's neck. Sikong Hongyue's pupils suddenly contracted. She never thought that after being slashed by her sword, Duan Jian would be fine and immediately launch such a fierce counterattack. At the moment of imminent peril, she hurriedly abandoned her sword and dodged to the back, barely dodging Duan Jian's attack. Duan Jian suddenly lashed out with his leg, kicking Sikong Hongyue's lower abdomen. Sikong Hongyue's entire body was sent flying, and with a bang, she heavily crashed into a distant tree. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. That kick caused her to suffer heavy injuries. If it wasn't for the silver armor protecting her body, that kick would have been enough to cripple her. Nieli watched the battle. Although Duan Jian's combat skills aren't proficient enough, he knows his own advantages. He used his powerful physical body to withstand the attack and ruthlessly attacked Sikong Hongyue, quickly ending the battle. "Sikong Hongyue, prepare to die." Duan Jian shouted coldly as he swung his sharp sword towards Sikong Hongyue. In the face of his enemy, he did not stop at all. He wanted to kill Sikong Hongyue directly. Just as Duan Jian flew up, Nieli suddenly felt 3 auras pouncing towards Duan Jian. A cold light flashed through his eyes. 3 black gold rank experts. Whoosh! With a loud sound, the scarlet flame flying dagger in Nie Li's hand suddenly shot out and shot towards one of the figures. With Nie Li's current ability, he could only control one of the flying daggers, and at present, only the scarlet flame flying dagger could be controlled more smoothly. Bang! 2 violent energies bombarded onto Duan Jian's body, causing Duan Jian's entire body to fly out. He staggered a few steps back before coming to a stop. However, due to his powerful physical body, even a black gold rank expert couldn't directly kill Duan Jian. Almost at the same time, a miserable shriek suddenly came from the side. A figure flew out and was nailed onto the trunk of a large tree. Impressively, it was another black gold rank expert. When that black gold rank expert pounced towards Duan Jian, he was hit in the chest by Nie Li's scarlet flame flying dagger, which had silently passed through the thicket and was directly nailed to the tree trunk. With Nie Li's strength, he still wasn't a match for a black gold rank expert. However, if he was caught off guard and used the scarlet flame flying dagger, even a black gold rank expert would die in one hit. With Nie Li's soul force, the scarlet flame flying dagger flew back to his hand. Looking back at this scene, the eyes of the 2 black gold rank experts were filled with deep fear. They looked at Nie Li, who was standing on the tree trunk with the dagger in his hand, and immediately shouted, "Let's go." The 2 black gold rank experts carried Sikong Hongyue and flew towards the distant forest. Duan Jian held onto his chest and was about to give chase. However, Nie Li calmly said, "Come back. There's no need to chase. We won't be able to catch up. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, when that old bastard Sikong comes, we won't be able to leave." After finishing his words, Nie Li flew away. He actually let that Sikong Hongyue escape. Duan Jian let out a long breath of resentment, turned around, and followed Nie Li, flying away. Nie Li doesn't intend to interfere too much with the matters of the silver-winged family. It's best to let Duan Jian handle it himself. Duan Jian carries a blood feud with him. If he doesn't take revenge with his own hands, it might leave behind an obsession in the future, which will be detrimental to his cultivation. After experiencing his previous life, Nie Li understands that there are some things that he has to do himself and can't let others do it for him. Today, the silver-winged family has been tossed around miserably. They probably won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Furthermore, Nie Li used the flying dagger to kill a black gold rank expert of the silver-winged family. He's afraid that they won't dare to send any more underlings to chase after him. Nie Li and Duan Jian found Xiao Ninger, Daozit, and Bunch. The group of them used cloud mud to disguise themselves and quickly left, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Sikong chased after them for several hours in the wasteland, but he couldn't find Nie Li and Bunch. Helplessly, he could only return. When he found out that while he was searching for Nie Li and Bunch were still causing trouble in the silver-winged family's territory and even killed a black gold rank expert, it made Sikong furious. Looking at the corpse of the black gold rank expert, Sikong angrily punched the huge tree beside him, shattering it into pieces. Leijua, this enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Sooner or later, I'll find you and tear you into pieces. Sikong furiously roared. Lord Father, aside from Leijua, there's also Duan Jian. Right now, Duan Jian already possesses a physical body that's not inferior to a black gold rank expert. Even I'm not his opponent. Sikong Hongyue held onto her chest and said with lingering fear in her heart, if it wasn't for the elders of her family helping her, she would have died in the hands of Duan Jian. Duan Jian. Sikong, he was extremely furious. If he knew this would happen, he would have killed Duan Jian earlier. But now, Duan Jian has become a thorn in his eyes, causing him to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Nie Li and Bunch stayed in the mountains for over 10 days, observing the situation of the various families in the Abyss prison realm. When Nie Li found out that several families had launched an attack on the Silver Wing family at the same time, the Silver Wing family was exhausted and did not send anyone to chase after them. He felt relieved. It's time to leave. It's been a long time since they left Glory City. It's about time for them to return. However, Nearly has gathered a lot of information in the Abyss prison realm. Nearly suddenly thought of something. In his previous life, the Dark Guild led the demon beast horde to destroy Glory City. However, it seemed to be a thankless task. The Dark Guild has been hiding in the Saint Ancestral Mountains, isolated and without any help. Their living situation is definitely much more dangerous than Glory City. Until later on, when Lord Yi Mo activated the Ancient Array, the Dark Guild couldn't wait to launch an all-out attack. Furthermore, they joined hands with the Sacred Family to assassinate Yi Mo. Before this, Nearly couldn't understand what the Dark Guild would do if Glory City was destroyed. Aren't they afraid of being destroyed by the demon beasts? Now, he finally understood. In his previous life, after Glory City was destroyed, there's a high possibility that the Dark Guild entered the Abyss prison realm. After all, the Abyss prison realm can be used to attack and defend. Furthermore, they can use the residents to expand their strength. However, when the demon beast attacked in his previous life, why didn't Lord Yi Mo let everyone retreat into the Abyss prison realm? This is a mystery. Perhaps in Lord Yi Mo's view, the demon beast horde wasn't that scary. However, he never thought that he would be killed by the Sacred Family. In a wasteland, Niel Li and his group arrived near the ancient tablet and headed towards the teleportation array. Suddenly, a figure in front attracted Niel Li's attention. A dangerous aura assaulted him. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. An old man murmured. His clothes were tattered as he staggered in the wasteland. What is that old man singing? Why can't I understand anything? Lu Piao curiously asked. I don't know either. Nieli shook his head. His palms were covered in cold sweat. His intuition told him that he was in danger. This old man actually appeared again. The other party is obviously one of the inheritors of Kong Ming the Great. If the other party knew of his identity, he would be in danger. However, what Nieli doesn't understand is, if the other party is the inheritor of Kong Ming the Great, why would he reveal his identity? Isn't he afraid of being chased by the other inheritors? Could it be this old man wants to kill all of them? The old man passed by Nieli and his group and laughed maniacally. His voice sounded as though he was crying. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The old man's turbid eyes swept across Nieli's body, causing Nieli to break out in cold sweat. Could it be that this old man discovered something? Just as Nieli was secretly on guard and was ready to fight back, the old man suddenly cried and laughed crazily. Then, he gradually walked away in a daze. Seeing that the old man was far away, Nieli heaved a sigh of relief. That old man couldn't have lost his mind, right? He felt that the old man's mental state wasn't quite normal. However, the old man appeared in front of him twice and repeated those two sentences. What was his intention? As long as he didn't tell others, he should be safe for the time being, because he also understood a trace of the profound meaning of infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. But even so, he still had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he encountered the other four inheritors, it would be a dead end. Along the way, Nieli let Dowsit and Lu Piao capture a lot of scarlet ghosts and made a lot of blood explosion magic potions in his interspatial ring. These blood explosion magic potions might come in handy in the future. Teleportation array. Nieli placed the stones of light on the stone pillars at the side. The stone pillars were lit up one after another, and a force of space kept distorting. We can finally go back. I don't feel comfortable here. Lu Piao stretched her body and said excitedly. She was the first to step into the teleportation array. The others also stepped into the teleportation array. Only Nieli, Xiao Ning'er, and Duan Jian were left. Duan Jian stared at the dark night sky and the boundless mountains with a complicated expression. In this abyss prison realm, he once had his happiest childhood, but also his most painful memories. Furthermore, he still has enemies that he can't kill right now. Now that he was about to step out of this abyss prison realm, Duan Jian's mood was very complicated. He stared deeply. Everything here was like a knife cutting into his heart. The sentimental Xiao Ninger also felt the pain in Duan Jian's heart and sighed sadly. Duan Jian, if you want to stay, we won't stop you. After all, this is your hometown. Nieli looked at Duan Jian and said. Duan Jian firmly shook his head and said, from the moment my parents died, Duan Jian's hometown was already gone. From then on, there was only a blood feud. It was Master who gave me a new life and gave me the hope of revenge. I am willing to follow Master. Finished speaking, Duan Jian stepped into the teleportation array. Nieli sighed. Blood feud? In his previous life, didn't Nieli also carry a blood feud and wander the world? He understood Duan Jian's mood and said to Xiao Ninger, Ninger, let's go. Chapter 157. Xiao Ning looked back at the Abyss Prison Realm. Although the Abyss Prison Realm is filled with danger, it's still a journey that she and Nieli explore together. During that time, she almost died. It was Nieli who disregarded everything and charged into the monster's mouth to save her. She will never forget all of this. It became a precious memory that was buried in the bottom of her heart. Sometimes she even thought how good it would be to stay in the Abyss Prison Realm. No matter how dark and cold this world is, with Nieli around, she can feel warmth and reliance. However, she sighed in her heart. This is only her beautiful imagination. Nieli turned his head and looked at Xiao Ninger, puzzled, and asked, Ninger, what's wrong? Nothing. Xiao Ning shook her head. Her face was slightly red as she lowered her head and stepped into the teleportation array. Nieli also stepped into the teleportation array. Glory City these days. The City Lord's Mansion's 10,000 demonic beast array has been completed. Whether it's Yishio or Yizong, both of them were very excited in their hearts. With the activation of the 10,000 demonic beast array, Glory City will have an additional protective barrier. That brat Nieli can be considered as a great hero of Glory City. The previous grudges will be written off. As long as he can contribute more to Glory City, even if I have to apologize to him, so what? Yizong said with a heroic spirit as he looked at the majestic 10,000 demonic beast array. He has already seen the power of the Tai E killing array and the divine lightning killing array. When the 8 killing arrays are linked together, forming the 10,000 demonic beast array, it's hard to imagine how powerful it will be. Ever since the day when the Abyss demons attacked the City Lord's Mansion, Nieli had handed over the control of the Divine Thunder killing array and the Tai E killing array to Yizong at the critical moment. Yizong's ill feelings towards Nieli had already disappeared, and he even faintly liked this kid. Although Nieli's way of doing things is a little casual, he's still meticulous within his roughness. At the same time, he has a deep sense of righteousness. Whether it's refining elixirs or arranging the 10,000 demonic beast array, he has made an immortal contribution to Glory City. In Yizong's heart, protecting Glory City is a righteous cause. Everything else is just a small matter. Of course, when it came to his daughter, he wouldn't give in so easily. Where did that brat Nieli go? Why can't we find him after such a long time? Yizong frowned his brows. Nieli and the rest have been missing for many days. Yishio is also helpless. He has sent people to search many places, but they couldn't find any traces of Nieli and the rest. He felt a little uneasy. Could it be that the Dark Guild, there's still no news to confirm that Nieli was captured by the Dark Guild or something else? They can't be sure. At this moment, they realized how important Nieli is to Glory City. If they knew this earlier, they would have sent more guards to Nieli. A moment later, a follower hurriedly ran over. Reporting to City Lord, Lord Yishio, Nieli has returned and is currently in the City Lord's Hall. After hearing the follower's words, whether it's Yishio or Yizong, a trace of joy flashed across their eyes. That brat is finally back. The doubts in their hearts were also dispelled. City Lord's Mansion's Hall Nieli and the rest were a little bored. Yi Zian hurriedly walked in from the side door. When she saw Nieli, the deep worry in her eyes finally dissipated. In this period of time, Nieli seemed to have disappeared, filling her heart with uneasiness. Every day, she would be tossing and turning in bed. Even if she doesn't admit it, Nieli has already become a very important person in her life. Sometimes, she would think of a problem. If Nieli suddenly disappeared from her life, What would happen? Every time she thought of this problem, she couldn't help panicking in her heart. Although Nyeli was always so hateful and annoying, he also made her pale and monotonous life have an additional trace of color. She felt that she was being watched and protected. Until she saw Nyeli's appearance, her heart finally relaxed. Ziyun. Nyeli smiled as he greeted. For Yi Ziyun to rush here in such a hurry, could it be that she was worried about him and couldn't wait? Seeing Xiao Ninger standing beside Nyeli, Yi Ziyun didn't know why, but her mood suddenly became a little depressed. She turned her head and walked back. There was suddenly no news from Nyeli for dozens of days. When he returned, he was together with Xiao Ninger. Seeing this scene, Nyeli was slightly stunned for a moment. He hurriedly blocked in front of Yi Ziyun and said with a smile, "You came and you want to leave without saying a word? I came to the wrong place." Yi Ziyun pouted. She didn't want to admit that she rushed over because she was worried about Nyeli. Nyeli was grinning as he looked at Yi Ziyun. It's great to see her again. Yi Ziyun suddenly woke up. Why was she unhappy? Was it because Nyeli suddenly left without saying a word? Or was it because when Nyeli returned, he was together with Xiao Ninger? Why would she have such an emotion? She couldn't help feeling confused in her heart. Came to the wrong place? Are you sure you're not here to find me? Nyeli said with a smile. He suddenly extended his hand and pulled Yi Ziyun's hand. He stuffed the blizzard spiritual pearl into Yi Ziyun's hand and walked towards Daozit and the rest. This pearl is for you. My friends are all here. Let me introduce them to you. Yi Ziyun's cheeks were red. She hurriedly broke free from Nyeli's hand. With so many people watching, she was very embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ninger's eyes were slightly sad. Nyeli had told her a long time ago that Yi Ziyun was the most important person in his life. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would protect her. However, Xiao Ninger was like a moth flying into a flame, choosing to stay by Nyeli's side. However, when she saw the close relationship between Nyeli and Yi Ziyun, she couldn't help but feel a throbbing pain in her heart. Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun looked at each other. Both of them felt a little awkward and shifted their gazes. Lu Piao secretly gave Nyeli a thumbs up. Nyeli is really a role model for my generation. Whether it's Ninger or Yi Ziyun, they're both goddesses. Yet, Nyeli is able to deal with them so easily. At this moment, Xiao Shui, who saw Lu Piao's little action, gave Lu Piao a knock on her head and glared at Lu Piao. Lu Piao immediately shrunk his head. If Xiao Shui was as gentle as Xiao Ninger or Yi Ziyun, he would be satisfied. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. We're all classmates. We already know each other. Daozit lightly smiled towards Yi Ziyun and said, "This is Xiao Shui, Lu Piao's fiancé." Although they're classmates, a few months ago, they were still unfamiliar with Yi Ziyun. It wasn't until Nyeli that they became a little more familiar with each other. Daozit, Lu Piao, Wei Nan, and the rest were laughing and chatting about what they've seen and heard in the Abyss Prison Realm. This caused a trace of curiosity to rise in Yi Ziyun's heart. She never thought that during this period of time, Nyeli and the rest would actually go to such a place. Since young, aside from the ancient Orchid City ruins, she hasn't been to any other places outside of Glory City. Therefore, she's filled with anticipation for the outside world. At this moment, Yi Zong and Yi Xiu walked into the hall. Seeing Yi Zong walking in, Yi Ziyun's face slightly changed. She's together with Nyeli. Will her father be unhappy if he sees it? Yi Zong's gaze fell onto Nyeli, then looked at Yi Ziyun beside him. His brows slightly frowned. Originally, he thought that all his grudges with Nyeli would be written off. However, seeing Yi Ziyun standing so close to Nyeli, he still felt a little unhappy. Even he was toyed around by Nyeli, not to mention the innocent Yun'er. Yi Zong put on a stern face and coughed twice. "City Lord, we greet the City Lord." Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch hurriedly bowed towards Yi Zong. They have never seen Yi Zong before. Seeing the majestic City Lord for the first time, it's unavoidable for them to be a little panicked. Nyeli slowly turned his head, smiled, and greeted, "Father-in-law, nice to meet you." Hearing Nyeli's words, Yi Zong nearly suffocated to death. Nyeli is not giving him any leeway and wants to make everything a reality. Nieli called Yi Zong father-in-law in front of so many people. If this news were spread, the Snow Wind family would be in a difficult position. If it was anyone else, Yi Zong would definitely give them a tight slap. However, facing Nieli, Yi Zong felt powerless. He seems to have a lot of requests for Nieli. He dryly coughed twice and shifted his gaze to the side. Hearing Nieli greet Yi Zong in such a manner, Yi Ziyun's face turned red. She anxiously pulled the corner of Nieli's clothes. She thought that Yi Zong would ruthlessly teach Nieli a lesson. She never thought that Yi Zong would only cough twice and turn his head, pretending that he didn't hear anything. At this moment, even Yi Ziyun was dumbfounded. Not only was Yi Ziyun dumbfounded, everyone else was dumbfounded as well. Nieli actually called Yi Zong father-in-law, and Yi Zong did not reject it. This is definitely explosive news. Could it be that the city lord really accepted Nieli as his son-in-law? When Yi Zong came in, Duan Jian felt a powerful aura from Yi Zong. It turns out that this super powerhouse is the master's father-in-law. Duan Jian secretly remembered this in his heart. Xiaoning, Er's nose was slightly sour. She forcibly held back her tears. She didn't expect that Nieli and Yi Ziyun had already developed to this extent. Even the city lord had agreed to it. Looking at Nieli's back, there was a deep sense of loss and sadness in her heart. She knew that it was impossible, but she still tried. Maybe she and Nieli are not fated. In Xiaoning, Er's heart, she still has her stubbornness. She will continue to stay by Nieli's side. Even if she doesn't marry for the rest of her life, she will quietly guard him until she grows old. Seeing Yi Zong's expression, Nieli lightly smiled. Yi Zong has finally admitted defeat. Since that's the case, then Yi Zong is one of us from now on. Nieli moved to Yi Zong's side, smiled, and said, "Father-in-law, when I came in, I realized that the 10,000 demonic beast array is already completed. I'll pass the control imprint to you now." Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Zong's face was burning. This 10,000 demonic beast array is something that he exchanged for by selling his daughter. This is simply making him feel sad and full of tears. He doesn't want to say anything else. "Father-in-law, we've recently opened the ancient array at the City Lord's mansion. It turns out that the ancient array is connected to the Abyss prison realm. We've obtained quite a lot of good stuff from there. This is the refined blood crystal. I'm giving it to you." Nieli grabbed a handful of blood crystal from his interspatial ring and stuffed it into Yi Zong's hand. Blood crystal. Whether it's Yi Xiao or Yi Zong, both of them were slightly stunned. This blood crystal is definitely a good thing. With the blood crystal, it can greatly increase one's cultivation. It can even help a black gold rank to charge into legend rank. "Lord Yi Xiao, this is for you." Nieli took another handful of blood crystal and stuffed it into Yi Xiao's hand. Giving out so many blood crystals in one go, he's simply a tyrant. Chapter 158. Yi Zong dryly coughed. These blood crystals are like a hot potato in his hands. One must know that his daughter is watching from the side. If he were to accept these items, wouldn't that mean that he's acknowledging Nieli as his son-in-law? "Father-in-law, we're family, don't be courteous." Nieli patted Yi Zong's back like an old man. Yi Ziyun angrily glared at Nieli, her cheeks flushed red. Nieli is simply too disrespectful toward her father. However, what she couldn't understand is that when Yi Zong saw Nieli, he couldn't wait to kill Nieli. But since when did Nieli become so familiar with Yi Zong? He even called him father-in-law. Just how did Nieli do it? Thinking of how Nieli called him, Yi Ziyun was a little depressed. When did she agree to Nieli? Yi Xiao unceremoniously accepted the blood crystals, looking very satisfied. Yi Xiao's position and influence in the Snow Wind family is only second to Yi Mo and Yi Zong. He has already accepted Nieli in his heart. Nieli is equivalent to a third of success. It can actually be done like this. This silver bullet attack is so fierce. Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch were dumbfounded as they looked at Nieli. Since when did Nieli become so familiar with the City Lord? This is simply beyond their imagination. Could it be that Yi Zong really agreed to marry Yi Ziyun to Nieli? This doesn't make sense. To chase after a girlfriend, you have to start with a father-in-law. This move is too ruthless. Lu Piao's eyes slightly lit up. Seeing that Yizong was still hesitating, Nieli lowered his head and whispered in Yizong's ear, "Father-in-law, we opened the ancient array this time and discovered a huge secret." "What secret?" Yizong's curiosity was instantly piqued. This ancient array was left behind since ancient times. No one has ever opened the enchantment within it. He never thought that it would be opened by Nieli. Just what is hidden within. About this, Nieli looked at the blood crystals in Yizong's hand and said, "Father-in-law, are you still treating me as an outsider and not willing to accept my blood crystals? This is simply coercion and temptation." Yizong thought about it. For Glory City, he has no choice but to accept this. He clenched his teeth, kept the blood crystals, and asked, "What is hidden inside the ancient array?" The ancient array is connected to the Abyss prison realm. Although there are many monsters, there are also 13 families that have a foothold in there. They have been passed down for thousands of years and have 3 legend rank experts. Nieli said, telling Yizong everything that he has seen and heard along the way. After Yizong kept the things, Nieli became a lot more generous and didn't hold back much. Abyss prison realm? 3 legend rank experts? Yizong was stunned for a moment. Although he heard that the 3 legend rank experts are only fighters and not as strong as legend rank demon spiritualists, it's still very shocking news. However, the 13 families inside didn't seem to be as united as a piece of iron. Knowing this news, it's equivalent to Glory City having a place to attack and defend. For Glory City, this is simply too important. Right, father-in-law, do you know of someone who calls himself the Demon Lord? Nieli suddenly recalled the discovery he'd made in the ancient tablet and asked out of interest. Demon Lord? Whether it's Yizong or Yishio, both of their hearts trembled. "Where did you find the Demon Lord?" Yizong asked. "I've only heard of it from others." Nieli shrugged his shoulders. "The Demon Lord that you've heard of is not the same person as the Demon Lord that we know of. It's something that happened hundreds of years ago. There was a youth that was starving and cold. He was taken in by an old man and slowly grew up until he was 17 years old. At that time, there was a family called the Red Jade family in Glory City. It's a huge family that's only second to the Snow Wind family. They had dozens of black gold rank demon spiritualists, and the strongest one was about to break through to legend rank. Yizong said with a little sadness, "Speaking of that, it really makes one sigh." At that time, Glory City was still a little chaotic. The members of the Red Jade family are used to being arrogant and despotic. That old man was an errand boy in the Red Jade family. Because he did something wrong, he was whipped to death by the members of the Red Jade family. That youth suddenly disappeared, and no one was able to find him. Everyone thought that he was eliminated by the Red Jade family. However, no one thought that after 10 years, that youth would appear again. He was wearing a demonic mask and called himself the Demon Lord. He killed his way into the Red Jade family and started a crazy massacre, fighting against an entire family all by himself. This person is really powerful. Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch pricked up their ears to listen. "What's the outcome of this matter?" Nieli asked. The Red Jade family was slaughtered to the point that not a single person was left. Dozens of black gold rank experts, and one of them was an existence that's only second to legend rank. Yizong sighed and said, "I'm afraid that the Demon Lord has already reached legend rank." However, after slaughtering the Red Jade family, he suffered heavy injuries. His terrifying actions caused the other families to panic and rage. They started to send out many experts to hunt him down. It was a huge battle. In the end, the Demon Lord escaped into the Saint Ancestral Mountain. What happened after that? Nieli asked. In his previous life, when he was forced to leave Glory City, he was only 16 years old. Therefore, he naturally knows nothing about this. Yizong and Yishio looked at each other. That Demon Lord created the Dark Guild. Yizong said, "Some say that he died not long after he created the Dark Guild. Some say that he's still alive." In the following hundreds of years, the power of the Dark Guild grew day by day, and the leader of the Dark Guild has always been called the Demon Lord. The leader of the Dark Guild has always been called the Demon Lord. In his previous life, Nieli didn't know about this secret. He recalled the scene that he saw on the ancient tablet. That youth is the leader of the Dark Guild? That doesn't seem to be the case. Although that youth should be an expert, he doesn't have the temperament of a leader. Could it be that the image on the ancient tablet was left behind by the demon lord when he was young? When he disappeared, did he enter the abyss prison realm? Hearing about this matter, everyone couldn't help sighing. The Dark Guild was actually created by the families of Glory City. Originally, without the Dark Guild, the entire Glory City would be united when facing the demon beasts. The current Dark Guild is already powerful enough to threaten the safety of Glory City. When I reach legend rank, I might be able to meet this demon lord. Nieli thought to himself. Suddenly thinking of something, Yizong's gaze fell onto Duan Jian and hesitantly asked, "This is?" He could feel that the aura coming from Duan Jian is very powerful. Even he couldn't see through it. "He's called Duan Jian," Nieli introduced. "I'm Master Nie Li's servant." Duan Jian respectfully said to Yizong, "Nie Li's servant?" Yizong and Yi Xiao felt a chill in their hearts. When they first saw Duan Jian, they felt the powerful aura coming from him. At first, they thought that he's a mysterious expert. They never imagined that he's actually Nie Li's servant. Nie Li actually accepted such a powerful servant. They have a feeling that Duan Jian's strength is at least black gold rank. It took them a long time to suppress the shock in their hearts. Anything that happens to Nie Li isn't strange anymore. "Nie Li, since he's your man, you can make the arrangements." Yizong looked at Nie Li. "Okay." Nie Li nodded his head, looked at Duan Jian, and said, "Duan Jian, you can do as you please in the City Lord's mansion. Treat it like your own home." "Yes, master," Duan Jian respectfully said. "What do you mean by treat it like your own home?" Yizong couldn't help feeling a little helpless. "Nie Li, stay behind. The rest can go back and cultivate," Yizong said to Daozit and the rest after pondering briefly. "Yes, City Lord." Daozit and the rest respectfully listened to the order and left after bidding farewell to Nie Li. Xiaoning, and Yizong looked at Nie Li, then looked at Yizong before leaving the City Lord's hall. After everyone left, only Nie Li, Yizong, and Yi Xiao were left. "Father-in-law, you have something to say to me?" Nie Li looked at Yizong and smiled. Yizong's face turned black and said, "Nie Li, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. In the future, you're not allowed to call me father-in-law in front of so many people. Otherwise, I won't let you off." "Hey, father-in-law, you're too immoral. I've already given you the control of the 10,000 demonic beast array. You even accepted such a precious item like the blood crystal. I even told you about the ancient array being connected to the abyss prison realm. In the end, you're not going to acknowledge it after eating it clean. Aren't you a little too unjust as the City Lord?" Nie Li looked at Yizong with disdain. Yizong was speechless. Nie Li is simply too shameless. He wants to exchange for his daughter with just these things. That's my biological daughter. On the other hand, Yi Xiao coughed a few times, smiled, and said, "Don't argue about this. Nie Li, Lord Yizong is the City Lord after all. You still have to give him some face. You can rest assured about the matter between you and Ziyun. As long as Ziyun nods her head, the City Lord and I will not obstruct you. But as for father-in-law, you have to give him a betrothal gift first." Damn, such a precious item like the blood crystal isn't considered a betrothal gift? However, I won't bicker with you guys. What do you want? As long as you can tell me, I'll immediately give it to you with both hands. Seeing that Yizong did not object, Nie Li's mood became good. After settling Yizong, he can only wait for Yi Ziyun. Although Yi Ziyun still can't tell what her attitude is, at least she's still concerned about him. With Nie Li's understanding of Yi Ziyun, he will definitely slowly win her heart. As long as there aren't any competitors, there won't be much of a problem. As for competitors, one is Shunyu, but he's already hopeless. The other is Yi Han. Yi Ziyun and Yi Han have a grudge since young, so it's even more impossible for Yi Han. Matters of feelings need to be nurtured slowly. Since there aren't any competitors, Nie Li isn't in a hurry. He has to settle the urgent matter at hand. On one hand, there's the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild, and on the other hand, there's the Demon Beast Horde. Towards Nie Li, Yizong is helpless. In his entire life, everyone has to listen to him. However, he can't suppress Nieli at all. Yizong doesn't want to be entangled in this matter any longer. As long as Nieli has enough contributions to Glory City and is able to gain the recognition of the elders of the Snow Wind family, as well as his feelings for Yuna, then he can only let nature take its course. Nieli, we've already found the evidence of the Sacred Family colluding with the Dark Guild. We've even found the Dark Guild's branch in Glory City. Next up is the problem of how to deal with the Sacred Family. Do you have any good ideas? Yizong said. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. There's going to be a huge battle in Glory City. He really can't bear to see this scene. However, if the tumor of the Sacred Family isn't removed, it will be a huge threat in the future. Unknowingly, Yizong actually started to seek Nieli's opinion. After all, in this period of time, Nieli has already become an influential figure in Glory City. Yishio pondered for a moment and said, "The Sacred Family and the Dark Guild's branch, no matter which one we get rid of first, it will alert the other one. However, if we were to deal with both of them at the same time, our Snow Wind family doesn't have that many experts. But if we were to ask the other families to send experts, we're afraid that the news would leak out. We don't know if there are any spies from the Dark Guild or the Sacred Family in the other families. This is a difficult problem in front of them." Chapter 159. Every demon beast horde is a nightmare. Therefore, Glory City is on full alert. Outside the City Lord's Hall, the experts of various families have been arranged to the various city walls, leaving only the Sacred Family's group. Yizong and Shun Hong looked at each other. A chilling light flashed in their eyes. Shun Hong lightly smiled, looked at Shun Hong, and said, "I never thought that Glory City would encounter a demon beast horde again. As a member of Glory City, for the safety of Glory City, my Sacred Family will naturally go through water and tread on fire. I wonder what the City Lord has arranged for my Sacred Family to do." Yizong narrowed his eyes, looked at Shun Hong, and said, "The rest of the experts of the Sacred Family will go and defend the northern city wall. However, I would like Brother Shun to make a trip with me. We'll go to the southern city wall and hold the line. How about it?" With the arrival of the demon beast horde, who knows what Shun Hong will do? If he lets Shun Hong out of his sight, Yizong will definitely feel uneasy. "I'm willing to serve the City Lord," Shun Hong said, smiling. How could he not know what Yizong is thinking? "Brother Shun, let's go." "City Lord, please." Nieli, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch were the first to arrive at the southern city wall. This time, when the demon beast horde comes, the southern city wall will be the first to bear the brunt. It's the most dangerous place. There's still 10 hours before the demon beast horde. Under the command of Nieli, over 1,000 fighters were digging outside the city. Because the demon beast horde is coming, everyone was very nervous and their movements were swift. What is Nieli trying to do? Lu Piao was puzzled. These fighters were digging everywhere, causing the ground to be filled with potholes. However, these potholes are completely useless against the powerful Snow Wind demon beasts. No matter what Nieli wants to do, we'll just follow. Dowsett picked up the shovel and kept shoveling the soil. The city guards on the city wall would occasionally look down at the battlefield. They couldn't understand what Nieli and his group were doing. They could only see 2 deep ravines dug on both sides of the city wall. There was also a group of people pouring an oily liquid into the ravines. The ground in front of them had already been dug to an uneven height. The ground was filled with tens of thousands of fist-sized pits. There was another group of people who chopped down thousands of bright bamboos and sharpened the front of the bamboo into something like a spear. Then they poured something into the bamboo joints. In addition, there was also a group of alchemists coming from all over the place, each of them carrying buckets after buckets of medicine and other things. What are these people doing? I'm not sure. I don't understand at all. What's in those barrels? Why are they pouring it into those pits? Who knows? These city guards stood on top of the city wall, curiously discussing the actions of Nieli and the others, temporarily dispelling the fear of the demon beast horde. As time passed, the fear in their hearts deepened. This was because they knew that the tide of beasts was about to arrive. Batches of experts from various clans swarmed to the city walls, which made them feel a little more at ease. The mottled city wall of Glory City looked even darker in the night, causing people's hearts to inexplicably feel a little heavy. In the past, who knows how many ancestors died on this city wall. Their blood was scattered on every brick of the city wall. Generations of ancestors constantly fighting with demon beasts. No one knows when the terrifying demon beast horde will arrive. No one knows if the last piece of land that they relied on for survival will be devoured by the demon beast horde. Below the city wall, over 1,000 fighters were still busy. Although their strength isn't that strong, their efficiency is still very high. In the end, the situation was even better than what Nieli had expected. Nieli even arranged more fortifications. While Nieli was busy below, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger weren't willing to stay idle. They picked up a shovel and, like these ordinary fighters, kept on shoveling the soil. On top of the city wall, Yi Zong, Shan Hong, and the other top experts have already arrived. When the city guard saw Yi Zong standing in the wind, they felt a lot more at ease. In their hearts, Yi Zong is a godlike existence. The second person under Lord Yi Mo, the guardian of Glory City. At this moment, Yi Zong, Shan Hong, Yi Xiao, and the rest were looking at the battlefield below the city wall that was filled with potholes and filled with all kinds of liquids. They were a little puzzled. What's going on? Yi Zong looked at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao glanced at Shan Hong from the corner of his eyes, shook his head, and said, I'm not sure either. Yi Zong was the first to react. All of this is probably related to Nieli. Only Nieli would do such strange things. Shan Hong looked down, feeling a little baffled, and said, The demon beast horde is coming. What are these fools doing? What's the use of these things? Do they think that these things can stop the demon beast horde? They're simply ridiculous. Yi Zong and Yi Xiao did not refute. Since Nieli is already doing it, they can just quietly watch. There's no need to argue with Shan Hong. At this moment, the patriarchs of the various families were a lot more lenient. Since the demon beast horde is coming, doing something is better than doing nothing. The divine family's patriarch said, smiling. Even if we do it, it's useless. If we want to defeat the demon beast horde, we still need to rely on our strength. Our fists are the reason. Shan Hong proudly said. He has always been dissatisfied with Yi Zong's way of doing things. The things below should be arranged by Yi Zong, which he disdained. A brief moment of silence. Aside from the sound of shoveling soil, no one spoke. A moment later, someone broke the heavy atmosphere and said, This time, it's only a million-level demon beast horde. We don't have to be so nervous. We've defended against the previous few million-level demon beast horde. Indeed, a million-level demon beast horde can still be defended. However, every time a demon beast horde arrives, there will be a large number of casualties. In order to repel the demon beast horde, Glory City has to pay a painful price. After the demon beast horde, the whole city was in a state of desolation. 10 hours quickly passed. The demon beast horde still hasn't arrived. Everyone looked at the distant horizon, feeling a little puzzled. Just what's going on? Could it be that the demon beast horde isn't coming? The demon beast horde is formed by a large number of demon beasts. They're like a tidal wave, devouring everything they encounter along the way. No one knows the reason for the demon beast horde. It could be migration or hunting. Their route isn't fixed, and they might even change direction along the way. Everyone felt a little lucky in their hearts. After all, if the demon beast horde changed direction, then Glory City would be able to avoid this terrifying attack. Just when their hearts were slightly relaxed, a wave of beast roars came from the distant valley. The beast's roar sounded so mournful in the quiet night. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard the roars of beasts coming from afar. The demon beast horde is coming. Everyone defend. Defend. Those below, quickly come up. After hearing the beast roar, Nieli and the rest immediately stopped what they were doing and hastily retreated into the city gate. The city gate fell with a rumble. The guards that were originally squatting on both sides of the city gate stood up and were on full alert. Almost every time the beast horde arrived, the city gate would be breached. What they would be facing would be a battle of flesh and blood. A few of the recruits were holding onto their spears with their hands slightly trembling. A veteran with a face full of scars looked at the recruit beside him and asked, "You're afraid?" The recruit nodded his head. "It's fine. I won't be afraid once we start fighting." The scar-faced veteran laughed. "A white knife will enter and a red knife will come out. At that time, there won't be any time to be afraid." Nieli and the rest quickly went up the city wall and looked into the distance. On the distant horizon, black dots appeared one after another. They became more and more concentrated, turning into a thick black line. The ground rumbled and trembled like dense thunder. In the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there are countless snow-wind demon beasts. When these snow-wind demon beasts gather together, it will become a terrifying demon beast horde. The sky was already bright. Looking at the horizon, one couldn't see the end. It was filled with demon beasts running. These demon beasts roared and charged towards Glory City. Yizong and the rest had already unsheathed their swords, ready to fight at any time. With their strength, as long as they don't encounter a black gold rank demon beast or above, they will be able to escape unscathed. Nieli walked to Yishio's side, glanced at Shenhong, who was not far away, and said to Yishio in a low voice, "Lord Yishio, tell father-in-law and the rest not to make a move. Wait for the demon beast horde to reach the city wall first." "Okay." Yishio nodded his head. Towards Nieli, he already has complete trust in him. Therefore, he did not ask Nieli for the reason and went forward to pass on Nieli's words to Yizong. The speed of the demon beast horde is very fast. It has already reached a distance of 3 miles from the city wall. There are all kinds of huge demon beasts. Some of them even exceeded 5 meters, causing people to feel fear. The patriarchs of the various families unsheathed their swords. "City Lord, it's about time to make a move." In the past, when the demon beast horde arrived, these experts would go up and withstand the first wave of attack. When they are exhausted from the battle, they would retreat and rest, allowing the guards on the city wall to withstand the first wave. After the experts have rested, they would continue to go up. This way, they can effectively display the strength of the experts. "Wait!" Yizong waved his hand. Nieli just told Yishio to tell him not to attack for the time being. "City Lord, what are you still waiting for?" Shenhong said a little impatiently. If Yizong and the rest were to make a move, he can find an opportunity. If he can let Yizong be killed by the demon beasts without any flaws, that would be perfect. Yizong shook his head and said, "Wait." Hearing Yizong's words, all the experts stopped. They have no idea what Yizong is going to do next. In fact, Yizong also has no idea. It's just that Nieli told him to do so. The demon beast horde is already nearing the city wall of Glory City. Within the demon beast horde, 80 to 90% of them are ordinary or bronze-ranked demon beasts. Their height is generally around 2 meters, and their bodies are huge. The amount of silver and gold-ranked demon beasts is a little less, but their height has reached 4 to 5 meters. In the center of the demon beast horde, there are around 10 black gold-ranked demon beasts. Their bodies are several times bigger than silver and gold-ranked demon beasts, like a huge hill. Almost all of these demon beasts are snow-wind demon beasts. As they ran, the wind and snow howled. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Roar, roar, roar. After discovering the human city wall, these demon beasts all roared and charged towards Glory City. Chapter 160. Every demon beast horde is a nightmare. Therefore, Glory City is on full alert. Outside the city lord's hall, the experts of the various families were arranged to guard the city walls, leaving only the sacred family. Yizong and Shenhong looked at each other. A chilling light flashed in their eyes. Shenhong lightly smiled, looked at Shenhong, and said, "I never thought that Glory City would encounter a demon beast horde again. As a member of Glory City, for the safety of Glory City, my sacred family will naturally go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. I wonder what the city lord has arranged for my sacred family to do." Yizong narrowed his eyes, looked at Shenhong, and said, "The rest of the experts of the sacred family will go and defend the northern wall. However, I would like to request Brother Shun to make a trip with me. We'll go to the southern wall and hold the line. What do you think?" With the arrival of the demon beast horde, who knows what Shun Hong will do? If he lets Shun Hong out of his sight, Yi Zong will definitely feel uneasy. I'm willing to serve the city lord, Shun Hong said, smiling. How could he not know what Yi Zong is thinking? Brother Shun, let's go. City lord, please. Nieli, Dowsit, Lu Piao, and Bunch were the first to arrive at the southern wall. This time, when the demon beast horde comes, the southern wall will be the first to bear the brunt. It's the most dangerous place. There's still 10 hours before the demon beast horde. Under the command of Nieli, over 1,000 fighters were digging outside the city. Because the demon beast horde is coming, everyone was very nervous and their movements were swift. What is Nieli trying to do? Lu Piao was puzzled. These fighters were digging everywhere, causing the ground to be filled with potholes. However, these potholes are completely useless against the powerful snow wind demon beasts. No matter what Nieli wants to do, we'll just follow. Dowsit picked up the shovel and kept shoveling the soil. The city guards on the city wall would occasionally look down at the battlefield. They couldn't understand what Nieli and his group were doing. They could only see 2 deep ravines dug on both sides of the city wall. There was also a group of people pouring an oily liquid into the ravines. The ground in front of them had already been dug to an uneven height. The ground was filled with tens of thousands of fist-sized pits. There was another group of people who chopped down thousands of bright bamboos and sharpened the front of the bamboo into something like a spear. Then they poured something into the bamboo joints. In addition, there was also a group of alchemists coming from all over the place, each of them carrying buckets after buckets of medicine and other things. What are these people doing? I'm not sure. I don't understand at all. What's in those barrels? Why are they pouring it into those pits? Who knows? These city guards stood on top of the city wall, curiously discussing the actions of Nieli and the others, temporarily dispelling the fear of the demon beast horde. As time passed, the fear in their hearts deepened. This was because they knew that the tide of beasts was about to arrive. Batches of experts from various clans swarmed to the city walls, which made them feel a little more at ease. The mottled city wall of Glory City looked even darker in the night, causing people's hearts to inexplicably feel a little heavy. In the past, who knows how many ancestors died on this city wall? Their blood was scattered on every brick of the city wall. Generations of ancestors, constantly fighting with demon beasts. No one knows when the terrifying demon beast horde will arrive. No one knows if the last piece of land that they relied on for survival will be devoured by the demon beast horde. Below the city wall, over 1,000 fighters were still busy. Although their strength isn't that strong, their efficiency is still very high. In the end, the situation was even better than what Nieli had expected. Nieli even arranged quite a few fortifications. While Nieli was busy below, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger weren't willing to stay idle. They picked up a shovel and, like these ordinary fighters, kept on shoveling the soil. On top of the city wall, Yi Zong, Shun Hong, and the other top experts have already arrived. When the city guards saw Yi Zong standing in the wind, they felt a lot more at ease. In their hearts, Yi Zong is a godlike existence, the second person under Lord Yi Mo, the guardian of Glory City. At this moment, Yi Zong, Shun Hong, Yi Xiao, and the rest were looking at the battlefield below the city wall that was filled with potholes and filled with all kinds of liquids. They were a little puzzled. What's going on? Yi Zong looked at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao glanced at Shun Hong from the corner of his eyes, shook his head, and said, I'm not sure either. Yi Zong was the first to react. All of this is probably related to Nieli. Only Nieli would do such strange things. Shin Hong looked down, feeling a little baffled, and said, The demon beast horde is coming. What are these fools doing? What's the use of these things? Do they think that these things can stop the demon beast horde? They're simply ridiculous. Yi Zong and Yi Xiao did not refute. Since Nieli is already doing it, they can just quietly watch. There's no need to argue with Shin Hong. At this moment, the patriarchs of the various families were a lot more lenient. Since the demon beast horde is coming, doing something is better than doing nothing. The Divine Family's patriarchs said, smiling. Even if we do it, it's useless. If we want to defeat the demon beast horde, we still need to rely on our strength. Our fists are the reason, Shenhong proudly said. He has always been dissatisfied with Yizong's way of doing things. The things below should be arranged by Yizong, which he disdained. A brief moment of silence. Aside from the sound of shoveling soil, no one spoke. A moment later, someone broke the heavy atmosphere and said, "This time, it's only a million-level demon beast horde. We don't have to be so nervous. We've defended against the previous few million-level demon beast horde." Indeed, a million-level demon beast horde can still be defended. However, every time a demon beast horde arrives, there will be a large number of casualties. In order to repel the demon beast horde, Glory City has to pay a painful price. After the demon beast horde, the whole city was in a state of desolation. 10 hours quickly passed. The demon beast horde still did not arrive. Everyone looked at the distant horizon, feeling a little puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that the demon beast horde is not coming? The demon beast horde is formed by a large number of demon beasts. They're like a tide, devouring everything that they encounter along the way. No one knows the reason for the demon beast horde. It could be migration, or it could be predation. Their route isn't fixed, and they might even change direction along the way. Everyone felt a little lucky in their hearts. After all, if the demon beast horde changed direction, then Glory City would be able to avoid this terrifying attack. Just when their hearts slightly relaxed, a wave of beast roars came from the distant valley. The beast's roar sounded so mournful in the quiet night. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard the roars of beasts coming from afar. The demon beast horde is coming. Everyone defend. Defend. Those below, quickly come up. After hearing the beast roars, Nieli and the rest immediately stopped their work and hastily retreated into the city gate. The city gate slammed down. The guards that were squatting on the two sides of the city gate stood up and were on full alert. Almost every time the demon beast horde arrives, the city gate would be breached. What they will be facing is a battle of flesh and blood. A few of the recruits were holding onto their spears with their hands slightly trembling. "You're afraid?" A veteran with a face full of scars looked at the recruit beside him and asked. The recruit nodded his head. "It's fine. I won't be afraid when the fight starts." The scar-faced veteran laughed. A white knife goes in and a red knife comes out. At that time, there won't be any time to be afraid. Nieli and the rest quickly went up the city wall and looked into the distance. On the distant horizon, black dots appeared one after another. They became more and more concentrated, turning into a thick black line. The ground rumbled and trembled like a dense thunder. In the Saint Ancestral Mountains, there are countless snow-wind demon beasts. When these snow-wind demon beasts gather together, it will become a terrifying demon beast horde. The sky is already lit up. Looking at the horizon, one can't see the end. It's filled with demon beasts running. These demon beasts roared and charged towards Glory City. Yizong and the rest have already unsheathed their swords, prepared to go out of the city wall and fight. With their strength, as long as they don't encounter a black gold ranked demon beast or above, they will be able to escape unscathed. Nieli walked to Yishio's side, glanced at Shun Hong, who is not far away, and said to Yishio in a low voice, "Lord Yishio, tell father-in-law and the rest not to make a move. Wait until the demon beast horde hits the city wall." "Okay." Yishio nodded his head. He already has complete trust in Nieli. Therefore, he did not ask Nieli for the reason and went to pass on Nieli's words to Yizong. The speed of the demon beast horde is extremely fast. It has already reached a distance of roughly 3 miles from the city wall. There are all kinds of huge demon beasts. Some of them even exceed 5 meters in size, causing people to feel fear. The patriarchs of the various families unsheathed their swords. "City Lord, it's about time to make a move." In the past, when the demon beast horde arrived, these experts would go up and withstand the first wave of attack. When they were exhausted from the battle, they would retreat and rest, allowing the guards on the city wall to withstand the first wave. After the experts have rested, they would continue to go up. This way, they can effectively display the strength of the experts. "Wait!" Yizong waved his hand. Nieli just told Yi Xiao to tell him not to attack for the time being. City Lord, what are you still waiting for? Shen Hong said a little impatiently. If Yi Zong and the rest were to make a move, he can find an opportunity. If he can let Yi Zong be killed by the demon beasts without any flaws, that would be perfect. Yi Zong shook his head and said, wait. Hearing Yi Zong's words, all the experts stopped. They have no idea what Yi Zong is going to do next. In fact, Yi Zong also has no idea. It's just that Nieli told him to do so. The demon beast horde is already approaching the city wall of Glory City. Within the demon beast horde, 80 to 90% of them are ordinary or bronze-ranked demon beasts. Their height is generally around 2 meters, and their bodies are huge. The amount of silver and gold-ranked demon beasts are a little less, but their bodies have reached 4 to 5 meters. In the center of the demon beast horde, there are roughly 10 black-gold-ranked demon beasts. Their bodies are several times bigger than silver and gold-ranked demon beasts, like a huge hill. Almost all of these demon beasts are snow wind demon beasts. As they ran, the wind and snow howled. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Roar, roar, roar. After discovering the human city wall, these demon beasts all madly roared and charged towards Glory City. Chapter 161. The terrifying roar of the beast was like a rumbling thunder, causing the walls of Glory City to tremble and dust to fall from the sky. Seeing the endless demon beast horde, Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest's faces turned pale. My God, so many snow wind demon beasts, I'm going to die. I don't want to become the poop of the snow wind demon beasts. Lu Piao cried, God, have pity on me, I'm still a virgin. Useless. Xiao Shui kicked Lu Piao's, but if the snow wind demon beasts climb up the city walls, I'll slaughter them and stew them. Daozit gave Xiao Shui a thumbs up. Even a woman like Xiao Shui isn't afraid. As a man, why would they cower? Although Lu Piao said that, he still stood on the city walls. Sometimes his mouth is a little off, but he still has a backbone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bravely faced death without any hesitation in his previous life. Xiao Ning, and Yi Ziyun stood behind Nieli, not saying a word. Yi Ziyun looked at Yi Zong. As the daughter of the city lord, she naturally won't be inferior to others. Facing the demon beast horde, she will definitely not cower. This is the dignity of the Snow Wind family. Glory City must be protected by them. Xiao Ning stared at Nieli's back figure. In the Abyss prison realm, she has already experienced life and death, and has already seen through everything. If the demon beast horde really destroys Glory City, then let her and Nieli die together. Nieli looked into the distance. The snow wind demon beasts at the front have already entered the first line of defense. When they passed through the undulating slope, the demon beast horde's speed clearly slowed down. A group of snow wind demon beasts quickly passed through the slope and entered the potholes at the front. When the snow wind demon beasts landed on the ground, they stepped into the pit, causing a lot of liquid to splash out. When the liquid came in contact with the fur of the snow wind demon beasts, it spontaneously combusted, instantly turning into a sea of flames. The snow wind demon beasts that were charging at the front miserably cried out in the sea of flames. As the flames spread, thousands of snow wind demon beasts were instantly engulfed. What snow wind demon beasts fear the most is flames. However, ordinary flames are unable to burn the body of a snow wind demon beast. What Nieli poured into those potholes was red oil. This red oil was also mixed with phosphorite and other substances. Once it came into contact with the fur, it would ignite. Moreover, the degree of the burning was so intense that ordinary cold could not extinguish it at all. As the demon beast horde advanced, the snow wind demon beasts at the front couldn't stop. One by one, they were pushed into the sea of flames by the snow wind demon beasts at the back, causing the flames to burn even more vigorously. In just a brief moment, the corpses of the snow wind demon beasts piled up like a mountain, forming a huge flaming mountain. In just an instant, thousands of demon beasts were killed. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. No one could have imagined that the liquid that was poured into the potholes would have such a terrifying might. It was able to block the attack of the snow wind demon beasts in an instant. At this moment, Yi Zong, Yi Xiao, and the rest were also stunned for a few seconds. Shortly after, they revealed joy on their faces. They have no idea what kind of liquid Nieli had concocted, but it's definitely a powerful weapon for killing demon beasts. Nieli really has some skill. Just this move alone saved us a lot of effort, Yi Xiao said excitedly. Yi Zong's eyes also revealed admiration. Nieli has done a good job. Shen Hong's face turned gloomy. He never imagined that the attack of the demon beast horde would be stopped so quickly. Look over there, a city guard anxiously called out. Everyone looked into the distance and saw that after the first wave of the demon beast horde was stopped, it quickly split into two and went around the sea of flames. This won't do. If that's the case, the demon beast horde will charge towards the east and west sides of the city. The guards on those two sides are weaker. Yizong's face slightly changed. At this moment, two flaming arrows with burning tips drew two parabolas in the darkness and landed in two deep ditches at the side. In an instant, two flaming dragons extended into the distance, forming two blazing walls of fire that were 5 to 6 meters tall and stretched for thousands of meters. Some of the snow wind demon beasts were too fast and couldn't stop. After charging through the walls of fire, they immediately let out miserable shrieks. Their entire bodies were set ablaze. They staggered for dozens of meters and fell to the ground with their bodies charred. One after another, the snow wind demon beasts charged into the walls of fire because they couldn't stop. A moment later, thousands of snow wind demon beasts died in the flames. These snow wind demon beasts could only be driven away by the walls of fire and continue to charge toward the south side of Glory City. Yi Zong and the rest were dumbfounded. Nieli seemed to have already calculated the route of the snow wind demon beasts and used the flames to drive them away. How could the snow wind demon beasts have such high intelligence? They could only rely on their instincts to dodge the flames and charge forward. We're about to reach the second line of defense. The corner of Nieli's mouth slightly smiled. Everything was just as he had expected. Due to the two walls of fire, the snow wind demon beasts were squeezed together. The density of them was unimaginable. Furthermore, there were some sparks on their bodies, and one or two of them landed on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sharp explosions sounded like lightning whistling past their ears. Even the people standing on the city wall couldn't help covering their ears. This sound is simply too frightening. The scene before them was even more shocking. Thousands of explosions occurred. The snow wind demon beasts that were squeezing at the front were blown into the sky. Many of them were directly torn into pieces, turning into pieces of flesh that flew in the sky. With this explosion, at least tens of thousands of snow wind demon beasts were instantly turned into ashes. This included a group of gold-ranked snow wind demon beasts and 2 black gold-ranked demon beasts. The sea of fire from before only caused Yi Zong, Yi Xiao, and the rest to be slightly startled. But now, they were completely shocked. This explosion is simply too frightening. Even the black gold-ranked demon beasts were torn into pieces. Just what did that brat Nieli use? Yi Zong said with lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, Shen Hong was frightened to the point that he was trembling in fear. This chain explosion is too horrifying. If he doesn't guard against it and accidentally falls into a trap, the entire sacred family would probably be sent flying into the sky. Nieli got the Association of Alchemists to mix phosphorus stone, black dust, and over 20 types of ores and herbs together into a liquid. This liquid is extremely unstable. Once it comes in contact with fire, it will explode. The might of the explosion can be described as devastating. Tens of thousands of snow wind demon beasts were killed without any close combat. This is more than enough to save a lot of people in Glory City, especially with the 2 black gold rank demon beasts in the middle. Those are absolutely frightening existences. This explosion is simply too frightening, causing the snow wind demon beasts at the back to feel fear. However, the amount of snow wind demon beasts is too much. The ones at the back are still constantly surging forward, pushing the snow-wind demon beasts in front. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions occurred one after another, blowing up another few thousands of snow-wind demon beasts. The army of snow-wind demon beasts continued to advance, closing in on Glory City. Although their speed is a lot slower, their numbers are still terrifying. We're at the third line of defense. Nieli estimated the distance of the snow-wind demon beasts. Although the army of snow-wind demon beasts did not stop advancing, they're being whittled down bit by bit. The more snow-wind demon beasts are whittled down, the less Glory City's losses will be. At a distance of 1,000 meters from Glory City's city wall, Nieli picked up a bamboo and threw it towards the direction where the most snow-wind demon beasts are gathered. The sharpened bamboo drew a parabola in the air and landed in the middle of the snow-wind demon beasts. With a bang, the bamboo joint burst open and the elixir inside scattered out. Roar! The eyes of the snow-wind demon beasts that smelled the potion instantly turned red. They went berserk and began to bite their companions around them. In an instant, it was a mess. Bamboo after bamboo was shot out from the hands of the fighters. The bamboo contained a potent poison that could cause the snow-wind demon beasts to go berserk. When the snow-wind demon beasts smelled it, they would fall into a berserk state and bite their own kind. It's a pity that the Association of Alchemists was only able to find a small amount of raw materials and created around 5,000 bamboo joints. The snow-wind demon beasts were tearing and biting each other. The scene was a mess. On average, a bamboo could kill dozens of demon beasts. Wave after wave of snow-wind demon beasts charged forward. Wave after wave of bamboo were shot out, and another 50 to 60,000 snow-wind demon beasts fell to the ground. The city guards on the city wall burst into cheers. They never thought that they could use such a method to deal with the demon beast horde. Before the demon beast horde even reached the city wall, hundreds of thousands of demon beasts had already died. Every one of them was extremely excited. They couldn't wait to get some bamboo to try it out. As for the ordinary fighters who threw the bamboo, they were even more excited. In the past, they would need a few people to kill a snow-wind demon beast. But now they only need to throw a bamboo and they can kill dozens of demon beasts. This is simply too easy, causing them to be wild with joy. At this moment, the patriarchs of the various families were also discussing amongst themselves. I don't know who came up with this idea, but it's really an eye-opener for us. Yeah, after fighting with demon beasts for so many years, I never knew that we could use such a method to kill demon beasts. These drugs are the key. If it wasn't for these drugs, ordinary methods wouldn't be effective against the snow-wind demon beasts. The person who created these drugs and thought of these methods is our Glory City's hero. If it wasn't for him, who knows how many of us would have died? The Divine Family's patriarch side. Yeah, Glory City's hero. If we're talking about rewards, he would be number one. The various patriarchs weren't stingy with their praises. Shen Hong has been silent the whole time, not showing any emotions on his face. However, he was depressed in his heart. In order to lure the demon beast horde to Glory City, who knows how much effort the Dark Guild has put in? Could it be that all their efforts are going to go to waste? Fortunately, they only killed 100,000 snow-wind demon beasts. There's still close to 1 million demon beasts behind them. This demon beast horde is far from over. For this matter, we have to thank that brat, Nieli. These methods were all thought of by Nieli, Yi Xiu said, lightly smiling from the side. That genius, Nieli? I never thought that aside from his talent, that brat's brain would be filled with so many wicked ideas. How could this be a wicked idea? This is simply great wisdom. I, Huyin Xiong, admire smart people the most. Huyin Xiong raised his thumb and said, killing 100,000 demon beasts without any bloodshed. Which one of you can do that? Chapter 162. All the patriarchs smiled. However, what Huyin Xiong said is indeed correct. Nieli only used some potions and red oil to kill so many demon beasts without shedding a single drop of blood, reducing the casualties of Glory City by a lot. This contribution could not be denied. Yi Zong and Yi Xiu looked at each other. Yi Xiu smiled. Yi Zong knows that Yi Xiu is purposely saying this for the patriarchs to hear, helping Nieli to record this contribution. In the future, all the patriarchs will acknowledge Nyeli. Yizong looked at the endless demon beast horde far away. Glory City has always been in a precarious situation. It could be attacked by the demon beast horde at any time. Who knows when the city will be destroyed? If Nyeli is really able to protect Glory City, then marrying to Nyeli isn't a big deal. If Yin were to marry Nyeli and let Yin be the city lord of Glory City, that might be a suitable choice. However, thinking of Yihan, Yizong couldn't help lightly sighing. Looking into the distance, Yihan was wearing a full set of battle armor, standing on the sentry tower far away. His lonely figure was like a statue. Let's hope that Han can get over it. Although Yihan's talent is pretty good, compared to Yin and Nyeli, he's still a lot inferior. Furthermore, he doesn't have any contribution worth mentioning to Glory City. His foundation isn't stable. Nyeli's contribution is too big, completely overshadowing Yihan's. Even if Yihan wants to compete, he probably won't be able to win. Yihan, who was on the sentry tower, seemed to have sensed something. He took a glance at Yizong's direction. He never expected that Nyeli would have so many tricks up his sleeves, killing over 100,000 demon beasts. There were even 2 black gold rank among them. Yihan gradually understood why Yizong valued Nyeli more and more. He heard that the 10,000 demonic beast array was also laid down by Nyeli. Just these 2 contributions from Nyeli, he probably won't be able to compete with Nyeli. Yihan tightly clenched his right fist. His sharp nails seemed to want to dig blood out of his palm. Only this sharp pain could ease the unwillingness and resentment in his heart. The city lord's position was clearly within his reach, but he wasn't able to obtain it. He could only watch as it got further and further away from him. Yihan recalled Shun Xiu's words. If he can't obtain the city lord's position, then his position is even worse than trash. Yihan's eyes turned blood red. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "You guys forced me to do this." At this moment, on the other side of the city wall, Lu Piao, Wei Nan, and the rest were extremely excited. They had also used the bamboo to kill over a dozen demon beasts. This demon beast horde isn't much. Lu Piao stood on the city wall, facing the whistling cold wind as she proudly laughed. Seeing the proud look on Lu Piao's face, Xiao Shui was extremely angry. Just now, she was still crying for her parents, and now she's showing off again. Xiao Shui really wanted to kick Lu Piao down from the city wall. Don't be happy too early. We've only eliminated 1/10 of the million-level demon beast horde. Dowsett was a little speechless. The demon beast horde has just started. Aside from a simple-minded Lu Piao, everyone else had a grave expression in their hearts. After all, the demon beast horde had already broken through the 3rd line of defense. How many trump cards do they have left? The 3rd line of defense lasted for half an hour, killing over 100,000 snow wind demon beasts. However, those snow wind demon beasts were still charging forward. The snow wind demon beasts gradually approached the city wall. Rumble. The city gate was being attacked. Quick, pour the red oil down. A group of fighters poured the red oil that was piled up behind them and threw a spark down. Boom! Flames soared into the sky. Below the city wall is the 4th line of defense. The flames instantly devoured countless snow wind demon beasts. The moat below had already turned into a sea of flames. The snow wind demon beasts were roaring crazily. It was like purgatory. The guards on the city wall were already fully armed, ready to fight at any time. Once they break through the 4th line of defense, it would be a hand-to-hand battle. At that time, they would have no choice but to face groups of snow wind demon beasts. There are demon beasts charging up the city wall. A cry of alarm came from afar. Although the flames formed by the red oil had devoured many snow wind demon beasts, there were still some powerful gold-rank snow wind demon beasts that managed to charge up the city wall. The experts of the various families immediately raised their swords and charged towards those snow wind demon beasts. Roar! Those gold-rank snow wind demon beasts waved their sharp claws, killing a few city guards. The city wall was instantly dyed with blood. Whoosh! 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 Several figures quickly charged towards those gold-rank snow wind demon beasts. These people were all experts of gold rank or above. There were even some black gold rank among them. A few of them surrounded and quickly killed those gold rank demon beasts, then pushed the corpses of those demon beasts down from the city wall. An intense battle broke out on the city wall. Although there were some casualties on Glory City's side, compared to the previous demon beast horde, it's much better. In the past, when the demon beast horde came, they would usually charge up the city wall in groups and engage in hand-to-hand combat. It was like a meat grinder, instantly killing a lot of people. But this time, the ordinary snow wind demon beasts were basically buried in the sea of flames. Only a few gold rank snow wind demon beasts were able to charge up the city wall. Furthermore, the snow wind demon beasts couldn't endure the heat. With the flames below them soaring into the sky, their fighting strength was greatly reduced. The experts of the various families were constantly killing the snow wind demon beasts that were charging up the city wall. Bucket after bucket of red oil was poured down. The flames were wave after wave, devouring batch after batch of snow wind demon beasts. The battle on the city wall continued. Nelly was also anxiously commanding. Although there's a lot of red oil, it can only last for a few hours at most. However, Nelly has already handed over the inscription patterns to the Association of Alchemists and got the people from the Association of Alchemists to mass-produce the blood-burst demonic bottles. When the red oil runs out, they'll use the blood-burst demonic bottles. Up until now, there's no need for the patriarchs of the various families to make a move. They're only responsible for being vigilant. Immediately send someone back to the family. Get everyone in the family to bring all the usable oil over. Today, I, your father, will burn the snow wind demon beasts. Huyen Xiong shouted. Several people from the Huyen family immediately went to collect the red oil. The other families also sent people to collect the red oil. Even if they don't have any oil for a year, they still have to exterminate these snow wind demon beasts. If they knew that the red oil is used to deal with the snow wind demon beasts, the residents of Glory City would definitely donate all the red oil they have at home without any hesitation. Yizong looked into the distance. His gaze was fixed on the dozens of black gold rank demon beasts within the snow wind demon beast army. Those black gold rank demon beasts are the most dangerous existences. The entire demon beast horde is being driven by these black gold rank demon beasts. The battle was still in an anxious state. The area below the city wall was like a huge meat grinder. Hundreds of thousands of snow wind demon beasts have already been killed. The top of the city wall was also in a chaotic battle. There were already hundreds of deaths and thousands of heavily injured people being carried down the city wall. However, this kind of result is completely acceptable for Glory City. While Nieli was commanding those martial artists, he suddenly felt as though he's in an empty world. Below the city walls, countless demon beasts were wailing. That sound seemed to be gradually getting further away. Countless demon beasts died, as though there were countless souls floating into the air. Nieli felt tens of thousands of soul forces gathering towards him. These soul forces were constantly rushing into Nieli's soul realm. Boom, boom, boom. Under the impact of these soul forces, his soul realm was violently agitated. Nieli's soul realm felt as though it was about to explode. The movement of his body also became extremely slow. Nieli's brows were tightly knitted. At this crucial moment, such an accident actually happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of gold-ranked demon beasts rushed up the city wall. Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest all merged with their demon spirits to fight. Duan Jian took the lead and charged towards the place where the gold-ranked demon beasts were the most concentrated. Suddenly, two gold-ranked demon beasts pounced towards Nieli. Nieli, be careful. Xiao Ning was the first to discover Nieli's abnormality. Nieli seemed to be in a daze. Furthermore, his brows were tightly knitted, looking like he was in extreme pain. She immediately rushed towards Nieli, disregarding her own safety. Yiziyun also noticed Nieli's abnormality. Seeing Xiao Ning rushing up to save Nieli, two gold-ranked demon beasts pounced towards Nieli and Xiao Ning. If she doesn't stop them, both Nieli and Xiao Ning would be in danger. Yi Ziyun immediately urged the Snow Queen demon spirit. Two storms instantly condensed in her palms and shot towards the two gold rank demon beasts. Yi Ziyun has just stepped into 1-star gold rank. These two demon beasts are at least 3-star gold rank. However, Yi Ziyun couldn't care less. The two storms bombarded the bodies of the two gold rank demon beasts, causing them to pause for a moment. Ice Wall Technique. Yi Ziyun quickly chanted an incantation. The Snow Queen demon spirit urged the ice attribute energy. In an instant, a thick ice wall was formed behind Ye and Xiao Ning. Boom! The two gold rank demon beasts slammed into the ice wall, whimpered, and retreated. At this moment, Yi Ziyun's face was slightly pale. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. With her current strength, facing two 3-star gold rank demon beasts at the same time is still too difficult. After Xiao Ning pushed Ye away, she gratefully looked at Yi Ziyun. Just now, it was Yi Ziyun who saved her and Ye. Boom. Xiao Ning and Ye heavily fell onto the ground. Xiao Ning couldn't help letting out a groan. Although her cultivation has reached gold rank, as a demon spiritualist, her physical body isn't strong. After tumbling out, she was pressed down by Ye. Ning, you take Ye away first, Yi Ziyun anxiously said. She continued to control the Snow Queen, blocking in front of Ye and Xiao Ning. Yi Ziyun, you. Xiao Ning looked at Yi Ziyun, her heart slightly aching. She still remembers that when they were young, they were best friends. However, as time passed, Xiao Ning gradually understood the difference in status between them. Yi Ziyun is the daughter of the city lord, while she is nothing. She was forced to accept the fate given to her by her family, to marry that bastard Xin Fei. She was so indignant about the unfairness of fate. She had been working hard, wanting to change her fate, until later on, when Ye treated her injuries, allowing her to become the most outstanding genius in the family. She was able to get rid of those terrifying shackles. Only then did she feel relieved. However, the one that Ye likes is Yi Ziyun. Fate has always been joking with her. Why is it always Yi Ziyun? However, the one that saved them today is also Yi Ziyun. Be careful. Xiao Ning is, after all, a kind person. She couldn't bear to see anything happen to Yi Ziyun. Therefore, she spoke out to remind her. Ye suddenly received a shock and slowly woke up. Suddenly, he felt that he was pressing down on something. He felt that something was pressing down on him. A soft touch and the fragrance of a young girl came over. He forced himself to open his eyes. So it was Ning. Through her thin clothes, he could vaguely feel her curvaceous body. Ye's consciousness became a little clearer. Seeing Ning's anxious face, he was slightly stunned. He suddenly recalled that his soul realm suddenly suffered shock. There seemed to be two gold rank demon beasts pouncing towards him. It was Ning who saved him. Ye, you're awake? What happened to you just now? You scared us to death. Seeing that Ye woke up, Xiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she felt that Ye was still pressing down on her body. Her face immediately turned red. She quickly pushed Ye. Get up quickly. Ziyun is fighting against the demon beasts. It's very dangerous. Ye's body was pressing down on her body. She wanted to push Ye away, but she was afraid that Ye's body would be injured, causing Ye's injuries to worsen. The skin contact made her feel shy and anxious. Ye did not pay attention to this. His soul realm was suddenly flooded with so much soul force, causing him to suffer heavy injuries all of a sudden. His body was still a little weak. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, Ye quickly circulated his soul realm. After the sudden influx of so much soul force, his soul realm seemed to have expanded a little. Ye understood a little. So many demon beasts had died in the battlefield below the city. The bodies of these demon beasts emitted a lot of soul force. This soul force seemed to be attracted by some kind of energy and entered his body. Ye's soul realm was unable to absorb it in a short period of time, which resulted in such a situation. Ye struggled to climb up, but his soul realm seemed to have been torn apart. This struggle caused Nieli to grimace in pain. "Nieli, how are you?" Xiao Ning anxiously said, quickly supporting Nieli, and asked. "I'm fine. I need to refine my soul force for a while," Nieli said. He barely managed to sit cross-legged and quickly refine the soul force in his soul realm. Only by recovering as soon as possible can he participate in the battle. In order to prevent Nieli from being attacked by the demon beasts, Xiao Ning stood beside Nieli to protect him. Although the experts of the various families on the city wall killed quite a number of demon beasts, the number of silver and gold-ranked demon beasts that charged up the city wall was increasing. Everyone fell into a bitter battle. Yi Ziyun integrated with the Snow Queen demon spirit. Her body shuttled back and forth, dodging the attacks of the two gold-ranked demon beasts. Streams of wind and snow turned into sharp swords and shot towards the two gold-ranked demon beasts. Boom! Icicles exploded, but it only caused the movements of the two gold-ranked demon beasts to slow down a little. The two demon beasts roared and pounced towards Yi Ziyun, causing Yi Ziyun to be unable to dodge in time. Yi Ziyun integrated with a snow wind attribute demon spirit. Furthermore, it's only a 1-star gold-ranked demon spirit. Although she's able to fight against those of a higher rank, she's unable to deal with 2 3-star gold-ranked demon spirits at the same time. Seeing Yi Ziyun in danger, Xiao Ning was extremely anxious. Just when she was about to save Yi Ziyun, another gold-ranked demon beast pounced towards her and Nieli. Seeing this, Xiao Ning immediately integrated with the heavenly lightning sparrow demon spirit. She flapped her wings, and a bolt of lightning shot towards the gold-ranked demon beast. Chapter 163. With a boom, lightning shot out and the gold-ranked demon beast's blood splattered everywhere. The gold-ranked demon beast suffered a heavy injury and retreated a few steps. It roared in anger and opened its bloody mouth, biting towards Xiao Ning. The power of ice and snow instantly caused the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees, causing Xiao Ning's body to stiffen. The bloodthirsty aura of the 5-star gold-ranked snow wind monitor lizard made Xiao Ning feel a great pressure. Xiao Ning chanted with difficulty. She mobilized her soul force and formed several lightning arrows around her, shooting towards the gold-ranked demon beast. Thump! 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 3 lightning arrows pierced through the body of the snow wind monitor lizard. Blood splattered, and the snow wind monitor lizard wailed in pain. However, its body didn't stop and continued to charge towards Xiao Ning. These demon beasts seemed to have gone mad, completely disregarding their own lives. The attack speed of the snow wind monitor lizard was too fast. She quickly dodged to the side. With a bang, the snow wind monitor lizard collided with Xiao Ning's body, causing Xiao Ning to suffer heavy injuries and was sent flying. The snow wind monitor lizard waved its front claw and stomped towards Nieli. Not good. Nieli is in danger. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ning immediately circulated the last of her soul force and formed a lightning chain, binding the front claw of the snow wind monitor lizard. Xiao Ning was burning with anxiety. She had already used all of her strength, but the snow wind monitor lizard was too powerful. It wasn't something she could fight against. However, Nieli was still sitting cross-legged. She didn't know when Nieli would recover. She couldn't hold on any longer. Because her soul force was exhausted, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her internal organs were also heavily injured. No matter what, I won't let you hurt Nieli. Xiao Ning's eyes were resolute. She forcefully circulated her soul realm and exhausted all of her soul force. Relying on her firm will, she desperately maintained the lightning chain. However, the lightning chains were about to shatter. Just when the snow wind monitor lizard's sharp claws were about to land on Nieli's body, Nieli suddenly opened his eyes. The soul force that was pouring into his dantian was completely absorbed by his soul realm, causing his soul realm to expand by more than a fold. Nieli's soul force has undergone a qualitative transformation. He has finally stepped into 2-star gold rank. 2-star gold rank strength. Nieli felt the changes in his body and was extremely excited. He didn't expect that he would be able to absorb the soul force of those dead demonic beasts and complete his advancement. Nieli's right hand moved, and the scarlet flame flying knife appeared in his hand. The scarlet flame flying knife left his hand and shot into the sharp claws of the snow wind behemoth lizard. The scarlet flame flying knife pierced through the snow wind behemoth lizard's entire arm and went through its head, shooting out from the back of its head. Howl! The snow wind behemoth lizard wailed and heavily fell on the ground. Fresh blood flowed all over the ground. After reaching 2-star gold rank, the scarlet flame flying knife was used by Nieli. Its power was astonishing, directly piercing through a 5-star gold rank demon beast. Nieli's right hand moved, and the scarlet flame flying knife flew back to him. He looked at Yi Ziyun, who was far away. Yi Ziyun and the 2 gold-rank demon beasts were fighting at the edge of the city wall. Nieli's body quickly transformed, merging with the Fang Panda demon spirit, and unleashed the gravity field. Afterwards, he opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast. The yin-yang blast shot out. Yi Ziyun was in the midst of a bitter battle. All of a sudden, the 2 gold-rank demon beasts crashed down from the city wall. Such a sudden change made her a little surprised. She only understood what was going on after taking a glance at Nieli. 2 balls of light, one black and one white, exploded beside them. The frightening impact instantly engulfed the 2 gold-rank demon beasts. Yi Ziyun let out a breath of relief. She slowly floated down and looked into the distance. She saw Nieli carrying the heavily injured Xiao Ninger and using his soul force to heal Xiao Ninger's injuries. The setting sun shone on Nieli and Xiao Ninger, dyeing them with a touch of golden light. In this battlefield filled with death, it was so beautiful, so gorgeous. What a pair of lovers. Not knowing why, seeing this scene, Yi Ziyun felt a slight pain in her heart. She stared blankly for a moment. Ninger can disregard everything for you. She likes you so much, but what about me? We don't have any unforgettable feelings between us. What qualifications do I have to take you away from Ninger's hands? Yi Ziyun's eyes were moist. She felt as though her heart was being torn apart. After a long time, she quietly wiped the tears off her face. Nieli, from now on, let's be friends. Whether it's you or Ninger, you're both my best friends. You have to treat Ninger well. Yi Ziyun murmured. Looking at Nieli and Xiao Ninger, she thought of herself. Perhaps she's destined to be lonely. She's the daughter of the city lord. Since young, she's shouldered too much. She has to use her life to protect Glory City. She's destined not to be like Ninger, to love someone so fiercely. From this moment on, she's decided to hide her feelings for Nieli deep in her heart. However, she doesn't know why, but her heart is still vaguely aching. Nieli injected his soul force into Ninger's body, slowly warming up Ninger's damaged meridians. A moment later, Ninger groaned and woke up. She opened her eyes with great difficulty. Nieli, it's good that you're fine. Xiao Ninger's face was pale. She breathed a mouthful of air and weakly said with a smile. At this moment, her breathing was weak. There wasn't a single trace of blood on her beautiful face. Luckily, it's only the exhaustion of her soul force. Her life isn't in danger. Don't talk anymore. Your soul force has been exhausted too much. You can't fight anymore. I'll get Ziyun to send you back. You guys can return to the City Lord's mansion to recover first, said Nieli. Seeing Ninger in this state, Nieli couldn't help feeling a little heartache. For him, Ninger gave her all, but he couldn't give Ninger what she wants. He didn't pay back what he owed in his previous life, and now he owes even more in this life. Nieli's heart was filled with guilt. He glanced at Yi Ziyun, who was walking over. Leave Ninger to me, Yi Ziyun said, supporting Xiao Ninger from Nieli's hands. She lowered her head, not looking at Nieli's eyes. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun. Just when he was about to thank Yi Ziyun disregarded her own safety to stop the 2 gold-rank demon beasts. Before Nieli could speak, Yi Ziyun interrupted him and supported Xiao Ninger. If there's anything else, let's talk about it later. It's not suitable for Ninger to stay here. I'll bring her back first. Nieli was slightly stunned. He felt that Yi Ziyun's expression was a little strange. However, Nelly couldn't tell what it was. However, the demon beasts were currently attacking the city walls, so it wasn't the time to think about it. The scarlet flame flying knife in Nelly's hand continued to shoot out. Asterisk poo 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 demon beasts were chopped down by Nelly. Looking into the distance, Yiziyun and Ninger's figures were gradually getting further away. With his cultivation reaching 2-star gold rank, it wouldn't be a problem for him to challenge 5-star gold rank demon beasts. Not to mention, he had a sharp weapon like the Scarlet Flame flying knife. In just a short moment, dozens of demon beasts were killed. The Snow Wind demon beast army attacked for over 30 hours, from night to day and back to night. The city guards changed batches after batches, taking turns to fight. At least a third of the million demon beast army was eliminated. After this intense battle, a deafening beast roar resounded from afar. The Snow Wind demon beast army had finally retreated a few thousand meters away from the city wall and stopped. The Snow Wind demon beasts actually stopped their attack. This is simply inconceivable. In the past, the demon beast horde would always advance wave after wave until the end. Seeing the Snow Wind demon beasts stopping a few thousand meters away, Yi Zong, Yi Xiao, and the rest looked at each other. Why did the demon beast horde stop? Could it be related to that roar from earlier? That roar from earlier was loud and clear. It was at least emitted by a black gold ranked demon beast. Could it be that these ordinary demon beasts are listening to the command of that black gold ranked demon beast? Suddenly thinking of something, Yizong slightly shivered and said, "That black gold ranked demon beast has unlocked its spiritual wisdom." A demon beast that unlocked its spiritual wisdom? Yishio was shocked in his heart. He has also heard of those legends. Among the demon beasts, there are some that have extraordinary wisdom. After unlocking their spiritual wisdom, they can even possess intelligence that isn't inferior to humans. However, under normal circumstances, isn't it only legend-ranked demon beasts that have a little bit of spiritual wisdom? Yizong looked into the distance, sighed, and said, "These years, the number of experts in Glory City has been decreasing. However, the evolution speed of the demon beasts is getting faster and faster. Even some of the demon beasts in the vicinity of Glory City are much stronger than before." Hearing Yizong's words, Shen Hong curled his lips. This is something that has already been confirmed a long time ago. If they were to bitterly stay in Glory City, they would be exterminated sooner or later. Only the Dark Guild has grasped the method to open the ancient array. Relying on the Dark Guild is the only way out. The patriarchs of the other aristocratic families were also a little dejected. However, with those rising juniors, Glory City isn't without hope. Yizong thought of Nieli, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest. The era of these people has slowly passed. The geniuses of the younger generation are still growing. The future belongs to these younger generations. As the older generation, they can only do their best to create a good condition for the rising of the younger generation. No matter what, Glory City can't fall into their hands. Taking the opportunity when the demon beast horde stopped attacking, the various families brought over a lot of red oil. The Association of Alchemists also brought over a lot of bamboo and a large amount of blood-burst demonic bottles. In order to fight against the demon beast horde, the entire Glory City is operating at high speed. I wonder when they will launch their next attack. Nieli couldn't help thinking. What are they doing? Someone cried out in alarm. The demon beast army was in an uproar. Huge snow wind demon beasts were moving huge rocks from the mountains far away. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone in Glory City changed. They're preparing to throw rocks at Glory City. Oh my God, we're done for. Chapter 164. Every single one of these snow wind demon beasts have extraordinary strength. They can throw a 100-kilogram boulder a few hundred meters away. If these boulders were to fall from the sky, it would be troublesome. Seeing this scene, the faces of Yizong and the rest changed. Black gold rank experts like them are still fine. Even if the boulders were to fly over, they can still shatter them. However, there are too few experts in Glory City. They can't deal with all of them. Furthermore, Glory City's city walls extend for dozens of miles. What should we do? Many of the patriarchs felt anxious in their hearts. Shenhong also shuddered with fear. If the demonic beasts had intelligence, what would happen? Fortunately, he was wise enough to rely on the Dark Guild. When Glory City is destroyed, the sacred family can quietly withdraw and follow the Dark Guild into the Abyss prison realm. He doesn't know if the Dark Guild lied to him about the existence of the Abyss prison realm. However, he has no other choice. Yishio immediately came to look for Nieli and asked, "Nieli, what should we do? Once they start their attack, we'll be finished. Looks like we can only use this move." Nieli looked at Yishio and asked, "Lord Yishio, how many giant ballistae do we have with a range of more than 5,000 meters?" "Giant ballistae? We do have a lot of them, but they can only be used to deal with ordinary demon beasts. At most, they can only injure them. Very few of them can be killed. Once the range is more than 2,000 meters, the attack power will be very small. There's no need for the attack power to be strong. As long as the range is more than 5,000 meters, then tie this on," Nieli said as he took out the blood-burst demonic bottle. In the past few days, the Association of Alchemists has already produced tens of thousands of blood-burst demonic bottles. After witnessing the chain of explosions, Yishio no longer dared to look down on the things that Nieli took out. The power of this thing isn't small. Its power isn't small. A small bottle can kill hundreds of silver rank and below snow wind demon beasts. Nieli said, "A few hundred?" Yishio's brows twitched. This power is simply too frightening. He immediately yelled towards the experts of the snow wind family, "Quick, bring the crossbows up." Very quickly, the giant crossbows were moved up the city wall. While the snow wind demon beasts were still moving the stones, they began to load the crossbows. Seeing that the group of snow wind demon beasts were about 3,000 meters away and were about to throw rocks, Yishio quickly pulled the crossbow and shot an arrow into the distance. Whoosh! The crossbow arrow drew a long arc in the sky. As a black gold rank demon spiritualist, this bit of accuracy is nothing to him. The crossbow bolt landed in the midst of the snow wind demon beasts, causing the blood-burst demonic bottle to explode. In an instant, a bloody light soared into the sky. The terrifying thing about the blood-burst magic bottle was that after a few demon beasts were killed, the demon beast's blood would also explode, triggering a chain of explosions. The bigger the demonic beast, the more obvious the effect. In an instant, hundreds of snow wind demon beasts exploded into pieces. Not a single one was left. However, this blood-burst demonic bottle is unable to cause any harm to gold-rank demon beasts. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This thing is even more terrifying than the earlier explosion. If the snow wind demon beasts wanted to throw rocks, they would have to get close to 3,000 meters away. However, the range of the crossbow is 5,000 meters or even further. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows flew into the sky and fell towards the snow wind demon beast army, triggering a series of bloody explosions. The snow wind demon beasts were enraged by the sudden attack. They roared and madly pounced forward. There were some gold-rank snow wind demon beasts that were not killed by the blood-burst demonic bottle. They charged up and started to throw rocks at Glory City. Rocks flew towards Glory City. Those gold rank and black gold rank experts immediately raised their swords and slashed at the rocks. Many of the rocks were shattered in the air. There were also some rocks that fell down, instantly knocking down many city guards. Luckily, only a small amount of rocks flew over. If there wasn't such a terrifying item like the blood-burst demonic bottle, Glory City would probably be engulfed by rocks in the sky in no time. The battle was intense. Wave after wave of bloody explosions occurred within the snow wind demon beast army. In an instant, tens of thousands of snow wind demon beasts were killed. After a few rounds of intense battle, the snow wind demon beasts couldn't hold on any longer and retreated a few thousand meters. This is the first time that Glory City is facing a demon beast horde and has the absolute advantage. In the past, when facing a demon beast horde, the city walls would often be breached. After that, they would fight in the streets of the city. Countless houses would be destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of casualties would be considered low. But this time, the number of casualties is only a few thousand. The number of casualties is only close to 10,000. This is simply an inconceivable matter. This is all thanks to Nyeli. Without Nyeli's items, it would be a problem for Glory City to defend itself. Roar! The black gold rank demon beasts within the snow wind demon beast army couldn't hold back any longer. They madly charged towards the direction of the city walls. Their huge bodies caused the ground to tremble as they stepped on it. Ordinary demon beasts can't even get close to the city walls. Therefore, they have to personally make a move. Huge demon beasts with a height of 10 to 20 meters were like moving fortresses. Several blood-burst, demonic bottles landed on their bodies and exploded. However, they weren't injured in the slightest. The speed of these black gold rank demon beasts was extremely fast. In an instant, they had already reached the bottom of the city walls. Seeing this scene, Yi Zong, Yi Xiao, Huyan Xiong, and the other higher-ups of the various families pulled out their swords and prepared to fight. Boom! A black gold rank demon beast soared into the sky and pounced towards the city walls. With a boom, a large piece of the city wall was torn off. Hundreds of city guards screamed as they were thrown off their horses. 5 black gold rank experts immediately brandished their swords and charged towards the black gold rank demon beast. Boom! 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 An intense battle broke out on the city walls. One after another, the black gold rank demon beasts descended from the sky. Some landed on the city walls, while others flew into the city. The black gold rank experts of Glory City pounced forward. 5 to 6 people surrounded a single black gold rank demon beast, and an intense battle broke out. Retreat, retreat quickly. Some of the people with low cultivation were sent flying dozens of meters away by the aura emitted by the black gold rank demon beasts, vomiting blood. Several parts of the city walls collapsed. The houses within the city walls were also constantly being smashed by the huge bodies of the black gold rank demon beasts. These black gold rank snow wind demon beasts are extremely powerful. Their bodies are as hard as steel. Even the attacks of a black gold rank expert can only cause a little bit of damage to their skin. Lead them towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Yi Zong solemnly barked. Yi Xiao, you stay here and be in charge of commanding. Finishing his words, Yi Zong also leaped out. Although Shan Hong hesitated for a moment, he still flew out with his sword. Although the sacred family is being suppressed, they still haven't fallen out with the Snow Wind family. The Snow Wind family still hasn't found an excuse to annihilate the sacred family. Therefore, Shan Hong still has to put up a front. Dozens of black gold rank demon beasts were like moving fortresses, wantonly destroying. Nyeli could vaguely see that the attack route of these black gold rank snow wind demon beasts isn't random. With a snow wind great ape as the leader, that snow wind great ape is the key amongst all the snow wind demon beasts. Thinking about this, Nyeli said to Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the rest, you guys stay here and guard the city walls. Finishing his words, Nyeli followed the direction of the snow wind great ape. That snow wind great ape strength is extremely powerful. It's probably only a step away from legend rank. It continuously sent 3 black gold rank experts of Glory City flying. Probably seeing that the snow wind great ape strength is the strongest, Yi Zong let out a roar, merged with the black-scaled earth dragon, and charged towards the snow wind great ape. Boom! 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 The two powerful forces clashed together, causing shockwaves to shoot out in all directions. The ripples that spread out directly crushed the surrounding houses. The snow wind great ape furiously roared as it attacked Yi Zong. That terrifying aura seemed to want to crush Yi Zong into pieces. Yi Zong instantly fell into a bitter battle. Shen Hong also waved his sword to attack the snow wind great ape. However, he didn't use all his strength to fight against the snow wind great ape. On the contrary, he would occasionally cast a malicious glance at Yi Zong. If Yi Zong was killed by the snow wind great ape, then it would be perfect. Nyeli was hiding in the dark. Seeing this scene, his eyes shot out a chilling light. Shen Hong, this guy, is trying to backstab Yi Zong. The snow wind great ape's huge paws madly slapped Yi Zong. Yizong could only use his physical strength to resist it. Under the terrifying rainstorm-like attacks, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. This snow-wind great ape strength is too powerful. The corner of Shun Hong's mouth curled into a sneer. Although Yizong's strength is very strong, he's obviously inferior to the snow-wind great ape. This wave of attacks is probably more than enough for Yizong to endure. If the snow-wind great ape is allowed to wreak havoc, who knows how many citizens of Glory City will suffer. Yizong has no other way out. However, Shun Hong has been glaring at him from the side, causing Yizong to have no choice but to be on guard. Wanting to kill the snow-wind great ape is simply too difficult. Yizong fought and retreated, slowly luring the snow-wind great ape towards the city lord's mansion. When the snow-wind great ape saw the huge pillars erected in the direction of the city lord's mansion, it seemed to have realized something and let out a loud roar. The black gold rank demon beasts that were approaching the city lord's mansion also retreated. Could it be that the snow-wind great ape saw something? Demon beasts with intelligence are simply too terrifying. Yizong let out a furious roar and waved out sword aura, attempting to drive the snow-wind great ape towards the city lord mansion. After all, the 10,000 demonic beast array can't be moved. Therefore, Yizong couldn't do anything about it. The snow-wind great ape took the attack from Yizong's sword aura. Ignoring the wounds on its body, it let out a furious roar and charged forward. Boom! The huge body of the snow-wind great ape collided with Yizong's body. Yizong was sent flying dozens of meters away and vomited a mouthful of blood. City Lord, are you all right? Shun Hong wanted to approach Yizong. An ominous light flashed across Yizong's eyes. He tightly held onto the sharp sword in his hand and glanced at Shun Hong. Shun Hong no longer dared to approach. Although Yizong is injured, his strength is still very strong. Therefore, Shun Hong did not dare to be rash. After the snow-wind great ape knocked Yizong away, it became even more ferocious. It knocked down buildings one after another and pounced towards Yizong. Shun Hong doesn't have any good intentions. If this goes on, the situation will be very dangerous. I have to think a way to get rid of this snow-wind great ape first. Nieli, who was hiding in the darkness, took out a legend rank scroll. He bit his finger and dripped a few drops of blood onto the legend rank scroll. A blazing red light suddenly emerged. The red light quickly exploded, turning into a huge fireball. The blazing heat wave swept out, as though it wanted to melt everything in the surroundings. Legend rank forbidden technique, flame explosion. Nieli let out a deep roar. His eyes narrowed. The flame explosion drew a long arc in the air and shot towards the snow-wind great ape. The snow-wind great ape was dealing with Yizong. It was caught off guard by the huge fireball shooting toward its back. It immediately wanted to dodge and rolled a little. However, the fireball was like a maggot attached to a bone. It turned in the air. Roar! The snow-wind great ape let out an angry roar. A thick ice wall was condensed around its body. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. The might of the explosion caused Yizong, Shun Hong, and the other black gold rank experts to be sent flying back dozens of meters. Just the aftermath of the explosion was already so terrifying, not to mention the center of the explosion. The instant the fireball came in contact with the ice wall condensed by the snow-wind great ape was shattered into pieces. The fireball bombarded the body of the snow-wind great ape without any resistance. The snow-wind great ape wailed as its body was sent flying, smashing into countless houses. It flew a few hundred meters away and smashed into a 3-story building on the side of the street. Only then did it fall to the ground. Its entire body was charred black. The snow-wind great ape wailed endlessly. The legend rank forbidden technique caused it to be heavily injured. What a terrifying power. Could it be that Lord Yemo has returned? Shun Hong was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Such a terrifying legend rank forbidden technique, probably only a legend rank expert would be able to release it. Luckily, he did not launch a sneak attack on Yizong. Otherwise, the legend rank expert in the dark would have already killed him. Yizong held onto his chest and slowly climbed up. That terrifying legend rank forbidden technique caused him to be terrified. He looked towards the darkness at the side, but couldn't see anything. Only a legend rank expert would be able to release such a terrifying legend rank forbidden technique. Could it be Father? That can't be right. Father has been practicing a snow wind cultivation technique. It's impossible for him to release such a terrifying legend rank forbidden technique. In Glory City, who else would be able to release such a terrifying legend rank forbidden technique? Yizong suddenly thought of a person. Could it be Nieli's master, that hidden expert? Thinking about it here, Yizong felt relieved. There's a high possibility that it was that expert that saved him. If it was really that expert that saved him, then it's definitely something worth celebrating. Glory City will have another legend rank guardian. With the relationship between Nieli and Yun Air, if Glory City is in trouble in the future, that expert will definitely lend a helping hand. In fact, after releasing the legend rank forbidden technique and sending the snow wind great ape flying, Nieli quietly escaped. As long as Yizong is fine, it's fine. If he doesn't show himself, Shenhong will definitely have some fear in his heart and won't dare to make a move on Yizong. That way, Yizong will definitely be safe and sound. Shenhong looked at Yizong, his eyes wandering around, awkwardly smiled and said, "City Lord, are you all right? Thank you for Brother Shin's concern. I'm fine." Yizong glanced at Shenhong and lightly said, Chapter 165. The snow wind great ape is heavily injured. It shouldn't be able to resist anymore. I'll put this legend rank forbidden magic scroll on my tab. Nieli glanced at Yizong and inwardly thought to himself. Yizong owed him another favor. I'll treat this as a betrothal gift. Nieli smiled and continued to head towards another black gold rank demon beast. However, this time, he's not going to use the legend rank forbidden spell scroll. Legend rank forbidden spell scrolls can only be found by luck. There's only a total of 7 of them. Every time he uses one, there's one less. Now, he's only left with 6. Who knows when he might need them in the future? The only thing that Nieli can use to injure a black gold rank expert is the 3 flying daggers. Although the Thunder God's meteorite sword can also be used, it's too troublesome to use. Those places are still in a chaotic battle. Nieli has been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make his move. Although the 3 flying daggers can break through the defense of a black gold rank demon beast, a black gold rank demon beast isn't just for show. His flying daggers can still be easily dodged. On Yizong's side, the snow wind great ape is heavily injured. It's hard for it to fight anymore. Ice spikes condensed around its body as it furiously stared at Yizong. Bastard, you've offended my glory city and killed my people. Even if I have to use all my strength, I'll still kill you. Yizong furiously barked, circulating his soul realm. The sharp sword in his hand turned into a huge sword aura and slashed down towards the snow wind great ape. At this moment, Yizong seems to have entered into a mysterious state. This slash contained his lifetime's comprehension of the martial Tao. As the overbearing sword aura slashed down, the ice spikes around the snow wind great ape's body were continuously broken. The snow wind great ape furiously roared, wanting to pounce forward again. Boom! The sword aura slashed onto the snow wind great ape's body. The snow wind great ape wailed and fell to the ground, staining the ground with fresh blood. Seeing the snow wind great ape lying on the ground, Yizong wasn't sure if the berserk snow wind great ape was really dead. He immediately leapt up and stabbed the snow wind great ape's head, causing blood to spurt out. The snow wind great ape was finally dead. Yizong finally heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the snow wind great ape on the ground, then looking at Yizong, Shenhong had a complicated expression on his face. He could feel that Yizong's final slash seemed to have made some progress in the martial path. His heart was filled with resentment. It was such a good opportunity, but he didn't succeed. If he wants to find another opportunity, it will be even harder, especially since there seemed to be a super expert hidden in the surroundings. Without the leadership of the snow wind great ape, the rest of the black gold rank demon beasts immediately cowered in fear. Their attacks were no longer as methodical as before. Those black gold rank demon beasts wanted to retreat from Glory City, but were stopped by the experts of Glory City. Just when they were about to leave and help deal with the other black gold rank demon beasts, they suddenly felt something. Yizong slashed open the snow wind great ape's head and saw a glowing demon spirit slowly rising up. The snow wind great ape's demon spirit. Yizong stretched out his right hand and grabbed it, then stored it into his interspatial ring. Seeing this scene, Shunhong's eyes turned red. He was filled with resentment and unwillingness in his heart. Not only did he fail in his sneak attack on Yizong, he even let Yizong obtain such a precious demon spirit. In this world, out of tens of thousands of demon beasts, there might only be one that can produce a demon spirit. Demon spirits of high-ranked demon beasts are even harder to find. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the demon beast, the more powerful its demon spirit. Out of tens of thousands of demon beasts, there might not even be one that can unlock its spiritual wisdom. This is the demon spirit of a black gold ranked demon beast that has unlocked its spiritual wisdom. No matter if it's Yizong or Shanhong's demon spirits, they are far from being comparable to this snow wind great ape. Right now, Yizong is only a step away from legend rank. Once he integrates with the snow wind great ape's demon spirit, Yizong might be able to cross that threshold and directly step into the realm of legend rank demon spiritualist. Legend rank, that's a realm that many people dream of. Shenhong even had the thought of snatching the snow wind great ape's demon spirit from Yizong's hands. However, he dispelled that thought. On one hand, his cultivation technique isn't suitable to integrate with a snow wind attribute demon spirit. On the other hand, he's afraid that he's not Yizong's opponent, not to mention that there's still a powerful expert hiding in the dark. Once Yizong steps in a legend rank, it'll be enough to give Shunhong a headache. Congratulations, City Lord. You've obtained a black gold rank demon spirit that has unlocked its spiritual wisdom. Although Shunhong was depressed to death, he still congratulated Yizong. Yizong lightly glanced at Shunhong. The reason why he kept the demon spirits so quickly was because he was worried that Shunhong might have some crooked ideas. He said, "Then, I'll have to thank Brother Shun." Although the snow wind great ape's demon spirit can indeed allow him to step in a legend rank, he wasn't the one who killed the snow wind great ape. Therefore, he doesn't intend to take the snow wind great ape's demon spirit for himself. If it was someone else, they would definitely integrate with the snow wind great ape without any hesitation. However, Yizong's heart is magnanimous. Since Niel Li's master saved him, then returning the snow wind great ape's demon spirit is only natural. Whoosh! Niel Li's scarlet flame flying knife shot out and pierced through the chest of a black gold rank demon beast. The surrounding black gold rank experts immediately killed the black gold rank demon beast. More and more black gold rank experts were released. They immediately went to the other battlefields and joined the battle. Very quickly, black gold rank demon beasts were killed, one after another. 20 hours later, the battle within Glory City slowly calmed down. The demon beasts outside of Glory City were like a group of dragons without a leader. After suffering the continuous attacks, they began to scatter in all directions. A million-level demon beast horde has finally been completely destroyed. Looking at the devastated Glory City, everyone couldn't help feeling a lingering fear in their hearts. The demon beast horde is simply too frightening. However, this is already the smallest loss. In the past, every demon beast horde would cause at least hundreds of thousands of casualties. But this time, the death toll was only a few thousand, and the injuries were only tens of thousands. In everyone's heart, there was a feeling of rejoicing after surviving a disaster. It's over. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, their taut hearts finally relaxed. Nieli stood on top of the city wall, looking at the battlefield outside. As far as his eyes could see, there were corpses of snow wind demon beasts everywhere. Thinking about the frightening demon beast horde in his previous life, he didn't feel any joy in his heart. On the contrary, he felt even more solemn. A million-level demon beast horde already caused such a frightening result. What if it's the same as his previous life, 100 million-level demon beast horde? The sense of urgency in Nieli's heart became even more intense. His arrival has already changed the history of Glory City. However, that 100 million-level demon beast horde is something that he will have to face sooner or later. Nieli, are you all right? After finding Nieli, Lu Piao, Dowsit, and the rest surrounded him. Nieli's sudden departure made them feel uneasy. I'm fine, Nieli said, smiling. Looking at their concerned eyes, Nieli couldn't help feeling touched. In his previous life, after roaming for so many years, if it wasn't for Nieli being thick-skinned and finding his own entertainment to relieve his loneliness, he would have long died in the endless emptiness. Now that there are so many people concerned about him, this feeling is great. Nieli will not allow anyone to take them away from him. Go back and train. Nieli looked at everyone and seriously said, Okay. Dowsit and the rest nodded their heads. Their expressions were especially serious. The beast tide this time had given everyone a wake-up call. Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao's face instantly turned bitter and said, Speaking of which, can you not count me in? Even if I don't train, my cultivation will still rise very quickly. What do you think? Xiao Shui crossed her arms, looking at Lu Piao with a smile that isn't a smile. Lu Piao's face instantly deflated. The group stepped through the ruins, heading towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Along the way, the city guards were busy. Some of them hugged the corpses and cried loudly, while others quietly carried the corpses away. This sorrowful scene caused tears to flash in the eyes of Xiao Shui and the rest. Nieli couldn't help sighing when he saw the collapsed walls and tiles. In his previous life, he had returned to Glory City. At that time, Glory City was only left with broken walls. Not even corpses could be seen. Most of the corpses were eaten by demon beasts. The familiar place that he once played with has changed. Nieli cried loudly, but the entire Glory City only had his echoes. A boundless loneliness and fear engulfed him. All of this felt like a dream. Nieli never thought that he would be able to use the Temporal Demon Spirit book to reincarnate and start everything again. There were many times when Nieli thought that all of this was a dream and had countless nightmares at night. However, these friends around him made Nieli feel that everything was real. Seeing Nieli's strange expression, Yiziyun curiously asked, Nieli, what's wrong? Nieli retracted his gaze, shook his head, smiled, and said, I just remembered a lot of things. Let's go. The group of people walked in the twilight. City Lord's mansion, everyone else was in closed-door training. Only Nieli was called over by Yizong. Yizong looked at Nieli and sincerely said, Nieli, in this war, your contribution cannot go unnoticed. I represent all the citizens of Glory City to thank you. Yizong's serious attitude made Nieli a little embarrassed. In his previous life, from Yiziyun's description, Nieli's understanding of Yizong has always been that Yizong is a strict father. After coming into contact with him in this life, Nieli realized that under Yizong's strict and cold appearance, there's a sincere and selfless heart. Nieli's impression of Yizong has greatly changed. Of course, there are some principles that Nieli will not give in, because after his rebirth, Nieli clearly knows what he's chasing after. Father-in-law, we're all family. There's no need to be so polite. This is also something that I should do. Nieli said, smiling. Nieli, this brat, is still asking for a beating. However, after this period of interaction, although Nieli's mouth is a little uncouth, he has slowly fallen in love with Nieli. He has already treated Nieli as his own child. Yizong can't help but compare Nieli and Yihan together. Yihan is a person who is unsociable and very shrewd. He never knows what Yihan is thinking in his heart, which always makes people faintly vigilant. As for Nieli, although he always does some unreliable things, he vaguely recalls that everything he does is done with great propriety and steps. He is also very shrewd, but he is very casual. At least, one can feel that many of the things that Nieli does are good. Yizong and Yihan belong to the first kind of people. Because of their similar personalities, Yizong admired Yi Han in the beginning. However, after Nieli appeared, Yizong realized that he admired Nieli's personality more than he admired Yi Han. When exactly did this change happen, Yizong isn't too clear. In the beginning, when Nieli called him father-in-law, he was still very angry, wishing that he could beat up Nieli. However, as he called him that, Yizong got used to it. He didn't know when, but he had already accepted this form of address and didn't feel any disgust towards it. Perhaps Nieli has been scheming like this since the beginning. After hearing it so many times, he got used to it. No matter what, you're a great contributor in this matter. All of us will remember it in our hearts. Yizong said. Aside from him, the other patriarchs of the various families in Glory City also know of Nieli's contribution. Such a big matter definitely isn't something that can be resolved with just a few words of praise. As the city lord, he has to be fair when it comes to rewards and punishments. However, he doesn't know what to reward Nieli with. All right, father-in-law, those potion formulas must not be leaked out. If the Dark Guild learns of it. To be continued. Chapter 166. Understand. I've already made the appropriate arrangements. Yizong nodded his head. How could he not understand that this matter is of great importance? That's good, Nieli said, nodding his head. Right, there's one more thing. Yizong recalled and said, when I was fighting against the Snow Wind Great Ape, it was all thanks to a top-notch expert who cast a legend-rank forbidden technique to save me. I'm guessing that expert should be your master, right? My master? Nieli was stunned for a moment. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He nodded his head and said, it should be my master. What's wrong? Nieli did not intend to take the credit for this matter. Let this non-existent master take advantage of it. Help me thank your master. Furthermore, I've taken a demon spirit from the Snow Wind Great Ape's body. This Snow Wind Great Ape has unlocked its intellect. Its demon spirit is extremely valuable. Help me return this to your master. Yizong said as he took out the Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit. My master has already said so. Nieli smiled and said, this Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit is useless to him. It just so happens that he doesn't know what to give to father-in-law. This Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit can be considered a betrothal gift. Betrothal gift? Yizong was dumbfounded. Nieli and Yizian didn't even have an engagement ceremony, and he's already giving a betrothal gift? His face turned black. Nieli, did you think of this yourself? Nieli's face suddenly turned serious as he said with a solemn expression, a teacher for a day, a father for life. The respect I have for my master can be seen by the heavens and earth. Without his permission, how would I dare to give such a precious thing behind his back? Yizong was stunned by Nieli's expression. Could it really be a betrothal gift from that super expert? Then, should he accept it or not? If he doesn't accept it, he'll be disrespecting that expert. If he accepts it, he'll have to marry his daughter off. However, hadn't Yizong collected enough things? 10,000 demonic beast array, blood crystals, and now, with his Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit, there's no turning back. It was easy to collect these things, but it was difficult to send them back. Yizong was crying silently in his heart. If he continued to oppose the engagement, he wouldn't know where to put his face. If he's able to integrate with the Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit, Yizong might be able to step in a legend rank. This kind of temptation is very big. If Yizong had reached the legendary realm, it would not have been so dangerous when facing the million-level beast tide. Should he accept it or not? Yizong struggled with the dilemma for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and accepted it. He had already accepted so many things, and one more wouldn't make a difference. Ahem, Nieli, I'll take the Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit. As for Yun, as long as she's willing, I won't have any objections. But if Yun isn't willing, Yizong dryly coughed and said, as long as you don't object. Nieli chuckled and said, as for Ziyun, I won't let her suffer any grievances. Yizong's face was burning hot. He could only accept it. Then I'll head back first. Nieli said his goodbyes and left. Looking at Nieli's departing figure, Yizong smiled. He sat cross-legged and began to integrate with the Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit. Although Yizong's black-scaled, Earth Dragon demon spirit has a little bit of dragon bloodline, it's still incomparable to this Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit. Even among legend rank demon spirits, there are only a few that have their intellect unlocked. As long as they have their intellect unlocked, they can almost certainly step in a legend rank. Therefore, Yizong did not hesitate to give up on the black-scaled Earth Dragon and chose to integrate with the Snow Wind Great Ape. Sacred family, all kinds of things were thrown on the ground. After coming back this time, Shenhong nearly went crazy from anger. He threw a lot of things. After so many years, his cultivation has always been inferior to Yizong's. Although the two of them have reached the pinnacle of black gold rank, he still wasn't Yizong's opponent. Shenhong has always been unconvinced. This time, when he saw Yizong obtain the rare Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit, he was even more depressed in his heart. Once Yizong integrates with the Snow Wind Great Ape demon spirit, he might be able to step in a legend rank. Why don't I have such a good life? Shenhong was furious. Yizong, the two of us grew up together. Your cultivation has always been stronger than mine, suppressing me in everything. You climbed all the way to the city lord's position and even married the most beautiful woman in Glory City. Which part of me is inferior to you? The reason why my cultivation is inferior to yours is because you're the eldest son of the Snow Wind family. Why should all the benefits be taken by you? Shenhong's expression was distorted from the anger. One day, I will destroy everything you have, just like how I killed your woman with poison. I will take away everything you have. Shenhong clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. After a long time, Shenhong's anger slowly calmed down. The ominous glint in his eyes slowly disappeared. Aside from Yizong, there's another person that Shenhong hates the most, and that's Nieli. Ever since Nieli appeared, the sacred family has been in a passive position, which attracted the attention of the Snow Wind family. That's why they ended up in such a state, slowly withdrawing from the core of Glory City's power. Originally, if they were to wait for another 1 or 2 years, the sacred family would have completed their various arrangements and made their move. At that time, the Snow Wind family would have a hard time defending against them. But now, the sacred family is under surveillance and can't do anything. Yizong, do you think that my sacred family will give up so easily? You're looking down on my sacred family too much. It won't be long before you taste the bitter fruit. Shenhong coldly snorted. An ominous glint flashed across his eyes. A guard hurriedly walked up, knelt before Shenhong, and said, Lord Patriarch, we've just received news that City Lord Yizong is gathering the experts of the various families in 10 days to discuss how to deal with the demon beast horde. Discuss how to deal with the demon beast horde? Shenhong fell into deep thoughts. The demon beast horde has just ended. Gathering the experts of the various families to discuss how to deal with the demon beast horde in the future is also reasonable. However, the sacred family is currently in a delicate situation. Shenhong is worried that Yizong will make a move. However, if he doesn't participate in this kind of gathering, he's afraid that he'll become a laughingstock. Seems like I have to make a trip. Shenhong thought to himself. Thinking for a while, there are some arrangements that need to be made in advance. Yiziyun's room. Yiziyun helped Xiao Ninger bandage her wounds and slowly wiped her body with a towel. The two of them were quiet, not saying a word. They were good friends when they were young, but gradually drifted apart. Because of Nieli, they came back together again. They have grown up. Some things have changed, but there are also some things that haven't changed. Ninger, we haven't talked for a long time, Yiziyun said in a sad tone. Yeah, Xiao Ninger lightly replied. Yiziyun's thoughts seemed to have returned to a long time ago. At that time, they were innocent and their laughter could be heard everywhere in the City Lord's mansion. But later on, Ninger left, leaving her with the cold walls of the City Lord's mansion and endless loneliness. She still remembers that time, when she threw a little tantrum. Xiao Ninger cried as she left. Yiziyun, I hate you. You're the daughter of the City Lord, but I'm nothing. You're always so high and mighty, never caring about my feelings. Later on, Xiao Ninger never came to the City Lord's mansion again. Yiziyun regretted and hated herself. She was the one who drove her best friend away from her. In the first year of school, Yi Ziyun did not go to the genius class, but to the fighter apprentice class because Xiao Ninger was there. But when she saw Xiao Ninger again, Xiao Ninger had a cold expression. She tried to get close to Xiao Ninger, but was coldly thrown away by Xiao Ninger. "We are not people of the same world." This was Xiao Ninger's answer to her. Yi Ziyun wanted to cry. How she wished that she was not the daughter of the city lord. Being the daughter of the city lord did not make her happy at all. It was not until later that Yi Ziyun found a smile on Xiao Ninger's face again. It was when Xiao Ninger looked at Nieli, that gentle and quiet smile. It was also at that time that Yi Ziyun became a little curious about Nieli. What was it about Nieli that attracted Xiao Ninger? Later on, under Nieli's persistent pestering, Yi Ziyun never hated Nieli. Slowly, she had a good impression of Nieli, but it was not like Xiao Ninger's desperate love for him. "Don't worry, I won't fight with you. I won't like Nieli, that guy who doesn't behave properly all day long." Yi Ziyun looked at Xiao Ninger and said with a smile. However, when she said this, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but feel a touch of bitterness in her heart. "Nieli, Ninger likes you so much. Why do you have to provoke me?" "Yi Ziyun, Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Xiao Ninger wanted to say something. Yi Ziyun smiled and shook her head. "Let's not talk about this." Yi Ziyun smiled and shook her head and helped Xiao Ninger to wipe the bloodstains on her body. Because of her injuries, Xiao Ninger's body was covered with bloodstains. However, after wiping it off, her smooth and exquisite skin, like white jade, instantly became sparkling and translucent. At this moment, only her chest area was slightly covered. Her curvy and exquisite figure was completely revealed. Yi Ziyun also only had a thin layer of gauze draped over her. Her exquisite skin was faintly discernible. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking elegant and noble. Compared to Xiao Ninger, she had a different kind of beauty. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked by their beauty and sigh at the miraculous nature. Just when Yi Ziyun was quietly helping Xiao Ninger to wipe her body, the door outside creaked open, and a figure jumped into the room. That figure was Nieli. "Ziyun, Ninger, how are you guys?" Nieli's gaze fell onto Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger's bodies, and his gaze instantly froze. Seeing Nieli suddenly barging in, no matter if it's Xiao Ninger or Yi Ziyun, both of them were dumbfounded. They never expected that Nieli would actually barge in here. Furthermore, Nieli came in too quickly. They didn't even have time to wear their clothes. Nieli rushed over from Yizong's place. He was worried about Ziyun and Ninger's situation. So how could he think so much? He directly barged in. But who knew that the two of them weren't wearing any clothes? Chapter 167. Yi Ziyun's body was only wearing a transparent veil. Her waterfall-like hair fell down, and the beautiful shape of her chest could be vaguely seen. The veil only reached the upper side of her thighs, and the beautiful slender jade legs below were even more obvious. There was a kind of indescribable temptation. Xiao Ninger, who was lying on the bed, exclaimed and covered her chest, but her slender palm could not cover the proud figure. The spring scenery was overflowing, and it made people's imagination roam. Yi Ziyun stared at Nieli with a frosty face, and Xiao Ning lowered her head shyly, and her face was flushed. I came at the wrong time, sorry." Nieli smiled awkwardly and quickly turned to go out. "Nieli, who allowed you to barge in? Get out." Yi Ziyun became angrier the more she thought about it. She snorted coldly, and her right hand moved, and a cold ice shot toward Nieli. Feeling that the temperature in the room suddenly dropped a lot, Nieli quickly slipped out and closed the door. With a bang, the ice burst and frost covered the door. Seeing Yi Ziyun's angry look, Xiao Ning chuckled and glanced in the direction of the door. Nieli's hot gaze did make her a little shy, but she also had some thoughts in her heart that did not want to admit defeat. Between herself and Yi Ziyun, who could attract Nieli more? "Nieli, this guy always does this kind of unreliable thing. I really have to teach him a lesson," Yi Ziyun said angrily, and her face was also red to the neck. Not to mention Ning, she only had a chest wrap to cover her body. Although she was wearing clothes, it was an almost transparent veil. Nieli's pair of thieving eyes, not to mention how bright, was definitely seen by Nieli just now. Nelly did not do it on purpose. He should be worried about us, so he rushed in. Xiao Ning pursed her lips and said, Ning you haven't married Nelly yet, but you have already started to speak for Nelly. Won't you be bullied to death by him in the future? Yi Ziyun pouted and said indignantly. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Xiao Ning eyes flashed a touch of sadness. Marry Nelly? Am I really worthy of Nelly? Nelly's talent is so outstanding. Only a proud daughter like Yi Ziyun could be worthy of him. What does she count as? What does the Winged Dragon family have to compete with the Snow Wind family? Yi Ziyun looked at the suddenly silent Xiao Ning. She didn't know why, but she felt a slight pain in her heart. Although Xiao Ning looks cold and unapproachable, her heart is actually burning hot. Once she falls in love with someone, she will become especially gentle, wishing that she could give everything to the other party. As for her, she is different from Xiao Ning. As the daughter of the City Lord of Glory City, she has a lot of responsibilities. She has to complete these things first. Only then will she consider her personal matters. On this point, she is not suitable for Nelly. In the courtyard, Nelly's mind was still replaying the scene from earlier. The two beautiful girls are indeed worthy of being the two most beautiful goddesses of Glory City in the future. Even if you were to be beaten up for breaking in, it would be worth it. In his previous life, if it wasn't for Glory City being destroyed, a poor boy like Nelly wouldn't be able to obtain the favor of Yi Ziyun, the goddess in his heart. After experiencing life and death together and being reborn, Nelly's feelings for Yi Ziyun will definitely not be shaken. As for Ning in his previous life, Nelly and Ning didn't have any interaction. Towards Ning, he only felt pity. In this life, Nelly changed Xiao Ning's life. How should he deal with Ning's feelings for him? Nelly is also very confused. However, Nelly is an open-minded person. If he can't deal with it now, then he'll leave it for the future to deal with. Nelly sat cross-legged in the courtyard and continued to refine his soul force. After reaching 2-star gold rank, Nelly had a new comprehension. All living things have a soul. The soul force in this world is left behind by all kinds of living things after they died. His soul realm has a strong attraction to the surrounding soul force. The more he enters a battlefield, the faster his cultivation speed will be. However, he has to be careful in the future to avoid an accident like this. When it was close to evening, Yi Ziyun came out from her room. Ziyun. Nelly waved his hand and awkwardly greeted Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun's face was cold. Nelly thought that Yi Ziyun was still angry about what happened earlier, so he could only chuckle. Looking at Yi Ziyun doesn't matter, since it was already like that in his previous life. However, looking at Xiao Ning is his fault. Nelly, you can't stay in my courtyard anymore. Tonight, move out of here. Yi Ziyun looked at Nelly and coldly said, What? Nelly looked at Yi Ziyun's eyes and saw an unprecedented coldness and seriousness. He slightly frowned and asked, Don't you feel that it's inappropriate for you to stay here? I'm the first wife's daughter of the Snow Wind family, and you, a man, are staying here. If the other families were to know about this, what would they think? Yi Ziyun's gaze was cold as she looked at Nelly. Your father also agreed. Nelly felt that there was something wrong with Yi Ziyun's expression. He couldn't help frowning his brows. My father agreed, but that doesn't mean that I agree. In the past, I was too soft-hearted and didn't make it clear to you. From today onwards, without my consent, you're not allowed to come here anymore. Yi Ziyun coldly said, Ziyun, I was indeed too anxious earlier and accidentally barged in. Nelly thought that Yi Ziyun was really angry because of what happened earlier and wanted to explain to Yi Ziyun. It's good that you understand. Tonight, move out. Yi Ziyun stared at Nelly and said, It's good that you understand. Actually, you're no different from Yi Han. The two of you don't treat me with sincerity. You only treat me as a tool for your advancement. If you marry me, you'll naturally be able to ascend to the City Lord's position and become the most powerful person in Glory City. What a joke. Bullshit. I don't care about the City Lord's position. Nelly frowned his brows for a moment. Why would Yi Ziyun suddenly say such words? This isn't like her at all. Nelly, don't think that you're amazing just because your talent is high. In the end, you're just a poor kid from the Tensei family. Do you think that you have the qualifications to marry the city lord's daughter? Don't be naive, Yizun mercilessly said. The gap between us is something that you will never be able to cross. Hearing Yizun's harsh words, Nieli was a little annoyed. He couldn't understand where the problem lies. He clearly knows that Yizun isn't that kind of person, but Yizun didn't give him a chance to speak. Why are you still not leaving? Do you still want to shamelessly stay here? Yizun coldly stared at Nieli. Seeing Yizun's gaze, Nieli thought of some matters from his previous life. Indeed, even when Glory City was destroyed, some of the Snow Wind family's clansmen didn't agree to Nieli and Yizun being together. Their words were the same as Yizun's. How can a poor kid from the Tensei family be worthy of the city lord's daughter? Thinking of the words of the Snow Wind family's elders in his previous life, Nieli suddenly felt a little dispirited. He didn't quarrel with Yizun. He turned around, waved his hand, and said, "Don't say any more. I'll just move away." After speaking, Nieli directly walked away. "You're not going to take anything with you?" Yizun's voice was still cold. "I don't have anything. Even if I do, you can throw it all away." Nieli walked out of the courtyard. Looking at Nieli's bleak back figure, Yizun stood there for a long time. Why does her heart hurt so much? Something in her heart seems to have been sucked dry, filled with helplessness and confusion. Tears couldn't help falling down. Did I do something wrong? A moment later, in Yizun's room, Xiaoning was already put on her clothes. She looked at Yizun, who just entered, and asked, "Ziyun, where's Nieli?" He had some matters to attend to, so he went back to his family. Yizun said, her gaze turned elsewhere. "Your body still hasn't fully recovered. It's best for you to take some elixirs and cultivate." Xiaoning puzzledly looked at Yizun. Yizun's expression is a little strange. Her eyes are a little red and swollen. What's even more strange is, why did Nieli suddenly leave? However, she didn't ask much. Although there are still some grudges between her and Yizun, she won't easily give Nieli to Yizun. However, she will quietly wait for Nieli's choice. If Nieli still chooses Yizun, she will also calmly accept her fate. Lu Piao, Daozit, and the rest all returned to their families. Nieli brought Duan Jian and Nieyu back to the Tensei family. Seeing that everything is fine, he felt relieved. The current Tensei family is no longer the same as before. No matter if it's the Snow Wind family or the Association of Alchemists, they won't let the Tensei family suffer any losses. After handing Nieyu over to his parents and letting Duan Jian stay in the Tensei family, Nieli went straight to the Association of Alchemists. Although Yizun's words deeply hurt Nieli, Nieli still has to do all sorts of things for the safety of Glory City. After all, this is the place where they live. Association of Alchemists, the spacious hall, was exceptionally magnificent. Yang Xin was sitting alone on the chair at the front, engrossed in studying something. She was wearing a red, tight-fitting silk dress, looking elegant and noble. There was an indescribable grace about her. Her full and plump figure seemed to be tearing her clothes apart, full of sexiness and charm. This woman was definitely a seductress who could charm people to death. Raising her head and seeing Nieli, Yang Xion's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She lightly smiled and said, "Little brother, why are you free to come over to this sister's place today? I thought that you were staying in that little lass Yizun's home and weren't willing to come." Nieli doesn't dare to tease Yang Xion. What if he gets eaten by this seductress? He lightly smiled and said, "I'm here today to talk about something." "Oh." Yang Xion bitterly glanced at Nieli and said, "Is it that if there's nothing important, you're not willing to come over to this sister's place? Speak, what's the matter?" "I want Big Sister Yang to prepare more of those potions. Try your best to get a few 100,000 caddies within a year," Nieli said. "So much?" Yang Xion's brows slightly knitted. This demon beast horde only used a few thousand caddies of potions. Why does Nieli want so many potions? She suddenly thought of something and asked, "You're saying that within a year, Glory City will encounter an even bigger demon beast horde?" Chapter 168. Nieli nodded his head. "That's 100 million demon beast horde. They have to make preparations from now on." Yang Xion's face turned cold and said, "I understand. I will arrange this matter. Then, I'll take my leave first, Nieli said after pondering a while. It's fine as long as young Xian understands. Little brother Nieli, is there anything urgent? You're leaving so soon? Yang Xian charmingly looked at Nieli and smiled. Nothing urgent, Nieli said, shaking his head. Then, why don't you stay and have a drink with me? Yang Xian pursed her lips and smiled. Seeing Nieli's hesitant look, she said, could it be that little brother Nieli is worried that I'll eat you up? After returning from Yi Ziyun's place, Nieli's mood hasn't been good. However, he isn't worried that Yang Xian will eat him up. Although Yang Xian seems to be a person, she's just teasing Nieli in her heart. The reason why Yang Xian could become the deacon of the Association of Alchemists isn't because of her looks, but because she does have some means. She managed the entire Association of Alchemists in an orderly manner. In the future, there might be many things that he will need Yang Xian's help with. Nieli said after pondering a while. Okay, I'll have a drink with big sister Yang. The sky gradually darkened. Nieli and Yang Xian sat at the stone table in the courtyard. Little brother, what kind of world do you think it's outside of Glory City? Ever since Yang Xian, was born, I grew up in Glory City. The furthest place I've been to is a few ruins dozens of miles away. I'm like a bird trapped in a cage. My life is really boring. Yang Xian sighed as she got tipsy. Looking at Yang Xian, Nieli's gaze looked into the distant starry sky and said, outside of Glory City is the Saint Ancestral Mountain. The mountain range stretches for thousands of miles. There are still 1 or 2 human tribes that survived. Walking further out of the mountain range, there's an endless desert to the east, an endless swamp to the west, plains, poisonous forests, and so on. There are still some humans that survived in those places. The entire Divine Continent is filled with demon beasts. Outside of the Divine Continent, there are still dozens of continents. The world that these continents are located in is the main world. The main world has many subsidiary worlds. Outside of these worlds is another realm. Listening to the end, Yang Xian couldn't understand anymore. What's the main world? What's a subsidiary world? What's another realm? She only guessed that the world that Nieli is talking about should be very big, big to the point that she will never be able to see it in her lifetime. Yang Xian couldn't help sighing at the insignificance of humans. In this vast world, trapped in this small glory city, struggling to survive. For this vast world, cheers, Yang Xian raised her head and drank the wine in her hand. I, Yang Xian, am an orphan. I've suffered all kinds of ridicule since I was young. Step by step, I climbed to where I am today. What did I rely on? Looks? Wrong, I relied on strength. Until now, those men that fought with me, which one of them isn't convinced? Yang Xian was drunk. When Nieli thought of Yi Ziyun, he couldn't help feeling sad and drank the wine in his hand. For big sister Yang's strength, let's do it. I've sat on the director's seat of the Association of Alchemists. There are so many people eyeing this seat, but I still manage to sit on it. However, so what? I know people all over the world, but not a single person knows me. Yang Xian bitterly smiled and drank another cup. I've fought for my entire life, but realized that it's all meaningless. Doesn't big sister Yang still have me? Nieli laughed. He suddenly understood the loneliness of Yang Xian. In his previous life, wasn't he the same? Although his footprints were all over the world, and he knew many people, his closest friends and lovers have all died. Haha, little brother Nieli, with these words of yours, big sister Yang is satisfied. Yang Xian charmingly smiled. Big sister Yang only asks one thing of you. If the snow wind demon beasts really break through Glory City, little brother Nieli, please give big sister Yang a quick death and burn my corpse. Don't let the demon beasts eat it. No. As long as I'm here, I won't let Glory City be destroyed by the demon beast horde. Nieli said with a solemn expression. Okay, big sister believes you. Yang Xian said, nodded her head. The two of them drank until late. Nieli told Yang Xian about his goals. He wants to become the strongest expert in the Endless Realms. In the Endless Realms, no one will be able to threaten his family, friends, and lovers. In Yang Xian's room, Yang Xian placed the slightly drunk Nieli on the bed. Looking at Nieli's sleeping appearance, she was a little dazed. She did drink a lot of wine, but realized that Nyeli drank even more than her. Her physique is talented, so she quickly sobered up. In the darkness, her eyes were so clear. Young Exine bent down. Her face was only inches away from Nyeli's face. The deep ravine on her collar could be vaguely seen, extremely moving. Staring at Nyeli's face for a long time, Young Exine's face turned slightly red. She actually had her heart moved by youth. She lightly sighed. When I was born, my husband was not born. When my husband was born, I was already old. If Big Sister Yang was 10 years younger, perhaps I would be like that little girl Xiao Ning, courting you without a care for my own safety. Little brother Nyeli treats people warmly and sincerely. He will definitely be a good man. Unfortunately, we are not fated to be together. Little brother Nyeli is, after all, a divine dragon that roams the 9 heavens, and Big Sister Yang is destined to grow old in this corner of the world. But to be able to get to know little brother Nyeli, I already have no regrets. Young Exine looked at Nyeli's face, slowly leaned over, and kissed Nyeli's cheek. Smiling slightly bitterly, she slowly stood up and walked out shakily. Even if she was a strong woman, so what? Waking up in the middle of the night, but there was no man by her pillow that she could rely on. Who could understand this kind of loneliness? Under the moonlight, her graceful figure was like a graceful snow lotus, pure and moving. Although young Exine had left, the entire room was still filled with a refreshing fragrance that lingered for a long time. Although he had drunk a lot of wine, Nyeli was still barely able to maintain his consciousness. Otherwise, if he really did something with young Exine, it would really be too late for regrets. If young Exine wanted to do something, Nyeli would definitely refuse. Seeing young Exine leave, Nyeli finally let out a sigh of relief. Although young Exine was charming and hot, always teasing Nyeli, she still had a sense of propriety when doing things. Nyeli seemed to be able to understand the sorrow in young Exine's heart. Young Exine might seem like a strong woman, but in reality, she was pitiful. Nyeli sat cross-legged and finished refining the wine in his body. Then, he continued to cultivate his soul force. The night was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. In the city lord's mansion, there were only a few flickering lights. In Yizong's study room, there was a faint candlelight. Yizong was reading all kinds of documents. Every day, he had to deal with all kinds of information, including the demon beast activities, the dark guild's activities, and so on. Feeling a little tired, Yizong stood up and slightly condensed his soul force. Suddenly, the exhaustion in his body was reduced a lot. He stared at the direction of Yi Ziyun's courtyard. Recalling the scene of him beating up Nyeli in front of the Tai killing array, he couldn't help but smile. Once upon a time, whenever Yizong thought of Nyeli, he would gnash his teeth in anger. But now, his view of Nyeli had gradually changed. Thinking of Nyeli, he had a different feeling. Just when Yizong was preparing to continue reading the documents, a person walked to the door and knocked on it. "Please enter." Yizong glanced at the door. He could already feel that it was Yi Han's aura. "Father." Yi Han walked into the study room and cupped his hands towards Yizong. "Honor, why are you here?" Yizong said with a smile. "I want to have a chat with Father," Yi Han said after a moment of silence. "Okay." Yizong nodded his head. "In the past few days, I've discovered that there are a lot of unrelated people staying in Ziyun's courtyard. I'm a little curious, but I don't know if I should talk about it." Yi Han lowered his head. His gaze was drifting, not looking straight at Yizong. "It's Nyeli and the rest, right? They're Ziyun's classmates and are temporarily staying in Ziyun's courtyard," Yizong said. How could he not see that Yi Han had some thoughts about Yi Ziyun? It's just that the age difference between the two of them was too big. Furthermore, they're siblings, they're not suitable for each other. Now that he's observed it, if Yi Han and Nyeli were to be compared, Yizong would be more willing to marry Yunert and Nyeli. Because Yi Han's schemes are too deep, it would occasionally make Yizong feel a trace of unease. "Father, I understand. Father has been raising me and teaching me, wanting to pass the city lord's position to me. However, I'm not talented enough and have failed to live up to Father's expectations. In the past, I wandered the streets and was brought back to the city lord's mansion by Father. I only wanted to repay Father's kindness and never had any extravagant hopes for the city lord's position. Yihan suddenly knelt down with tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, Yizong immediately said to Yihan, Han, Father understands you. You have outstanding talent, and your cultivation will definitely surpass Father in your lifetime. However, there are a lot of things that cannot be decided by you and me. I hope that you can open your mind. I understand. Recently, Ziyun's cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds. The talent that she has displayed has already far surpassed mine. Yihan interrupted Yizong's words. His voice was trembling and hoarse. It's natural for Ziyun to ascend to the city lord's position. However, you've always told me that I have to bitterly cultivate and become a good city lord. Therefore, I listened to your words and have been working hard, not daring to slack off in the slightest, working hard to reach the state that you're looking for. But now, you're telling me that all of this is not something that you could decide. Have you ever considered my feelings? The kind of feeling that I've lost my goal and my heart is a loss? Hunter, I'm sorry, Yizong said apologetically. From the moment I saw Ziyun, I've told myself that I want to marry her. However, you've never acknowledged me. In fact, you're looking down on me in your heart, right? You feel that I'm just a wandering child that's not worthy of your snow wind family. I've been longing to ascend to the city lord's position and be worthy of Ziyun. But now, you're telling me that I'm not suitable to be the city lord. It's you who deprived me of my dream. Right now, I've become an empty shell with nothing left. Yihan said in a daze. Yizong felt extremely guilty. Ever since he came in contact with Nyeli, he understood that some of the beliefs that he's been insisting on are actually wrong. He should give Yin and Yihan more concern and not constantly force them to reach the state that he wants them to be. He took a step forward, hugged Yihan, and said, Han, I know that you're feeling wronged in your heart. It's your father's fault. I shouldn't have put those burdens on your shoulders and tried to change you into the state that I want you to be. You deserve a better life, not something that I've forced upon you. At the moment when Yizong hugged Yihan, a chilling light flashed across Yihan's eyes, and his expression suddenly turned sinister. Chapter 169. A dagger suddenly appeared in Yihan's right hand and ruthlessly stabbed into Yizong's back, causing blood to spurt out. Yizong was suddenly stabbed by Yihan and felt a surge of poison entering his heart. His heart was suddenly filled with rage and sent Yihan flying with a palm strike. He staggered a few steps before stabilizing himself. He glared at Yihan and said, You bastard. After Yihan landed on the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Yizong. His voice carried a trace of madness as he said, Lord Father, you forced me to do this. I don't have anything now and have nowhere else to go. I have no choice but to do this. Why? Yizong tried to refine a trace of his soul force, but realized that his soul force had collapsed and he couldn't refine it at all. His face changed. The poison on the dagger is something that he can't refine. Originally, with Yizong's strength, even if he was ambushed, he wouldn't be injured by a gold rank. However, Yihan is one of the people closest to him. He didn't have his guard up at all. Who would have thought that Yihan would take such a risk out of desperation? Why? What a joke. Don't you understand why? Only by killing you can I sit on the city lord's seat. Yihan madly laughed. The blood on the corner of his mouth made him look even more ferocious. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to sit on the city lord's seat, Yizong said in a solemn voice. That's not up to you to decide. In a few days, the news of you being assassinated by the Dark Guild will spread out in Glory City. I will fight against the Dark Guild's assassin and kill him. The real culprit that killed Lord Father is Nyeli. Not long after, the Dark Guild will launch an attack on the Snow Wind family. At that time, the Snow Wind family will no longer have the qualifications to control Glory City, and under the Sacred Family's recommendation, I will smoothly ascend to the City Lord's position. Yihan laughed crazily. Father, if you had passed the position of City Lord to me, all of this would not have happened. I didn't expect you to collude with the Dark Guild. Yizong gasped for air. The venom had already spread throughout his body. He was only relying on his soul realm to fight against the venom. He didn't expect the poison to be so overbearing. So what? Following the Dark Guild is much better than following you. You just want me to become a puppet castellan. Isn't the Dark Guild the same? Haha. As your puppet castellan, I have to think about how to please you every day. I have to do my best until my death. Yizong, don't you think that your life is very tiring? But as the puppet city lord of the Dark Guild, I can do whatever I want and do whatever I want. How delightful is that? Yihan laughed savagely. Yizong felt regret in his heart. He never thought that after so many years of painstakingly nurturing Yihan, he would actually be nurturing a tiger. In the end, he would have to suffer such a calamity. Is this considered a punishment for him? Yizong coldly stared at Yihan and gathered the last of his soul force. Yihan, your scheme will not succeed. Whether or not I succeed, Father, you won't be able to see it. Many thanks to Father for raising me for so many years. Now, I'll send Father on your way. Yihan approached Yizong step by step. The reason why he talked so much with Yizong is to let Yizong's poison take effect. Seeing that Yizong is still struggling, Yihan coldly smiled and said, "Stop struggling. The poison I used is the dragon's tongue. This poison can take a person's life within half an hour. Furthermore, it has a stronger effect on the dragon clan. What Father integrated with is a black-scaled earth dragon demon spirit. In at most a quarter of an hour, you will die from the poison. I'm afraid that Father can't even gather a trace of soul force right now. Right?" Yihan approached Yizong, waved his dagger, and ruthlessly stabbed towards Yizong. Yizong furiously roared. His body quickly transformed into a snow-wind great ape and threw a punch towards Yihan. Yihan never thought that Yizong would still have the strength to fight. His heart was shocked, and he quickly integrated with his golden-horned earth dragon. Boom! The two fists collided and a majestic aura spread out to the surroundings. Yihan's body was involuntarily sent flying and fiercely hit the wall of the study room. The entire wall was smashed through, and Yihan was sent flying for dozens of meters before stopping. Yihan's eyes were filled with deep fear. After suffering this punch, he was seriously injured. However, the current him did not care about the injuries on his body. His gaze was fixed on Yizong, who is in the middle of the study room. Why is it the snow-wind great ape and not the black-scaled earth dragon? Yihan unwillingly roared. He never thought that Yizong would be able to integrate with the snow-wind great ape so quickly and replace the original black-scaled earth dragon. If it was the black-scaled earth dragon, the poison from the draconic tongue would have already made Yizong lose the ability to resist. However, Yizong integrated with the snow-wind great ape, causing the poison to spread a little slower than usual. That's why the accident happened. All of his plans were flawless, but in the end, the plans of the heavens superseded the plans of man. Who would have thought that Yizong would actually give up on the black-scaled earth dragon and integrate with a snow-wind great ape? The huge commotion in the study room instantly caused the city lord's mansion to brightly lit up and become noisy. There's an assassin. Catch the assassin. The experts of the city lord's mansion rushed over. Yihan's face darkened. It was already impossible for him to find an opportunity to kill Yizong. He quickly turned around and dashed away, madly fleeing into the dark twilight. "Young master, where are you going?" The city guards that rushed over asked Yihan. "Quickly go and protect my father. I'll chase after the assassin." Yihan barked, and with a few leaps, he ran. In the study room, Yi Xiao quickly rushed over. When he saw Yizong, he immediately became anxious. He supported the swaying Yizong and asked, "City Lord, what's wrong?" "It's that bastard Yihan. He has joined the Dark Guild, and I've been poisoned by the draconic tongue. I don't have much time left. Quickly call Ziyun and Yeli over." Yizong coughed a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Draconic tongue? Hearing Yizong's words, Yishio immediately became anxious. Being poisoned by the draconic tongue, there's no antidote. He probably won't be able to last more than 2 hours, or even half an hour. He might lose his life. "Quickly call Miss and Yeli," Yishio said to the city guards that rushed over. His heart was covered in a haze. He never thought that it would be that bastard Yihan. It's all his fault. He didn't see through Yi Han's tiger heart. Yi Xiao was extremely regretful. Very quickly, Yi Ziyun rushed over. Seeing this scene, she was slightly stunned. "Father!" Yi Ziyun cried as she rushed to Yi Zong's side and supported Yi Zong. Yi Zong patted Yi Ziyun's shoulder. He never thought that he would be plotted against by Yi Han. If he were to die, leaving Yi Ziyun alone, Yi Zong couldn't help feeling heartache. His heart was filled with regret that he didn't accompany his daughter more in the past. "Where's Nieli?" Yi Zong looked at Yi Xiao and powerlessly asked. "Nieli seems to have gone to the Association of Alchemists. I've already sent someone to look for him," Yi Xiao said. After nearly half an hour, Nieli rushed over. His eyes met with Yi Ziyun's. Both of their expressions were slightly stunned, but they tacitly didn't say anything. "What happened to father-in-law?" Nieli looked at Yi Xiao and asked. "It's that traitor Yi Han." Yi Zong was poisoned by the dragon's tongue. An indescribable sadness appeared on Yi Xiao's face. There was almost no cure for being poisoned by the dragon's tongue. "Oh, it's the dragon's tongue." Nieli seemed a little calm. He didn't expect that it was actually Yi Han who did it. Yi Han was indeed a traitor. No wonder Yi Ziyun had always been unwilling to mention Yi Han in his previous life. It turned out that there was something wrong with Yi Han. As long as it was a person who would rebel, no matter the reason, it would lead to rebellion. Yi Ziyun's tears flowed down her white cheeks. Although Yi Zong was always very strict, in her heart, Yi Zong had always been the person she respected the most. It would be a long time before she could see her father again. But she didn't expect that when they met again, it would be an eternal farewell. She remembered when her mother passed away. Could it be that her father was going to be like her mother and leave her forever? "Yin'er!" Yi Zong coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. His voice was weak and hoarse as he said, "The two people I owe the most in my life are your mother and you. I'm sorry, I didn't do my duty as a father and didn't take good care of you." He raised his head and looked at Nieli. With a pleading voice, he said, "Nieli, Yi Zong, have never begged anyone in my life. I only beg of you to take good care of Yin'er in the future." Hearing this, Nieli felt a little sad. He sighed and said, "Father-in-law, in the face of life and death, you finally know what is the most precious thing. I promise you your request. I will take good care of Yin'er. In the future, you must also treat Ziyun better and accompany her more when you have time." Looking at Yi Ziyun's tear-stained face, Yi Zong sighed and shook his head. He said sadly, "After being poisoned by the draconic tongue herb, I won't be able to live for more than half an hour. I'm afraid that I won't have another chance in the future." His vision gradually blurred. He couldn't see clearly anymore. He really wanted to take a closer look at his daughter's face. He desperately grabbed onto Yi Ziyun's hand. With a slightly trembling voice, he said, "Yin'er, I really want to see you get married and have children. But in the future, I won't be able to see it anymore." Yi Zong is a tough guy. Even in the face of death, he has never been afraid. But today he is also afraid. At the end of death is eternal darkness. "Father, please don't die. Yin doesn't want to leave you." Yi Ziyun cried and shouted. She desperately grabbed onto Yi Zong's clothes and shook it. Looking at Yi Zong and Yi Ziyun, Nieli thought of his previous life. He was also like this in the past. He held onto his father's hand, but he could only watch as his father slowly closed his eyes. Tears uncontrollably flowed down. He wiped the tears off his face. He grinned and said, "What do you mean by dying? It's really inauspicious. It's just the poison of the draconic tongue herb. Why do you make it sound like we are separated by life and death?" Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Xiao and Yi Ziyun were stunned. "You can save a city lord?" Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. "Nieli, you can save my father. I beg you, save him. No matter what you want me to do, as long as you can save my father," Yi Ziyun said while crying. Yi Ziyun's sad look made Nieli's heart full of pity. The unpleasant things that happened in the afternoon all disappeared. Nieli wiped the tears on Yi Ziyun's cheeks. He calmly smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just the poison of the draconic tongue herb. He won't die. He is my father-in-law. He still has to witness our marriage. Even if he wants to die so early, I won't agree to it." After Nieli finished speaking, He condensed a trace of soul force on his finger and placed it on Yizong's chest. He slowly pressed down. Although the poison of the draconic tongue herb is fierce, it won't kill. It will only paralyze the body and stop the heartbeat, making people think that they are dead. As a black gold rank cultivator, there's still a chance of survival if they are poisoned for less than 10 days. Chapter 170. Nieli slowly circulated his soul force and used the Daoyin technique to slowly guide the poison out of Yizong's heart. Following the heart's meridians, he slowly pressed down and guided it to the fingers of his left hand. Nieli took a needle and pricked Yizong's fingertip. Traces of black blood slowly flowed out from the wound. Seeing this scene, both Yi Ziyun and Yi Xiu were dumbfounded. Just what kind of technique is this? Yi Xiu was dumbfounded. Nieli can really force the poison out of Yizong's body? Can Yizong still be saved? Thinking about it, Yi Xiu couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Nieli has really given him a big surprise. Nieli continuously used the Daoyin technique. After several hours, he was finally able to guide the poison out of Yizong's body. Even if Nieli is a 1-star gold rank, he was still panting from using the Daoyin technique for such a long time. However, the effect was quite obvious. Although Yizong hasn't woken up yet, his breathing and heartbeat are very stable. Seeing Nieli's exhausted appearance, Yizian hurriedly brought a basin of water and wrung out a towel to wipe the sweat on Nieli's face. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards Nieli. It was Nieli who brought Yizong back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Otherwise, she would have lost her father forever. In the afternoon, she had even used words to hurt Nieli, but Nieli still selflessly helped her. Yiziyun raised her head to look at Nieli. Looking at Nieli's focused and determined face, her thoughts drifted far away. She thought that she could give Nieli to Xiao Ning. But now, her heart was in deep conflict and struggle. She didn't know when Nieli had gradually entered her world and became an irreplaceable person. If it wasn't for Nieli today, her father might have left her forever. Knowing that Yizong was fine, Yi Xiu immediately brought people to search for Yihan. Yihan's attack on Yizong had thoroughly angered Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu vowed to tear Yihan into pieces. Nieli continued to treat Yizong. Phew! After a long time, Nieli breathed a sigh of relief. Yizong was fine. He glanced at Yi Ziyun next to him. Yi Ziyun was holding her cheeks and looking at him blankly. That gentle and quiet look made Nieli's heart skip a beat. Seeing Nieli turn around, Yi Ziyun suddenly seemed to have been discovered, and her pretty face turned red. Nieli smiled slightly and said, "Your father is fine. It won't take long for him to wake up." "Thank you, Nieli." Yi Ziyun's eyes were moist with tears. "If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. As long as it's for you, this small matter is nothing." Nieli recalled the scene of Yi Ziyun blocking the demonic beast for him in his previous life. He sighed in his heart. He owed Yi Ziyun in his previous life, and he couldn't even repay it in this life. For Yi Ziyun, even if he had to die, Nieli wouldn't frown. As for the noisy matter in the afternoon, Nieli didn't put it in his heart. Yi Ziyun lowered her head, bit her lips, and said, "Nieli, I'm sorry about the matter in the afternoon. Although it might be as easy as lifting a finger for you, to me, you saved my father. No matter what you ask me to do, I'm willing." Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Nieli's heart trembled. In an instant, it made him think of some charming scenes from his previous life. This lass, Ziyun, is getting more and more charming. Yi Ziyun's face turned slightly red. She moved her face to Nieli's side and pecked on Nieli's face. Her face instantly turned red. Nieli was slightly stunned for a moment. He couldn't help smiling. This lass, he lightly embraced Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun meekly laid on Nieli's chest. She could feel her heart beating wildly. However, the current her felt exceptionally peaceful. Nieli's broad chest made her feel a trace of dependence. Although she felt a little guilty toward Xiao Ning, Yi Ziyun had already made a decision in her heart. Quietly, time passed second by second. Nieli also had a rare chance to experience such a beautiful time. The loneliness from his previous life that penetrated deep into his bones was comforted at this moment. The delicate fragrance of a young girl on Yi Ziyun's body was refreshing. Nieli gently caressed Yi Ziyun's back. That smooth and exquisite skin, Yi Ziyun's slightly rising and falling heartbeat, and slightly hurried breathing. This is indeed not a dream. I'm really back. Ziyun is really by my side, so close to me. A moment later, Yi Zong opened his eyes. Seeing this scene, he immediately sat up and slapped Nieli's head. Nieli was suddenly attacked. He cried out in pain and furiously barked. Hey, why did you hit me? You're still talking. I'm not dead yet, and you dare to bully my daughter here. Yi Zong's face turned black as he pulled Nieli's ear. Hey, Yi Zong, you don't know what's good for you. You're ungrateful. I saved you, okay? You actually hit me. Nieli gloomily shouted. Don't you deserve to be hit for bullying my daughter? Yi Zong coldly snorted. Hey, where did you see me bullying her? Nieli angrily stared at Yi Zong. Then where did you put your hand? Yi Zong snorted and picked up the pillow beside him. You dare to bully my daughter. See if I don't beat you to death. Seeing Yi Zong and Nieli quarreling, not knowing why, Yi Ziyun's heart was filled with a warm feeling. She covered her mouth and giggled. She wore a white silk dress, making her smile even more charming. Nieli was dumbfounded when he saw her cute and charming appearance. You brat, you still dare to look. Yi Zong threw the pillow beside him and Nieli. Nieli suddenly jumped up and furiously stared at Yi Zong. Yi Zong, you're too unreasonable. You don't even let me look? Where's the justice in this world? In the city lord's mansion, I'm the justice in this world. Yi Zong proudly said. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun and said, Yi Ziyun, let's go. We don't care about this old hooligan anymore. Yi Ziyun calmly smiled at Nieli and said, Nieli, father's injuries are still not healed. I still have to stay behind to take care of him. Nieli could only sullenly sit down on the chair beside him. Seeing Nieli's appearance, the corner of Yi Zong's mouth revealed an undetectable smile. His hand slightly tightened the quilt. At that moment, he thought that he was dead. The light in front of him slowly dissipated. He seemed to hear Yin Er's cries. He struggled to come back. He wanted to open his eyes, but no matter what, he couldn't open them. He was worried about Yin Er. Once he leaves, Yin Er will really be alone. He prayed in his heart. Even if he was given another day, he only wanted to take a good look at Yin. However, he was powerless and slowly fell into the terrifying darkness. However, his heart was always worried about her. As if the gods heard his prayers, his strength finally returned to his body. He slowly woke up. When he woke up, he even secretly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He knew that Nieli saved him. At this moment, Yi Zong even wanted to shout loudly to vent. Seeing Nieli lightly hugging Yi Ziyun, he suddenly had the feeling of a family relying on each other. He couldn't bear to destroy that kind of peace. The reason why he beat up Nieli was only to express the joy in his heart. Yi Zong also gradually liked the feeling of quarreling with Nieli. Very few people would contradict him like Nieli. This kind of feeling, on the contrary, made him feel very close. Now you know how close you are? To think that after being the city lord for so many years, you don't even have this little bit of insight. Raising a white-eyed wolf, he almost lost his life. Nieli said, pouting his mouth. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Zong's expression dimmed. Yihan is a wound in his heart that can't be healed. Nieli, father is already very sad. Yi Ziyun's eyes had a pleading expression as she looked at Nieli. Yi Zong regained his calmness. After all, he's the city lord. Sometimes he has to put his personal feelings aside. He solemnly said, Yihan colluded with the Dark Guild and betrayed Glory City. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this. Everyone has the right to punish him. In the future, no matter who sees him, kill him without mercy. Although his heart was aching, he didn't hesitate to say these words. Nieli couldn't help sighing. After this matter, Yihan can no longer be tolerated in Glory City. In the future, he only has to be careful of Yihan. Yihan knows everything about our city lord's mansion. Who knows if he's hiding somewhere? The two of you have to be careful in the future. Yin Er, bring Nieli to the city lord's mansion's treasury to pick a few defensive items. Yi Zong said, Father, your body, Yi Ziyun worriedly asked. I'm fine. The poison from the draconic tongue herb has been completely removed. Yizong said, shaking his head. There are already 6 black gold rank experts guarding around Yizong's room. There's no problem in terms of safety. City Lord's Mansion's treasury. Nieli couldn't help looking forward to it. The things stored in the City Lord's Mansion's treasury are definitely not something that the Tensei family's treasury can compare to. Let's go, Nieli. I'll bring you to the City Lord's Mansion's treasury. Yiziyun said after pondering a while. It's all thanks to Nieli that her father was able to avoid danger. Yiziyun understood her father's meaning. Nieli's knowledge is profound. Who knows? He might be able to discover something from the City Lord's Mansion's treasury. It would be a waste to leave those things in the City Lord's Mansion's treasury. Watching Yiziyun and Nieli leave, Yizong stared at their backs for a long time before letting out a long sigh. His eyes stared at the ceiling. No matter what, he had raised Yihan for so many years. Yihan's betrayal made him feel a deep pain in his heart. That kind of pain wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. City Lord's Mansion's treasury, revisiting the old place. When Nieli came here in his previous life, this place had already been plundered, leaving behind only ruins. But now, the hall with a radius of a few hundred meters was filled with all kinds of treasures. The light from the treasures was dazzling. There were probably millions of them. This is one of the 18 City Lord's Mansion's treasury. It's filled with the most precious treasures that have been passed down since ancient times. Yiziyun walked in front and said to Nieli, when the Age of Darkness came, countless people fled to the City Lord's Mansion. They brought treasures from all over the Saint Origin world. Among them, there was no lack of ancient treasures. In the end, they were all gathered in the City Lord's Mansion's treasury. Chapter 171. As Nieli walked, he looked around. He was quite surprised in his heart. He never thought that there would be so many ancient treasures in the treasury. Can I take anything I want? Nieli looked at Yiziyun and said with a smile. Yiziyun nodded her head. Nieli saved her father. How could a few items be enough to repay his kindness? Not to mention taking a few items. No matter what request Nieli made, she would agree without hesitation. Then I'll take anything I want. Nieli stretched his body. His gaze fell on a few stones among the treasures. He reached out his hand and picked them up. Seeing Nieli pick up a few unremarkable stones from the many shining golden treasures, Yiziyun asked in surprise, "What is this?" This is the Divine Guardian Stone. It's said that it can only be found in the northernmost mine of the Saint Origin world. That place is now occupied by demon beasts. Many inscription masters would carve the inscription patterns on the Divine Guardian Stone after obtaining it. Once they use their soul force to activate it, they can form a small defensive barrier. Take this Divine Guardian Stone, for example. The inscription patterns carved on it are black gold rank. It can withstand at least 2 attacks from a black gold rank expert. However, the inscription patterns on it are a little worn out and need to be repaired. Without any trace of politeness, Nieli picked up the 6 Divine Guardian Stones and soaked them with demon blood to repair the inscription patterns. Afterwards, he stuffed 3 of the repaired stones into Yiziyun's hands and kept the other 3 for himself. Yiziyun looked at the 3 Divine Guardian Stones in her hand. Such valuable items. They belong to your family. I'm not being courteous with you. Why are you being courteous with me? Nieli laughed and continued to look around. Yiziyun's face turned slightly red. She kept the 3 Divine Guardian Stones. Nieli continued walking. He had come to a treasure mountain. So how could he return empty-handed? He didn't know if there were any legendary forbidden scrolls here. If there were, Nieli would definitely accept them without hesitation. Even though his current strength was far from enough, he would still be able to protect himself with a few more treasures. As long as he saw something good, especially something that could be used in battle, Nieli would not hesitate to stuff it into his own space ring, or, after telling Yiziyun about its uses, he would stuff it into Yiziyun's space ring. In just a short period of time, Nieli had taken hundreds of all kinds of strange treasures. He was simply like a bandit. If Yizong saw this scene, he would probably feel heartache. Nieli treated this place as his own home. It's a pity that there's nothing that catches my eye. This City Lord's Mansion treasury is still a bit inferior, Nieli said with a little regret. Yizian didn't know how to respond after hearing this. There's nothing that catches my eye, but Nieli still took a few hundred. Nieli found 16 scrolls with legend rank forbidden techniques engraved on them. It's a pity that they weren't well preserved. 10 of them were damaged, and only 5 of them could be repaired. After Nieli repaired the 5 scrolls, he gave 3 to Yiziun and kept 2 for himself. Nieli stretched his back. He had taken almost all the things that caught his eye in this city lord's mansion treasury. With so many treasures by his side, he felt a lot more at ease. Suddenly, Nieli's eyes fell on a mysterious egg among the many treasures. This egg was about 1/3 the size of a millstone. Its whole body was reddish gold, and there were many mysterious runes engraved on it. Nieli felt that he was knowledgeable and had a strong memory, but Nieli couldn't understand the runes on it all. It was full of mystery and magic. These runes were very strange, and he had never seen them before. Seeing Nieli's eyes fall on a strange egg, Yiziun asked doubtfully, "Nieli, what is this?" "I don't know either." Nieli smiled bitterly and shook his head. Basically, Nieli could name all kinds of demon beasts, but what made Nieli depressed was that he had no idea what this egg was. The runes on this egg were too mysterious, and Nieli didn't dare to touch it for a while. Even Nieli didn't know what this egg was. Yiziun was a little surprised. Since they knew each other, Nieli knew everything. Yiziun thought that there was nothing in this world that Nieli didn't know. Then what should we do? Yiziun looked at Nieli and asked. Nieli stared at this mysterious egg. He could keenly sense a trace of aura coming from the egg. The creature inside the egg was still alive. This aura inexplicably gave Nieli a trace of pressure. What could it be? Nieli secretly thought. Nieli suddenly thought of something. His heart moved. He slowly gathered the soul force in his soul realm into a trace and injected it into the egg. He didn't know what demon beast was inside the egg. Once it absorbed his soul force, it would be assimilated by his soul force. Then it would be tamed. After injecting the trace of soul force into the egg, Nieli felt that the aura inside the egg seemed to be rejecting Nieli's soul force, forming a barrier. Nieli's soul force actually couldn't penetrate it. Feeling the barrier's power, Nieli was shocked. This is definitely a very high-level demon beast. It's also possible that it's not from this world, because when it's still an egg, it already possesses this kind of barrier. Basically, it's a demon beast that's at least deity rank. Nieli tried to inject his soul force into the egg countless times, but failed every time. This made him a little discouraged. Nieli suddenly felt that the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book on his chest was emitting a faint light. Could it be that this egg triggered the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book? Nieli thought a while and took out the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book. The remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book slowly flew into the air. A faint white light sprinkled down and landed on the mysterious egg. The inscription patterns on the egg shell were emitting rays of light that rapidly circulated, emitting a golden luster that intertwined with the brilliance of the temporal demon spirit book. This magical scene caused Nieli and Yiziun's eyes to be a little sluggish. Temporal demon spirit book? Could it be that this egg has some kind of miraculous connection with the temporal demon spirit book? Demon beast, temporal demon spirit book. Nieli muttered. Suddenly, a miraculous association appeared in his heart. Could it be that this demon beast is the legendary temporal demon beast? Temporal demon beasts are the most mysterious existence among all demon beasts. They've only been recorded in some documents. Legend has it that temporal demon beasts are extremely hard to capture, and the eggs of temporal demon beasts are even rarer. There's no record of them in the documents. In ancient times, some people once discovered traces of temporal demon beasts. Among them, there's a type of demon beast called the temporal elk. When people discovered this type of demon beast, it was basically eating grass. Beside them, there would be a temporal void that would constantly appear. Once someone approached them, they would suddenly be devoured by the temporal void and disappear. They would freely shuttle through the grassland. Sometimes they would appear here, and the next moment, they might appear in a faraway place, or they might suddenly disappear. Once they disappear, there's a high possibility that the temporal elk would appear in the same place thousands of years ago or thousands of years later. This is because they can freely shuttle through the river of time. However, the temporal elk would never come into contact with too many people or demon beasts. Therefore, they won't change the course of history. Aside from the temporal elk, the only temporal demon beasts recorded in the historical records are the temporal heavenly wolf and the temporal demonic lion. They're the nemesis of the temporal elk, and they hunt the temporal elk for a living. Whether it's the temporal elk, the temporal heavenly wolf, or the temporal demonic lion, none of them seem to be creatures that lay eggs. The radiance from the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book shone on the eggshell. The patterns on the eggshell were sometimes dazzling and sometimes dim. Nieli condensed his soul force into a strand and searched for the flaws of the barrier. Just when the patterns on the eggshell dimmed a little, Nieli suddenly felt traces of cracks appearing on the barrier. Nieli abruptly bombarded his soul force into the barrier. Boom! Nieli felt as if his mind had exploded. His brain was operating at an extremely fast speed. His thoughts suddenly seemed to have traveled through several centuries. Scenes from his previous life and current life constantly flashed through his mind. That mysterious egg was constantly absorbing the soul force in Nieli's soul realm, making gudong-gudong sounds as it swallowed the soul force. Feeling his soul force being extracted, Nieli was startled and immediately retracted his soul force. When he sensed that the mysterious egg was no longer absorbing his soul force, he felt relieved. Nieli suddenly had a strange feeling. The aura from the egg seemed to have increased a little. Furthermore, Nieli felt that he had formed an indescribable connection with the egg. I'll take this egg away first. I'll study its usage in the future, Nieli said, looking at Yiziyun. Okay. Yiziyun nodded. Since Nieli can take whatever he wants from this treasury, Nieli stored the mysterious egg into his interspatial ring. He vaguely felt that this egg was mysterious and unfathomable. He doesn't know if he'll be able to decipher its mysteries in the future. Storing away the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book, Nieli and Yizun walked out of the treasury together. Suddenly, a chirping sound came from the sky. Nieli raised his head and saw a huge bird hovering in the sky. Its ancestral founder Yi Yen. Nieli's heart moved and saw the spiritual puppet descending from the sky. Nieli brat, your ancestor will no longer do this kind of thing in the future. It's really boring. Ancestral founder Yi Yen said, depressed. Ancestral founder Yi Yen, the Dark Guild is lawless and does whatever they want. You're helping Glory City get rid of a tumor. Shouldn't you be happy about such a glorious matter? Nieli said, smiling. This old man has been dead for thousands of years. These little things still won't let me be at ease. Creating a Dark Guild is just asking for trouble. In ancestral founder Yian's view, no matter if it's the various families of Glory City or the Dark Guild, they're all his descendants.